As Atticus's spinning kick aimed for Jared's right side, anticipation hung in the air. However, before the brutal strike could land, Atticus's eyes widened as a blue translucent barrier flickered to life, effortlessly intercepting the devastating kick. Before Atticus could understand what was going on, Jared immediately countered. A rocket-like punch shot forward, appearing almost instantly in front of Atticus's airborne form. This exact situation was among the scenarios in which finding himself in a dangerous situation would trigger what Atticus had chosen to refer to as an instinctual response. Every single time he had fought someone or something stronger than him, every time he had sparred with Magnus, which always ended up with him unable to lift a finger, Atticus had always experienced this feeling. It wasn't planned. In fact, Atticus didn't even have any idea when his limbs started taking action. All he knew was that as soon as his kick had been blocked, Atticus's hands started moving. They both formed a protective cross over the top of his chest just in time to intercept the brutal blow. The punch landed with a great impact. The force of the blow and the lack of proper footing sent Atticus's form flying through the air towards the other side of the earthen platform. Just as everyone had already assumed that Atticus would be sent out of the stage, he suddenly executed a backflip mid-air, skillfully adjusting his weight. His descent ended with a controlled skid for a few meters at the edge of the platform, stunning the onlookers. The hall erupted into murmurs and hushed whispers among the students, each astonished by the unexpected turn of events. There was one single thing that immediately appeared in every single one of the students' heads: cheater. That translucent blue barrier that had just blocked Atticus's spinning kick had unmistakably been created with mana. Each one of the students in the room might be inexperienced, but they were all far from dumb. Their instructor had utilized mana when he wasn't supposed to. None among the crowd could say that they liked Atticus. And even if they did, there was no way any one of them would speak out for him. He was among the competition after all. Even though they wouldn't be able to permanently get rid of him, many among the students, especially students who had been jealous of Atticus from the start, would like to see him get humiliated. None of the students even understood how Jared had been able to use mana during the spar. And for now, only a small number of them even cared enough to want to know how it had happened. Many of them subtly smirked while looking at the stage. Zoe's doll-like beautiful features suddenly morphed into a deep frown, her gaze narrowing slightly. He's cheating, Zoe thought, an unexplainable anger bubbling up from within her. Zoe's frown seemed to deepen as she noticed just how angry she was getting witnessing this situation. Why am I getting so angry? She pondered. And with her usual perfect timing, a petite voice sounded within her head, responding to her question. I told you to stop acting like a clueless fool, dum-dum. Lumindra said, taking a second before continuing the next instant. Anyways, I'll save that for later. About your instructor, I can't believe you, out of all people, could make such a wrong judgment. I always told you to observe everything at every instant, but no. You never listen. You just never listen to me. Zoe rolled her eyes as Lumindra started her very usual routine of self-accolades. I am more than 1,000 fucking years old. Do you know how feared I? Lumindra. Lumindra's blabbering was abruptly interrupted by Zoe's inward scream. Lumindra seemed to notice she went out of topic once again praising herself. She cleared her throat awkwardly and decided to stop her ramblings. Just take a closer look, she instructed. Zoe subtly shook her head. 1,000 years old, my foot. She thought. Deciding to listen to Lumindra, Zoe turned her gaze back towards Jared where the translucent barrier that had blocked Atticus's spinning kick was flickering rapidly. And in the next instant, the barrier went off, its energy dispersed in the air. Zoe narrowed her gaze even more as the realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Lumi. You mean? Yes. Lumindra screamed in her head. She continued, this is why I told you to always be observant. Lumindra lectured in her signature cute and petite voice. But it was not just Zoe who had realized somewhat what had happened. Lila, who just like Zoe, had a deep frown on her face along with the other Tier 1 youths who had a subtle look of realization on their faces. Seraphin's expression had long since changed. Rather than his usual smiling and playful demeanor, Seraphin currently wore a cold neutral look as though his earlier smiling expressions had always been a facade. He simply focused his gaze on the stage. Resonera, unlike Seraphin, had an irritated look on his face. Fuck. I really hate the noise, Harmonic whined. Individuals from the Resonera family, Anytime they were outside or in public spaces, always and unfailingly wore an irritated expression on their faces. The Resonera family hated noise so much. It didn't even matter if someone was simply talking or even breathing loudly. With how sensitive their hearing was, everything that would make one function normally as a human was noise. And this was exactly why most of the time, individuals from the Resonera family were always irritated and quick to get ticked off. The massive figures of Islan and Eldrick simply stood, just a few meters away from each other with their massive hands crossed over their chests, their eyes fixed on the battle, wanting to see how it would end. There was only one person amongst the tier 1s that didn't show any visible changes, and that person was Kale, who was still looking at Atticus with his hand clenched and a berserk aura subtly seeping out of his form. But regardless, what the students all had were assumptions based on what they had witnessed as spectators. Whether their assumptions were correct or not was yet to be determined. But the instant the blue translucent shield had intercepted his kick, Atticus's mind had worked rapidly and vigorously. And by the second Atticus's form skidded to a stop at the edge of the earthen platform, he had already thought about multitudes of possibilities. They were currently in the academy. Atticus didn't really know much about how everything worked in the academy, but even then, Atticus was about 99% sure that when it came to matters involving their artifact and the rules, not even Jared, an instructor in the academy, could do anything to change them, not to even talk of cheating. The spar had been completely official. They weren't just sparring just like that in front of the students, their spar was being refereed by the AI itself. Jared had issued a challenge to him, so he was very sure about this. Plus, apart from Jared not even looking like that kind of person, from the things he had seen, Atticus doubted that Jared would make all of that speech just for the big lesson to be about cheating. If your mana was exhausted on the battlefield and you were unable to utilize your bloodline, were they supposed to cheat their way out of the situation? That was just asking for a brutal death. But at the same time, Atticus was 100% sure that the barrier that had blocked his kick had been completely made of mana. There was simply no mistaking it. After coming up with a multitude of different reasons, Atticus narrowed the list and had eventually settled on one. Even though he couldn't utilize the mana contained in his mana core and body, the one in the atmosphere is a different story altogether. From the rules it was clearly stated, their ability to utilize their mana would be blocked during the duration of the spar. But what about the mana in the air? It was free with no owners. Didn't that mean it was fair game? Atticus, who was on all fours, stood up straight, his gaze never once leaving that of Jared, who simply stood while looking at him. But how? Atticus wondered. This was the first ever time Atticus had seen something like this. Controlling and utilizing the mana in the air to do form barriers. It was the first time he was ever hearing about something like that in the human domain. The only thing he could control that way was his bloodline, and during his 5 years of training, Magnus hadn't mentioned anything about manipulating the mana in the air. The only scenario Atticus ever controls the mana in the air was when he was absorbing mana into his mana core. And even then, that was only possible because his mana core had been acting like some kind of suction force that attracted the mana in the atmosphere to it. But now, Jared had utilized the mana in the air to form a barrier. So the question was, how? Atticus had no idea. Atticus completely ignored the murmurs and chatter of the crowd of students as he stretched out both his arms, clenching them and trying to get rid of the trembling. That punch was strong, Atticus thought. He was currently a higher rank than Jared. The fact that blocking one punch from the latter made his hands shake this intensely was enough to raise another eyebrow. He's either augmenting his body with mana or he's just that strong. Atticus leaned in more on the latter part than the former. Although Atticus had no idea how Jared was currently doing what he was doing, he at the very least expected to notice some Ks if the mana was augmenting his body. Atticus gripped the air a few times, and seeing that everything was okay, he started walking towards Jared's form. Atticus slowly circled around Jared with his piercing blue gaze completely locked onto him as though trying to unravel his secrets. But despite staring for a whole 1 second, which was a lot of time considering his extremely high perception, Atticus didn't find anything noteworthy. Jared was a completely blank slate. Just as he was about to ponder his next move, Atticus' vision suddenly caught 2 blue translucent glows swiftly encompassing both of Jared's legs, and then, he's coming. Atticus' inward scream was accompanied by his form bending down backward, evading a sweeping airborne kick that struck where his head had been before. He's fast, way faster than before. Is it another technique? Atticus' thoughts raced. He had clearly seen what had happened. A blue translucent glow had enveloped Jared's legs, and then in the next instant, he attacked at a speed that his body couldn't follow. Atticus swiftly stood up straight from the bent position and turned his gaze towards Jared only to meet the bottom of Jared's feet inches away from his face. An instinctual action once again took place as Atticus instantaneously crossed his hands over his face, intercepting the kick. The kick landed on Atticus's crossed arms with brutal force, and Atticus could immediately feel his arms go numb and his bones threatening to break. The force of the kick shot his form backward once again, his figure falling and landing at the edge of the earthen platform. But this time around, Atticus wasn't given a breather. As soon as Atticus executed the backflip midair, Jared's figure suddenly materialized in the air above him, his legs descending from above, targeting Atticus's head. Atticus weaved a defensive stance, crossing his hands above him. The impact of Jared's kick reverberated through his crossed arms, slamming him against the earthen platform. A cloud of dust shrouded the scene, casting an air of uncertainty. Just as spectators assumed Atticus was defeated, a kick burst forth from the dusty haze, honing in on Jared's chin. But Jared's eye didn't even blink. A blue translucent barrier materialized beneath his chin, intending on intercepting the attack. But the attack suddenly changed as Atticus adapted swiftly. Rather than a direct assault, he utilized the barrier as a foothold, propelling himself with grace and finesse, creating a sudden and strategic distance from Jared. "I see," Atticus muttered as he landed on one side of the stage. "I see," Atticus muttered under his breath as he got to the other side of the stage. Jared couldn't help but raise an eyebrow hearing him. What did he see? Could it be that he figured OU? Jared interrupted his line of thought himself, subtly shaking his head. "No, it's not possible," he dismissed the thought completely. "You're truly the monster that we all witnessed on the screens," he thought with a huge hint of approval. Jared had expected a lot from Atticus during this spar, but if he had to be honest, he hadn't been expecting this much. Atticus's prowess was shocking, to say the least. Many of the operators and Isabella had already suspected that Atticus had awakened his perception already. This suspicion had come when Atticus battled the Shadow Seraphim back in the caves. Considering all his feats, they wouldn't be completely shocked about this if it ended up being true. Although it was rare for someone other than an Enigmome family member to awaken before entering the expert rank, it was exactly that, rare not impossible. But Jared hadn't watched the battle with the Shadow Seraphim. He had no idea the little monster had even battled a master rank beast. It was exactly during this spar that he discovered the shocking revelation that Atticus had awakened his perception. At the end of the day, Atticus was still a 15-year-old boy. But fighting the boy today, Atticus had completely surpassed everything Jared had expected. The boy clearly had all his powers locked, but even then, he still stood his ground. "I've really enjoyed this, but I guess it's about time I end it." Not giving Atticus any time to breathe, a blue translucent glow enveloped both of Jared's legs as he moved, instantaneously closing the distance between Atticus and him. Appearing in front of Atticus, a supersonic punch shot out towards Atticus's face. But Atticus had been completely focused on Jared's movements. Even though his body struggled to match Jared's newfound speed, Jared was still moving slowly in his perception. He simply adjusted how much time he needed to start moving to dodge Jared's movement. Before Jared had moved, Atticus's form had already started moving. His head darted to the side, narrowly evading Jared's brutal punch. But Jared wasn't done. His massive figure moved with speed as he unleashed punches upon punches, adding kicks to the fray at regular intervals. All of the students focused their gazes on the unfolding fight. The ones that had been smirking and uttering derogatory remarks at Atticus had long since shut up. It was clear to everyone that their instructor was somehow using mana, so just how was this boy still standing? Damn, he's still keeping up. Jared was completely flabbergasted. Granted, the amounts of mana he could control because he lost the connection to his mana core were limited, but even then, his speed had already long since passed that of the advanced rank. Yet, Atticus was still keeping up with him. Let's see if you would show me something mind-blowing, Jared thought with giddy anticipation. Although the amount of mana he could control was limited, Jared still had a lot of things he could do with the atmospheric mana. Things that would undoubtedly end this fight immediately. But gazing at Atticus, it was obvious the youth was planning something. Jared decided to wait and see what would happen. Atticus was completely in a surreal state. In order to keep dodging the attacks that were clearly faster than him, Atticus had to plan far ahead of time. Which meant that he had to focus completely on Jared's form and capture every single nuance he made. But of course, this wasn't perfect as he got hit a lot of times, but he never once stopped and still kept on going. What made it harder was that Atticus had figured out something earlier. He had an idea of how Jared had been controlling the mana in the atmosphere. Earlier, immediately Atticus had scrutinized and didn't see any visual cues as to how he controlled the mana. He had immediately switched his senses to his sense of feel. But unfortunately, he couldn't release a mana pulse from his mana core since he had his connection to his mana temporarily blocked. So he had to make do with whatever the mana in the air got in contact with. Regardless, that had been more than enough as the man was literally controlling the mana in the atmosphere, making it get in contact with him a lot. What Atticus had seen had been simple. He saw some kind of yellow wave move from Jared's form and then the next instant the mana in the atmosphere trembling slightly before it started moving and gravitating towards Jared's figure. Either to wrap around his body or to form a shield in front of him and block attacks. Immediately Atticus felt this scene, he instantly narrowed down the options. Firstly, Atticus was sure that what Jared had just accomplished wasn't something only the Stellaris family could do. Apart from his bloodline being locked, this was obviously what Jared had wanted to teach them. If only the Stellaris family could do it, what would be the point? Which meant that it had to be something everyone had or could eventually have. And Atticus didn't have to think that long, instantly narrowing down his options, he came to one conclusion: will. Jared was somehow using his will to control the mana in the atmosphere. And after coming to this conclusion, Atticus set to work. But where do I start from? Atticus thought as he once again dodged a barrage of punches from Jared. Atticus had no doubt that his current will would match even late 20-year-olds. And given the fact that Jared planned to teach them this ability this early, it was obvious that he at least should be overqualified to learn this ability. There was only one problem: he didn't know how. Atticus might not have known how to do it, but what he did know was that it was related to his will. And he was sure he had enough will, so he decided to give it a try. Darting backward, Atticus skillfully evaded a skull-cracking sweeping kick from Jared. Seizing the opportunity, Atticus leapt back, attempting to create distance, but Jared, relentless, swiftly closed the gap, launching a brutal uppercut. Jared's eyes narrowed as he witnessed Atticus closing his eyes, and in the next moment, his eyes almost bulged out from its socket as he saw a red translucent barrier appear just beneath his chin. Jared's fist hit the translucent barrier, the force generating a small shockwave that made his and Atticus's clothes flutter. But regardless of the force, the barrier held strong. How? Jared was stunned beyond belief. He jumped backward, creating distance between him and Atticus, his gaze completely fixed on the white-haired little monster. To think he was actually able to figure out and create such a solid barrier on his first try. In just under 3 minutes of seeing me do it. Jared marveled. He was speechless. He truly had no comments. Apart from the fact that no one even explained how Jared had been doing what he was doing to Atticus, how did Atticus have so much will at a young age? The amount of atmospheric mana and how sturdy or strong whatever an individual creates with it is completely dependent on the amount of will an individual has. Jared was completely sure that, even if it was an enigmal youth, none of them would be able to create a barrier as strong as what had just blocked his punch. Just what is this boy? Jared couldn't help but wonder. But almost immediately, the neutral expression Jared had been maintaining throughout the spar was broken as Jared's lips curled up into a huge grin. What Atticus was didn't matter, what mattered was that his blood was pumping hard. Jared was excited. Atticus's eyes flickered open, the once piercing blue now tinged with a hint of red in the irises. Atticus had never once tried to use his will outside the confines of his body. He was either channeling it with his mana to make runes or attempting to empower himself just like those times back in the Raven camp when he had been on his last ropes. But immediately Atticus had tried to use it outside his body, it felt like discovering a new limb. Every single thing felt instinctual. Atticus didn't even have to strain himself and think. With his incredibly high will, the mana in the atmosphere came under his immediate control. The red tint in Atticus's eyes glowed as his form was instantly covered from head to toe in a red translucent glow. Atticus immediately felt his power increasing to unimaginable heights. Although it was unlike when he had his full power, but even then, compared to his earlier meager intermediate plus rank strength, it was a lot. With a burst of speed incomparable to the last time, Atticus's figure blurred. His form instantaneously appearing in the air above Jared with a sweeping kick. Jared's grin remained unchanged as the blue translucent glow encompassing his legs suddenly expanded and engulfed his whole form. And with a short burst of speed, Jared's head abruptly bent downwards, evading the kick. The force of the kick generated shockwaves that swept through the area. Jared's fist shot upward like a rocket, aimed at Atticus's airborne figure. But the red tint in Atticus's eyes glowed, conjuring a translucent barrier that instantly intercepted the incoming blow. Atticus's airborne form twisted, transferring the momentum of his previous right kick. His body rotated midair, and his left leg descended toward Jared's head. But like a game of to and fro, a blue translucent barrier materialized and blocked the descending kick. Atticus and Jared's forms blurred as they engaged in a rapid succession of moves, an intricate dance of offense and defense, creating streaks of blue and red light on the stage. Each of the students had their mouths hung open as they struggled to comprehend the speed of the battle. The initial clarity of Atticus and Jared's movements had given way to an indistinct blur, leaving stage filled with blue and red streaks of light as both Atticus and Jared moved at a speed none of the students could catch. The Tier 1s all gazed at the fight with serious looks on their faces. They had been able to clearly see the movements of Atticus and Jared when they had just started fighting, but now, every one of them struggled to follow their movements. What they could only see was exactly what the rest were seeing, a red and blue blur moving from one side of the stage to another rapidly. To them, this was bad news, really bad news. Atticus clearly had his powers blocked, and yet, why did it seem like he was currently stronger than them despite the fact that he was heavily handicapped? Sure, they might all gain the upper hand if they each utilized their bloodlines during the fight, but Atticus currently had his bloodlines and mana locked. If that restriction was lifted, it was plenty obvious that Atticus would be way stronger than he was now. The figures of Eldrick and Islan, who once had their arms folded on their chest, brought them down as they gazed at the stage with narrowed eyes. Now, Atticus wasn't one they had to watch out for, he was one they had to bring down. The red and blue translucent glow encompassing both Atticus and Jared respectively suddenly intensified twofolds, the glows coalescing on their right hands. Both figures of Atticus and Jared appeared in the middle of the earthen stage, leaving a red and blue streak in their wake. With both their right hands pulled back, it strained and coiled. And with a devastating abrupt motion, both of them unleashed their powerful punches simultaneously. Bomb! The impact was explosive. Shockwaves spread throughout the stage as it swept dust around the area. The whole area descended into silence as each of the students strained their eyes trying to see the outcome of the fight. Did he win? Zoe thought, her hands subtly clenched on her chest. Lumindra clearly saw this action, and if she were in her real form, she would be shaking her head with a smile. Although she had constantly been pushing Zoe to talk to him all this while, never in her wildest dreams did she think that this would happen. After a few seconds, the dust cleared, and the students' gazes immediately landed upon the outcome of the fight. After a few long seconds of silence, the dust covering the stage finally cleared, and the students' bated gazes landed upon the outcome of the devastating attacks. On the earthen platform, two figures stood inches away, facing each other. On the left-hand side was the figure of a 6.4 feet white-haired boy whose entire form was cloaked in a thick red translucent glow. And on the right-hand side was an orange-haired man with a height leaning in on 7 feet. Just like the first figure, the man was cloaked in a thick blue translucent glow. Both of these figures had their right hands stretched out in a punch, each punch targeting the chin of the opposite individual akin to a brutal uppercut. But if one should look closer, both of these punches were suspended, remaining fixed just inches away from their targets, both of them stopped by a red and blue translucent barrier that was created just beneath the targeted chins. The red and blue glow in Atticus and Jared's eyes respectively blazed as the translucent glow engulfing both of them increased another fold. Just when it seemed like both their forms were about to erupt. End the spar. Jared's controlled voice suddenly rang out, and an AI voice immediately responded. Ending the spar. As soon as the AI voice rang out, Atticus instantly felt his connection to his mana and mana core quickly returning back to him. And then suddenly, his passive strength that had increased because of the cloak of will and mana encompassing him, increased into a height he never thought possible unless he was using the life weapon's art. Atticus had never expected he would get such a huge boost of strength so early. This is amazing, Atticus marveled, dropping his outstretched hand. Atticus clenched his fist multiple times, trying to get a grip on just how powerful he had become. It's hard to accurately tell, but I feel like with all of this combined together, I should have a passive strength very close to master rank. Plus this strength is when I'm not using the katana's art. This is crazy. Atticus was elated. His head immediately started swirling about the possibilities and potential of this new technique. It would boost his prowess to a whole new level. He couldn't help but imagine combining the life weapons art together with this. Won't his power reach new heights he never thought possible in such a short duration? Damn, to think I didn't want to go to school. Atticus was tempted to go back in time and slap his past self for not wanting to go to class. What he had just learned, this power, was completely priceless. Atticus couldn't even begin to fathom why he was just learning about this now. Magnus had never once mentioned it before during all the years of training with him. Doesn't matter, at least I've learned it now. Regardless, Atticus was elated that he had learned something so valuable. Jared gazed at Atticus, who kept on clenching his hands, trying to get used to his newfound power with a small smirk. I really want to see how powerful he has gotten now that he has his mana back, Jared thought. He was curious about what Atticus's full power truly was. Jared had really wanted to continue the spar, but he knew that he had to end it early or else the fight would drag on for a long while. It's too bad he's not the only one I'm teaching, Jared sighed. Jared shook his head slightly, snapping out of his reverie. He suddenly clapped, and in response, the high stage started descending down into the ground. Controlling the intensity of his voice, Jared spoke. Great job, Atticus. 10,000 academy points for such a spectacular display of skill, he complimented. Atticus snapped out of his thoughts as he heard Jared, and immediately, his artifact sounded in response to the reward he was just given. Many of the students who had heard Jared couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. 10,000 academy points. That was a lot of points. Granted, Atticus had just displayed something mind-numbing, but even then, 10,000 academy points was still a lot. Atticus's expression didn't undergo any change as he saw the number of points Jared just gave him. There was only one thing that just came to his mind, one teleportation rune. Seeing that the spar was over and there was nothing left for him to do, Atticus released the control of the surrounding mana, the red translucent glow leaving his form and dissipating into the air. Then he gave Jared a small bow and started walking away from the stage, towards where he was standing earlier beside Kale. All of the students' eyes were on him as he walked, many trying to bore into him. But Atticus had never been one to falter from something so trivial. There was simply no reason to. His confident gait remained unchanged. Atticus could feel a lot of different feelings from the gazes of the students that were looking at him. Some were shocked, some gazed at him in awe and reverence, and many, especially the tier 1s, gazed at him with wary looks. You can't stop staring, can't you? A smug-sounding petite voice spoke. Zoe flinched. She had been looking at Atticus a little too much and hadn't noticed until Lumindra pointed it out. I wasn't staring. Zoe instantly responded with an inward scream, her reaction making Lumindra immediately erupt into a fit of laughter. Bitch! Zoe muttered as she reluctantly took her gaze away from Atticus and stared at her front. Oh my! Such foul language. Just what would your Prince Charming think if he heard you saying that? Lumindra quipped, her words making Zoe freeze once again. Shut up. But Lumindra didn't stop. She continued her laughter, not caring about Zoe's crimson cheeks or her lack of response. Lila couldn't help but thank her stars that she chose to be careful and not instantly seek her revenge. Even she had been amongst the ones who thought Atticus's second rank was by luck. She believed that he was strong, but she didn't think it was to this level. Isn't he too strong? What the hell? She thought. Her thoughts instantly shifted to a certain red-haired boy. Dell better not try anything stupid, she thought. She, of all people, knew how Dell's loss against Atticus had affected him. Apart from the fact that their father Eleanor had thoroughly punished him, the word had spread amongst the family members of the Alvarian family. Dell had been completely devastated. Although she hadn't spoken to him since his enrollment into the academy, she knew for a fact that he still carried a huge amount of resentment towards Atticus. They were all family, after all. Even she herself had carried the little thing Atticus had done to her for 7 years. She couldn't even begin to imagine how Dell would be feeling. But regardless, you can't handle him, Dell, Lila concluded. Dell was just 1 year older than her. If they were to fight, their strengths weren't so far apart. And yet Lila wasn't so sure about winning against Atticus when he had his abilities locked, whether she used her bloodline or not. What about when he had his full power? It probably wouldn't even be a fight anymore, Lila thought gravely. After a few seconds, Atticus got to Kale, who had his hand stretched out in front of him for a fist bump. Atticus smiled, stretching out his hand and receiving the fist bump. Good fight, Kale complimented, his once expressionless face morphing into a small smile. His berserk aura and red eyes had long since returned back to normal. Why's he smiling? Atticus wondered while gazing at Kale's smiling face. He was a bit baffled as to why he was suddenly smiling. The only thing he had done was simply spar with the instructor. Was that enough to make him smile? Listen up. Atticus was abruptly brought out of his thoughts by Jared, who suddenly spoke up. The other students also stopped their muttering and clattering, each of them turning their gazes towards Jared, who was now addressing the whole class. As you all noticed from the spar, both our manas were blocked, and so were our bloodlines. And despite this, we still utilized mana during the spar, Jared spoke, addressing all the students. Each of them was eerily quiet, listening to everything Jared was saying. The ability to use mana or another form of power outside the confines of their bodies when their mana was exhausted was something remarkably valuable. He continued. This ability, Jared's words were followed by him raising up his right hand and facing his palm upwards. And with focused thought, a small round blue translucent orb suddenly materialized on top of his palm. The orb started floating upwards and kept ascending higher and higher until it reached a staggering 8 meters above the ground. This is called aerokinesis, Jared declared. Aerokinesis? Huh, Atticus thought with a small smile. Jared continued, it's simply utilizing your will to take control of the surrounding mana and bend it to your whim, Jared explained. As you guys must have witnessed, there are numerous ways you can make use of this ability, and the one and most important criterion you need to achieve to be able to use this ability is will. Seeing that the students were following, Jared continued his speech. This exact technique would be what each one of you will be learning in the span of your 3 years in the academy, Jared said. Well, not all of you, he thought while subtly looking at Atticus. The combat class was supposed to last for 3 years of the academy for each student, although the instructors would change each year. This was done because Jared and even the academy staff knew well enough and never really expected that a bunch of 15-year-old kids, whether tiered or not, would have enough wills to be able to perform the technique. And this was why the combat class was introduced. Their job was mainly to train each of the students with the intention of increasing their wills to acceptable levels to utilize the technique. Rune crafting would have been the best option for them to increase their wills rapidly, but unfortunately, not all of them had enough intelligence to even try and engrave even the simplest of runes. A course that was supposed to last for 3 years was basically completed in a single day. Jared truly had no words to say. Jared went on to explain more about the combat class to the students and the hellish training that awaited each one of them. After about a few minutes, Jared finished briefly explaining the course. Then he immediately asked each of the students to jog around a makeshift enormous track with their mana block feature on, and each of them donned in 20 kilograms weight. Each of the students jogged until their body arched for more than 3 hours. It took a huge amount of willpower for some of them to keep going. And as soon as the time for the class ended, Jared ended the class. Many of the students immediately got down on the ground breathing heavily as they tried to catch their breaths. After a minute, each of the students started trickling out of the class. Atticus and Kale stood together by the side. Neither one of them had even a single drop of sweat on their forms. In fact, none of the students could even say that they both ran together with them. The other Tier 1 youths too weren't as exhausted as the other tiered students. But some of them still sported a few signs of sweating on their foreheads. Meeting Kale's gaze, both of them nodded, and just as they were about to start heading out, Atticus Ravenstein, Jared's voice suddenly sounded. A word with you, please. Atticus Ravenstein, Jared's voice suddenly sounded, stopping Atticus in his tracks. A word with you, please. Hearing Jared's words, each one of the students who were initially moving out of the room all stopped and turned to look at Atticus, each of them wondering why Jared had asked Atticus to wait behind. I'll be waiting outside, Kale turned to Atticus and suddenly declared. Without waiting for a response, he started walking out of the hall. Atticus turned to look at Jared, who was gazing at him with a small smile. Instead of trying to guess what the huge man wanted, Atticus decided to hear directly from the man himself. He started walking towards Jared. After a few seconds, the hall became empty as each of the students left, leaving only Atticus and Jared behind. I will go straight to the point. Jared suddenly started speaking, controlling the intensity of his voice as he neared Atticus, who was looking at him warily. He still couldn't forget the predatory vibe the man gave earlier. For the next 3 years, the subsequent combat classes that you will attend would be next to useless for you. Everything that would be taught during these 3 years is what you just utilized skillfully during the spar. Jared placed his hands on his waist as he continued speaking. So here's a thought. How about you stay back after each class, and then we spar with both of us only utilizing aerokinesis? Jared suggested, his hands gripping his waist tighter as he hoped Atticus would accept his suggestion. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Training with him would not only improve my combat prowess, I'll also be able to learn more about this aerokinetic without having to wait for him to teach it in class. Atticus pondered. Although he had been able to use the ability effectively, Atticus had no doubt that there was still more he had yet to learn. It was better to learn directly from the source rather than try to figure it out on his own. However, he couldn't shake off his skepticism as he gazed at Jared, who now had a strained smile on his face. He won't take advantage of me, will he? Atticus shuddered at the thought. He would rather die than let that happen. After a few seconds that felt like a decade to Jared, Atticus suddenly spoke, okay, agreeing to the proposal. Jared was almost tempted to hug Atticus tightly in celebration. He was glad Atticus accepted his offer. Good, good. We'll start tomorrow. You can start heading back now, Jared happily said, deciding to call it a day for today. Atticus nodded, and seeing that there was nothing left to do, he turned and started walking towards the exit of the hall. As soon as Atticus left the hall, Jared's artifact suddenly sounded. Jared swiftly checked, and he couldn't help but sigh as he saw the person calling. Of course, he was listening. Jared cleared his throat, raised his hand, and clicked on his artifact to answer the call. The artifact lit up, suddenly displaying a holographic image of Harrison. Jared, Harrison immediately spoke, his voice still maintaining its usual sagacity and wisdom. Yes, Vice Principal, Jared responded respectfully with a small bow. His usual playful demeanor was long gone. The academy was founded to train every youth in the human domain. This is how it has always been since its establishment. And for its prosperous continuation, it is paramount that under no circumstances should there be any favoritism. Jared listened to Harrison without uttering a word, his head still slightly bowed. Jared. Yes, Vice Principal, Jared responded. While I understand your decision to teach him after class, you will see to it that nothing outside the LCBT-001 class, in which you will eventually teach other students, will be taught. Am I clear? Harrison's voice was firm. Jared's response was immediate, I understand. As soon as Jared responded, the hologram displaying Harrison's face immediately vanished, and the artifact's initial glow dimmed till it disappeared. Jared released a sigh of relief. At least he didn't put a stop to it, Jared thought. Unfortunately, not everyone shared the same level of familiarity with Harrison as Isabella did, enabling them to confidently speak up whenever they disagreed with something he said. Although the absolute power of the academy was Eric Stormrider, who reported directly to the Paragon Council, the man hardly ever interfered in the matters of the academy. Every single authority to manage the academy was given solely to Harrison. Jared couldn't count the number of times brain-dead instructors had all tried to question his authority. This was especially so for new instructors who were from tiered families and thought it beneath them to listen to a man who wasn't even a member of any tiered families. And this had always ended up terribly for each one of them. With a small sigh, Jared turned and left the hall. Atticus met Kale outside the hall, and with a nod, they both started walking towards the elevator. After walking for a while, both of them turned left towards the hall where the elevator was, and as soon as they turned, Atticus's steps almost paused as he saw the figure who was by the elevator door. Flowing purple hair and an enchanting and peaceful presence, Zoe Starhaven. Both Atticus and Kale turned to face each other, their gazes meeting. Kale didn't even need to say or indicate anything, Atticus already knew what the boy wanted to convey. Atticus subtly shook his head, his mouth silently moving, mouthing not now. Cale shook his head and turned to face his front, not uttering a word. The duo kept on moving through the hall. Zoe had already entered the elevator by the time they got a few meters away from it, standing alone in one corner with her cold gaze forward. Seeing that the doors were already sliding to a close, Atticus thought it best to wait for the next one to arrive, but he would never have expected what happened next. Before Atticus could react, he suddenly felt a strong force push him from behind, his form shoved into the almost closing elevator. Atticus turned in time to witness the transformed large hands of Cale, his two large hands stretched out as though he had just pushed something, before the elevator door slid to a close. Atticus gulped. Atticus gulped. The elevator wasn't that large, only about 8 by 8 feet. And in this enclosed space, there were only two individuals present. One was the figure of a breathtaking purple-haired young girl standing directly in front of the control terminal of the elevator. And just behind her was the half-frozen figure of a white-haired boy who still found it hard to believe his current situation. Atticus's thoughts raced through a myriad of different things. That fucking bastard. He couldn't help but curse the one who put him in this situation. Atticus had assumed that Cale had dropped the matter after he told him that now wasn't the time. But to think he had been planning this. Atticus subtly took a deep breath, calming down his emotions. He then subtly took a brief look at Zoe, who was standing in front of him, backing him. Doesn't even look like she registered my presence. He couldn't exactly see her face, but from her body language, it didn't even seem as though she cared or hated that he was in the elevator together with her. What do I do? Atticus had no idea what he should do next. Although he had always appeared confident and he had been telling Cale, not now, every time the boy asked him to talk to Zoe, the truth of the matter was that Atticus was scared. Apart from the fact that Atticus was far from being knowledgeable about the opposite sex, he would be lying if he said he wasn't the least bit scared about getting into a relationship. Atticus wasn't one to allow his past experiences shape how he lived his life, yes, but that didn't mean that Atticus wouldn't be wary when getting into anything, especially after how his last relationship had ended. He would still try to get into something, but he would be more careful and wary. Even in his past life on Earth, Atticus had hardly ever interacted with women. He had no idea how to approach things like this. How Atticus had asked Kira out and gotten into his last relationship had been shocking, even to him. He couldn't even say that he had ever flirted with the opposite sex before, it was that bad. Everything that had happened had been a coincidence, completely a coincidence. They had bumped into each other, and Atticus had suddenly blurted out the question. To his surprise, she agreed. Sure, he felt attracted to Zoe, but that situation was exactly what Atticus had been hoping for. He wanted something that would bring them both together. Something random so that he wouldn't have to start afresh. While many might argue that this current situation was perfect for it, Atticus thought completely otherwise. How do I even start? Every single one of his thoughts was happening at fast speed. The elevator hadn't even started moving yet. Although Atticus was truly cursing Cale for putting him in this situation, he recognized how perfect this current situation was. He might not ever get any opportunity like it again. Atticus took another subtle deep breath, closing his eyes, trying to muster up all his courage. You can think hundreds of thoughts before she can breathe, Atticus. You'll figure something out, so stop being a pussy. Atticus opened his eyes, his gaze instantly landing on Zoe, who still had her gaze facing forward. Atticus cleared his throat. To everyone observing this scene, it might seem as though throughout the seconds that Atticus had been shoved inside the elevator, Zoe hadn't even reacted at all, but every single one of them would be completely wrong. In Zoe's thoughts, she was completely panicking. Why? Zoe's constant frantic thoughts were drowned by a loud and resounding petite laughter. Lumindra just couldn't help herself. Zoe's reaction had been so adorable. Although currently, Zoe's outward demeanor remained completely unchanged, the same couldn't be said about how she was feeling inwardly. And given the fact that both of them were bounded, every single thing Zoe was feeling was being felt by Lumindra. Immediately Atticus was shoved into the elevator, Zoe's heart had frozen. The girl had just finished her embarrassing display when she had been watching Atticus spar with Jared back in the hall. The last thing she had expected was being in a confined space with the same boy she had been blushing for. Although Zoe had been in many interactions with the opposite sex at her young age due to her mother's persistent requests to find a man, this was the first time she would be so close to someone she was actually interested in, even if just a little. Ahem. Zoe's heart froze. Don't tell me he wants Toa. She had just heard Atticus clearing his throat. Zoe subtly turned her gaze, making sure not to move her head, and her eyes couldn't help but widen as she saw Atticus looking at her, apparently preparing to speak. No, 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 Lumi. Zoe instantly panicked. Lumindra released a few extra chuckles, wiping a non-existent tear from her eyes. Then she decided to help Zoe. Calm down, hot stuff. He's just a boy. What do I do? He's about to speak to me. Lumindra sighed. Who would think this was the same girl that heartlessly cut off the dick of one of her guards without even flinching a month ago? This is why I don't like dealing with virgins. There's no need for you to be fucking scared, Zoe. Depending on what he says, all you have to do is flash a small smile and respond, Lumindra instructed. Just flash a smilia? Zoe asked a little baffled. Yes, you know the way you smile when you're speaking with Serafina. Yesa. Good. Just smile and respond. He's the man, let him handle the rest. Do you understand? Okay. Zoe reluctantly agreed, trying her hardest to muster up her courage. Atticus subtly cleared his throat once more, making sure to use his most manly voice. Just introduce yourself first, and then you'll take it from there. Hello. Atticus greeted. Hello. Atticus greeted. Zoe took subtle, deep breaths, attempting to calm her nerves. Just smile like when you see Grandma, she coached herself inwardly. Zoe's expression, which had always been neutral, suddenly changed as her lips curved gently upward, forming a smile that seemed to radiate warmth and light. It was a subtle yet captivating curve of her lips, imbued with a magnetic charm that had the power to captivate even the most indifferent observer. In that moment, her features softened, and a sparkle danced in her eyes, illuminating her face with an ethereal glow. The atmosphere around her seemed to shift, suffused with an aura of undeniable allure and grace. It was as if the very essence of joy and positivity had manifested in her smile. With this radiant smile gracing her face, Zoe turned abruptly, locking her amethyst gaze with Atticus's piercing blue eyes. She greeted him softly, her tone barely audible, "Hi." However, instead of the expected response, all Zoe received was the sight of Atticus, frozen in his tracks, his mouth slightly agape as he stared at her. Zoe was utterly bewildered. Why is he just standing there? Lumi, did I do something wrong? She asked instantly, her cute, heart-racing smile morphing into a confused frown. PFF'd. All Zoe received in response was Lumindra's hearty laughter. Lumi. After a few long seconds, Lumindra finally managed to stifle her laughter and decided to address the situation. Ha, bunch of virgins. Just give him a few seconds, he's probably trying to process something, PFFT. Lumindra broke into another fit of laughter as she got to that last part. Process something? Zoe wondered what Atticus could possibly be trying to process. And Lumindra had been right. Atticus was indeed grappling with something, or rather, two things. It was as if his brain had short-circuited. The moment Zoe turned, Atticus was immediately captivated by the most breathtaking smile he had ever witnessed. It sent his heart racing, but it was the second aspect that left him momentarily paralyzed. When Zoe spoke, it seemed as though Atticus's brain had overloaded from experiencing an overwhelming surge of beauty all at once. After a few seconds, Atticus's eyes regained focus, his gaze meeting Zoe's, her eyes reflecting confusion as she stared back at him. Atticus shook his head, instantly snapping out of his reverie. Hi there, I'm Atticus. I don't think we've officially met yet. Many might find Atticus's introduction quite normal, but to many of the tiered, it carried a huge amount of significance. The tiered families were families filled with incredibly proud individuals. Even the most righteous individuals raised by a tiered would end up proud. And although each of the tiered families had different views about many things, there was one thing every single one of the tiered carried with the utmost importance. It served as a symbol of their strength, identity, and ancestral legacy. This was none other than their family name. Each member of a tiered family bore the weight of their lineage. When an individual from a tiered family introduced themselves, especially to another tiered, it was customary to include their family name. This wasn't just a matter of identification, it was a declaration that the entirety of their family stood behind them. By adding their family name to their introduction, they conveyed unity, solidarity, and the collective support of their lineage. However, there was a rare exception to this tradition. If an individual sought to establish a personal connection with someone they deeply respected or wished to know on a more intimate level, they would forego the inclusion of their family name. This gesture signaled a desire for a more personal interaction. Atticus hadn't cared enough to know all these trivial things, he had been too busy training to ever think about things like this. But the same couldn't be said for Zoe. Even the littlest of etiquette had been drilled into her since childhood. Every man Zoe had encountered previously had always introduced themselves with their family name, attempting to flaunt and boast, a behavior that consistently irked her. Her form flinched slightly upon hearing Atticus's voice, trying her very best to suppress the rush of blood that threatened to turn her face crimson. Just introduce yourself and stretch your hand, dum-dum. Zoe was snapped out of her thoughts by Lumindra's instructions. She followed the instructions. Swiftly complying, Zoe stretched her right hand in front of her and responded, I'm Zoe, stuttering slightly and only offering her first name. This was the first time Atticus was ever experiencing such a greeting ever since his reincarnation. And this was the same even in his past life, people hardly greeted themselves this way. But apart from being taught as he was growing up, Atticus had watched a lot of movies on Earth, he had at the very least known what to do. As Atticus grasped Zoe's hand, he felt the smoothness of her flawless skin. With a small bow, he planted a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. Calm down, Zoe. Slowly take your hand back, lock eyes with him, and wait for him to speak. Lumindra continued giving instructions to Zoe, guiding her, who once again froze in shock at Atticus's gesture. Following Lumindra's guidance, Zoe withdrew her hand, meeting Atticus's gaze as he straightened from the bow. Atticus had thought of multiple ways he could handle the current situation. He could try what probably only he considered flirting and go the long way, or he could do something that more often than not worked if the lady had even the slightest bit of interest toward you, a direct approach. Atticus wasn't 100% sure, but the smile currently on Zoe's face felt like a huge green light to him. And Atticus was far from being a good flirt, so he decided to be direct. I apologize if this seems abrupt or inappropriate, but I find you to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I'm genuinely drawn to you. I'd like to get to know you better. Would you mind sparing me 30 minutes of your time after tomorrow's classes? Upon hearing Atticus's words, Zoe's expression underwent an immediate transformation. Atticus stared at the retreating figure of Zoe as she walked away. He had been so enraptured by her beauty that he hadn't even noticed the flowery lingering scent she left behind as she moved. With a chime, the elevator doors began to close slowly, obscuring Atticus's view of the enchanting scene. Absent-mindedly, he continued to gaze ahead, fixating on the thin line where the elevator doors met, as if willing them to reopen so he could prolong the moment. However, reality intervened with the sudden sound of an AI voice. Please select a floor. The voice seemed to bring Atticus out of his reverie, and with a reluctant gesture, he hit the ground floor button. The elevator acknowledged with a chime and immediately started descending. Atticus hadn't even thought about selecting a floor when Kale shoved him into the elevator with Zoe. Without knowing it, he had followed Zoe to the highest floor where the teleportation rooms were located. The elevator stopped at one floor, where Atticus saw Kale simply standing with his characteristic expressionless face. Kale nodded at Atticus and walked into the elevator. Turning his gaze to the elevator terminal, he nodded quietly when he saw that the ground floor was already pressed. Atticus kept staring at the boy with his gaze slightly narrowed, but Kale's expression never once changed. One would even think that Atticus was the one acting weird in this scene, as though Kale hadn't done anything wrong. This guy is acting like nothing happened, Atticus thought to himself, shaking his head slightly, his once serious expression morphing into a slight smile. Atticus chuckled. Thanks, he said, turning to face his front. Kale didn't offer any response for a few seconds, the elevator descending in silence. Just when it seemed like he wouldn't say anything, Kale spoke. Did you ask her out? Atticus turned to see Kale staring at him inquisitively. Although his expression still remained neutral, Atticus could tell from his eyes that he cared a great deal about his answer. Atticus turned to face his front again, and the elevator reached the bottom floor at that instant, the door parting open with a chime. Yeah, I did, Atticus responded and started walking out of the elevator. Did she accept? Kale asked as he walked out of the elevator, catching up with Atticus. But Atticus didn't offer any response, he just kept walking forward, his expression neutral. Seeing Atticus not saying anything, Kale also went silent after that. Both of them walked through a crowd of first-year students who kept staring at both of them while muttering under their breaths. But just like any other day, they completely ignored them as they walked outside the building. "Won't you go greet him today?" A black-haired young youth turned to a silver-haired youth and asked. The silver-haired youth had a deep frown on his face as he gazed at the retreating figures of Atticus and Kale. Why are they still together? Zillaz thought irritably. Since the first time he had gone to introduce himself to Atticus, Zillaz had been waiting for a moment where Atticus would be alone to approach him again. But during these past few days, Atticus and Kale had always been together. The last thing he wanted was the meeting getting cut short like the last time because Atticus was with Kale. "He looks busy." Zillaz smiled and gave a pathetic excuse, taking away his gaze from the duo. What the hell are you talking about? Drop it. Drop it. A red-haired boy screamed in anger at a similarly red-haired young girl. The both of them were in a quiet corner behind a large building. The area was completely devoid of people with only the figures of the boy and girl present. The structure of the buildings where the leaders of all the years were taught was built in such a way that there were numerous different secluded corners around. No one knew why it was built this way. Many even suggested that the academy was subtly encouraging bullying. And because of the structure of each building, there were many secluded spots. This particular area was amongst the plenty of areas where students hardly ever passed, and this was obviously why they were both here. Lila sighed deeply. "Del, just listen to me. You can't win. Just drop the matter for now." Lila, for the umpteenth time, tried to talk sense to Del. Del was seething. How dare she? You know how that loss affected me, Lila. You know this, and yet you're still asking me to drop it. If it was you, would you? Del screamed in rage. He knew Lila too well. They had grown up together, after all. Although it seemed like she was harmless and didn't care much about everything, Del knew firsthand how wrong this perception of her was. Lila was vengeful, incredibly so. And the one thing that made her worst was the fact that she actually had a good head on her shoulders. Even he was completely wary of her. Del, just leave. Lila's speech was abruptly cut short as Del continued speaking. Is this your attempt at belittling me and ruining my reputation so you'll be able to become the heir? Del locked his angry gaze at Lila's as he accused. Lila's gaze narrowed. What are you saying? Just as she was about to speak, Del interrupted once more. Oh, don't deny it, Lila. You think I don't know what you and those stupid elders are planning? You would betray your own brother. Lila's words froze. She had been expecting a lot of reactions from Del, but the last thing she expected was him actually turning all the blame on her like this. Lila closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then she opened them, locking her eyes with Del. Do what you want. Sorry for wasting your time, she said, and without waiting for a response, she started walking away. Tisk, stupid bitch, Del muttered irritably under his breath. With a cold look at Lila's retreating figure, he turned and started walking in the opposite direction. As soon as they left the first-year building, Atticus and Kale met with Ember in the beautiful expansive garden. They had each made this meeting a routine. Immediately after lectures, the trio would meet in the garden for a short period of about 30 minutes before each of them would feel the itch of not training for so long and would separate right after. And during these meetings, most times Kale had always left early, leaving both Atticus and Ember behind. Atticus had always been the one doing the talking during these meetings, as both Ember and Kale were incredibly silent. Each of them spoke only when they wanted to and when it was needed. Atticus had gotten used to handling just one of them, but with both of them, it was weird. And just as expected, today Kale had left first, just like the other times. And after a few minutes of speaking to Ember, she also expressed her desire to leave and go train. Atticus had sparred with Jared intensely today, so he wasn't quite feeling the itch. But regardless, they both separated after saying their goodbyes. Then Atticus started heading towards the first-year leaders building. It was already a few minutes to 5, and the expansive garden was bathed in an enchanting golden glow from the sunlight. Atticus made his way through the garden, glad that there wasn't any stupid interference that appeared today. Although there were still some students present, the expansive garden was a bit scanty. Most of the students had already returned to their divisions already. He got to the intended building in under a minute. And upon entering the ground floor, Atticus had expected to see the hall completely devoid of people as it was already way past the time the lecture ended. But instead of meeting an empty hall, Atticus was a little shocked to see a group of black-clothed individuals standing on one corner of the hall, each of them backing him. Atticus decided to ignore them. He started walking towards the elevator at the opposite end of the hall. But Atticus's steps couldn't help but pause as the individuals all suddenly turned around and faced him. It was then that Atticus was able to see their full outfits. Masks. Really? Atticus sighed deeply. There was no need to think or wonder what was happening, he already instinctively knew what was about to happen. Annoying as it was, he had no choice but to play along for now. Atticus kept on walking forward towards the group of individuals who had already started approaching him. As they got closer, one tall and bulky youth among them gestured to the left and right, and in response, the rest of them started moving in different directions, obviously trying to surround Atticus. And after a few seconds, Atticus abruptly stopped, his gaze landing on the tall figure of the bulky youth standing in front of him. About 10 and 5 of them are advanced plus rank with the rest at advanced. Atticus's perception worked at full speed as he swiftly and accurately determined the number in each of the assailant ranks. Each individual was draped in entirely black, baggy garments that enveloped every inch of their bodies, including their hair. The clothing was worn in a manner that obscured any discernible body shape, rendering it challenging to ascertain their true form. Putting on masks to cover their faces and wearing identical clothing so I won't be able to identify their figures. Atticus didn't need to even think to know that each of these individuals was here for him, were up to no good, and most importantly, very well knew his identity as a Tier 1. They covered themselves up so after accomplishing their tasks, I won't be able to identify them. You must be Atticus, the bulky individual standing directly in front of Atticus suddenly spoke up. Definitely a higher year, apart from the fact that his voice sounded unusually deeper than a 15-year-old, Atticus knew for a fact that no first year was in the advanced plus rank apart from him and Kale. They were all obviously too stupid to realize that their voices could also give out a lot of information about them. Seeing that they got no response, just as the bulky youth was about to speak, Atticus's voice suddenly sounded. I just want to confirm something so I'll be completely sure. You're here to beat me up, but because I'm a first year and you higher years, you want to bait me into attacking first so you can defend yourselves. Am I missing any other thing? Atticus inquired. Each of the youths all surrounding Atticus fell completely silent, neither of them expecting Atticus's words. Even though they all knew how obvious their get-up was, the last thing they were expecting was him being so direct. It was like he read them like an open book. So what now? Each one of the individuals turned towards the bulky figure standing in front of Atticus, all of them subtly seeking out their next course of action. Now that Atticus had blatantly pointed out their intentions, neither of them knew what to do again. If the prey knew he was about to get baited, would he still fall for it? Only a fool would, that's for sure. But the leader didn't seem to care that Atticus had figured out their plan. The tiered were incredibly proud people, there was no way they would sit still while someone insulted them. The bulky youth raised his voice, his words dripping with contempt, you white-haired monka, but before he could finish his sentence, he found himself hurtling head first through the air at alarming speed. KWKWMM, he attempted to speak, only to realize with horror that every lower tooth in his jaw had been shattered into pieces. In that moment, excruciating pain coursed through his body as the youth registered the pain. The realization that all his teeth and jaw had shattered sent a wave of agony coursing through the youth's body. He barely had time to register the pain before his body collided with the wall of the building. The impact resembled a juicy slab of meat slamming into an immovable surface. His form quite literally splattered against the wall, the force of the impact shattering every bone in his body and painting the surrounding area crimson. The other assailants drew in sharp breaths as they witnessed the scene unfold. The bulky youth's form slid down the wall like a wet slab of meat, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. There was not a single damage on the building wall despite the crazy momentum of the youth. The assailants all turned their gazes towards the boy who was supposed to be their prey, each of them immediately becoming utterly baffled. Atticus didn't seem like he had even moved an inch away from where he was standing. There were still about 4 advanced plus rank individuals present and neither of them had been able to understand what happened. Just as each of them began to question if Atticus was truly responsible for the devastating blow, they witnessed his figure blur before their eyes. Suddenly, their visions tilted downward, and they found themselves descending toward the ground uncontrollably. Instinctively, they tried to use their limbs to stop their fall, but their bodies refused to obey. With no support, their forms collided with the ground with resounding thuds, leaving many of them utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. One of them turned his head, his gaze falling upon his brutalized hands and legs. They were twisted beyond recognition, resembling hardly squeezed blood-red towels. Then, the screams began. Ah! An intense, deafening scream pierced through the hall, followed by a cacophony of shrieks as the assailants became painfully aware of their predicament. Each one added their voice to the chorus of agony, screaming out in response to the excruciating pain. The entrance to the first-year building was simply an open space for students to pass. There was nothing like doors or anything blocking the entrance. And given this, there was simply no way a group of individuals screaming that loudly wouldn't attract the attention of the other students in the area. Many weren't present, but the few that were immediately started heading towards where they heard the screams to see what was going on. As soon as they entered, their collective gazes immediately landed on Atticus, who had an icy expression on his face while staring at the sprawled figures of the youths screaming in pain on the ground. Before any of the students could even understand what was happening, Atticus moved. He approached one of the youths screaming in pain and bent down, getting on the same level with him. No, 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 no. The youth started screaming, trying his best to inch away from him. Atticus completely ignored this as he grabbed the mask covering his face, yanking it off. But instead of the face he had been expecting, Atticus saw that the black attire the youth was wearing also covered his face. But his eyes were now visible through two circular holes where his eyes were located. Atticus's piercing blue eyes locked with those of the youth, causing the latter to immediately tremble in response. He had never seen a gaze so cold before. It was as though he was being looked at like a thing rather than a human being. Please, the youth's pleas fell on deaf ears as Atticus suddenly grabbed the youth's head firmly with his right hand. Plea. The youth's words were abruptly cut short, Atticus's hands suddenly set ablaze in a scorching inferno. Ha! The youth's renewed intense scream immediately drowned out the others, his form jerking, tossing, and turning as he tried his very best to free himself from Atticus's hold. But Atticus's grip was completely firm. Plus, due to the youth's inability to move his limbs, he was unable to set himself free. The students who had convened inside the first-year building all watched, many of their forms slightly trembling, as Atticus's scorching flames ravaged the head of the youth, the boy's jerking body and screams showing no signs of abating. The students that had entered the building had mostly been higher years, and almost all of them were from Tier 2 and 3 families. Immediately, they all entered the building and saw the white hair and figure of Atticus. They immediately recognized the monster. None of them even attempted to stop the brutality going on. They all simply watched in silence. After a few seconds, Atticus finally extinguished his flames, and his gaze landed on the face of the youth. The youth's face was completely scalding red, with many parts of his face burnt beyond recognition. His face was filled with tears and mucus streaming out of his eyes and nose. His skin was attempting to heal, but it seemed as though the remnants of the flames kept hindering it. So I was right. A third year, Atticus thought. Just like his head, Atticus could see some small black spots just underneath the youth's chin. It was plenty obvious there had been a beard growing there before it got burnt. Atticus turned his gaze to the nether region of the youth, which was getting more soaked by the seconds. The disgusting liquid gathered on the ground, its form slowly streaming towards Atticus, who was close to the youth. Atticus swiftly created an air barrier around it, stopping the liquid from moving close to him. Turning his icy gaze back to the youth, Atticus locked eyes with him. I beg you, please, the tears streaming from the youth's eyes increased as he pleaded. But Atticus completely ignored the youth's ramblings, his tone as cold as ice as he spoke. You're currently 10 in number. I am only going to ask you once. If I don't receive an answer, I will inflict on you a pain you will never forget in your life and then simply move to the next person. So I advise you to think wisely. Who sent you? Atticus asked. Hearing Atticus's question, the youth who had initially been frantically nodding his head as though ready to agree to everything and anything this white-haired monster asked suddenly froze. His eyes immediately welled up with even more tears. The youth turned his gaze around the hall, hoping that any one of the students would come to his aid, but all he got were gazes being averted as none of the students had any intention of stepping up. Please, why you have tea, do you understand? I see can't. Before the youth could continue speaking, Atticus suddenly averted his gaze away from the youth, standing up straight from his bent position. Before he could understand what was going on, he suddenly felt something warm enveloping his whole body. And then, in the next instant, another mind-numbing scream rocked the whole hall as the youth felt searing hot flames ravaging his whole body, inflicting unimaginable pain and suffering upon him. The youth's form jerked, rapidly rolling from one place to another on the floor trying to extinguish the flames but to no avail. Because of the shock and intensity of the pain racking the youth's body, he had completely forgotten that he was an advanced plus-rank individual. But at the moment, and in pure desperation, he suddenly remembered and immediately tried to use mana to extinguish the flames. If it were normal flames, simply deploying mana was enough to completely extinguish them, but unfortunately for the youth, the flame currently ravaging his body was far from normal. The youth kept rolling rapidly on the floor, his deafening screams piercing through the ears of all the students watching the scene. It was a completely brutal scene. Not many could witness someone literally burning alive in front of them. Many would have left the scene already, unable to stomach the sight. But the youths currently watching the scene weren't normal individuals. Despite the fact that all the tiered were in the academy were all children, at the very least, 90% of them had already personally ended a life before. The last thing the tiered families needed were soft family members who would shy away from doing what was necessary when it was necessary. It was exactly because of this that they always made sure each of their family members, especially the heirs, weren't newbies when it came to taking lives. Although one could see some of the onlookers subtly trembling while looking at the burning figure of the youth, they were in the minority. But this didn't mean the rest didn't regard Atticus's actions as borderline brutal. The one who was the cause of all this brutality didn't even seem to look as though he was doing anything. His expression hadn't once changed from when he had first addressed the assailants. As Atticus stood up, he turned his gaze around and saw the other assailants all trying their best to crawl and get far away from him, every single one of them trembling. The scene of Atticus burning the youth had woken all of them up, bringing them back to reality. Even though they were all currently crippled, they weren't out of the woods yet. Once again, all of the gathered students watched as Atticus moved, approaching a completely pathetic-looking figure of a youth who was trying to crawl and get away. Atticus's footsteps were slow and deliberate, each rhythmic cadence sounding like the Reaper's call to the youth, each step making the youth cry and pray that he be spared. But reality had always been a big bitch. Atticus finally reached the youth and immediately controlled the air to wrap around the youth's form. Atticus lifted the youth, turning him to face his direction. He suddenly bent down and yanked the mask covering the youth's face, and as though the youth had been waiting for that opportunity, his eyes suddenly emitted a bright crimson glow, and instantaneously, 2 laser beams shot out from the youth's eyes. Their forms cut through the air with great force, instantly appearing inches away from Atticus's face. The onlookers didn't even have time to be shocked. It was plenty obvious that if that attack should land, it would create 2 large holes through Atticus's head. But Atticus's gaze never once wavered. Arcane barrier, Atticus suddenly invoked. And immediately, a golden transparent barrier appeared between Atticus and the laser beams. Anyone viewing such a scene wouldn't have expected at the very least for there to be a huge impact, but the result was anything but so. The beams hit the barrier, and as though a jet of water was hitting the expansive sea, the barrier seamlessly absorbed the attack, sending only slight ripples through its surface. Atticus's right hand suddenly grabbed the head of the youth's 2 completely crimson eyes immediately trembling in fear, clearly regretting his actions. I'm sore. Before the youth could speak, Atticus's hands suddenly set ablaze in a scorching inferno. Just like earlier, the youth's scream was mind-numbing and deafening. His form immediately shook as he tried to get out of Atticus's hold but to no avail. After a few seconds of excruciating pain, the youth's scalding burnt face appeared in view. Atticus didn't bother repeating his speech again. He had made sure his voice had been loud enough earlier for all of the assailants to hear him. So he didn't need to repeat his speech. Atticus's piercing blue eyes locked onto the youth's eyes. The latter didn't even dare try to pull his earlier stunt again. He knew now that nothing was going to work against this monster in front of him. Who sent you? Atticus's cold words sounded once more, his voice although low, carried enough weight to be heard across the hall. Please, tears streamed out of the youth's eyes as he begged. But the youth couldn't help but tremble hard as he saw Atticus suddenly averting his gaze away from him and stood up straight. No, 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 please. The youth's pleas were cut short as his form suddenly erupted in a blaze. Another deafening scream joined the chorus as the youth's form suddenly erupted in a blaze. Just like the youth before, he instantly tried to use mana, but it was completely to no avail. The flames were still scorching and were ravaging his form without pity. Once again, Atticus moved. His form slowly and deliberately approached another one of the assailants trying to crawl away on the floor. Their limbs were completely unusable, and despite the fact that some of them were advanced plus rank, their passive healing abilities weren't nearly enough to heal an injury this severe. Their unusable limbs made their attempts at crawling away seem like a bunch of fish trying to move on land, pathetic. As Atticus controlled the air to wrap around the form of the youth rapidly started speaking before he was even turned around. Wait, I'll tell you. The one who sent us is. The youth couldn't even finish speaking before his artifact suddenly lit up. Instantly, he let out a vibrating scream as tendrils of golden lightning snaked around his form, shocking him intensely. Atticus watched with raised eyebrows as the youth trembled and convulsed on the ground in response to the electric shock. It's the artifact's doing, so it obviously can't be a mana contract, Atticus pondered. He had experienced firsthand how a mana contract reacted any time a person was about to break the words specified in the contract. He remembered vividly what happened to Helidor back at the Raven camp when he had questioned him. Given the fact that it was the artifact enforcing the punishment, Atticus was reminded of the contract feature the Raven camp had introduced. An upgraded version then, Atticus surmised. He could clearly recall that that feature didn't have any physical punishment should one try to break the contract. But this current situation was obviously different. Atticus walked away from the youth convulsing on the floor and approached another youth. He didn't even have to say anything. The screams of the two burning youths were enough to instill a deep-rooted fear in each of them. They knew Atticus wasn't joking around. Each of the assailants would rather get electrocuted than go through the experience of having their bodies burn alive. After a few tortuous moments with the number of screaming youth intensifying, each of the assailants lay on the ground, convulsing and shaking as they continuously got electrocuted. Atticus stared at the youths sprawled on the ground coldly. Raising his hand, Atticus suddenly clicked on his artifact, swiftly navigating to the oracle section. He subtly muttered under his breath. Why are they all getting electrocuted and how can I bypass this to get the information I want? Atticus consulted the oracle. The oracle instantly replied. The students currently convulsing on the ground are all under an academy contract. The academy contract is a feature introduced to the academy to serve as a way to consolidate agreements without posing a direct threat to the student's life, unlike mana contracts which could potentially kill the students if breached. Every student in the academy has the privilege of creating these contracts and is allowed to impose any reward or punishment should there be a breach. Without deactivating the contract, it will remain active for as long as the youths are in the academy. Only the creator is allowed to deactivate the contract. Atticus listened to the oracle's explanation quietly. He had already surmised most of what the oracle just explained already. Atticus had simply wanted to confirm if all his assumptions had been correct. And seeing that there was nothing he could do about the current situation, Atticus decided to leave. But before I leave, Atticus focused his gaze on the youths getting electrocuted on the floor. And then with a single thought, their forms instantly erupted in a fit of scorching flames, their screams instantly flooding the whole hall. Each of them had been getting shocked because they had broken the academy contracts. Despite the fact that they had broken the contract because of him, Atticus still believed that he wasn't the one giving them the lesson. He would rather they suffer directly from his hand. Atticus was the type that didn't tolerate nonsense no matter the circumstances, and if any individual was foolish enough to show him that nonsense, Atticus would make sure that they all regretted their actions. Each of the students watching the scene was gazing at him, curious to see what would happen next, and were shocked beyond belief to see him burning the shocking figures of the youth. Wasn't that too cruel? Madmen. One of them couldn't help but mutter and gulp loudly as Atticus started walking away from the scene with a neutral gaze as though the entire event that just occurred had absolutely nothing to do with him. Many of them had a huge wake-up call today. Madmen. Those two words were what many in the human domain, the masses, and even the higher classes alike knew the Ravenstein has. The bunch of white-haired individuals were crazy, and everyone simply got reminded of that fact today. The students gathered in the hall watching the scene weren't dumb. Even though the faces of the assailants had been burnt scalding red, many of the observers had still been able to recognize some of the assailants currently screaming and burning on the floor. They were all third years. Each of them had a significant amount of influence in the third year. Only a certain number of students in the third year were able to get to the advanced plus rank, and these individuals were known as geniuses in the year. And who amongst them didn't watch the fight between Atticus and Cale? They knew well enough that Atticus was a first year. And yet, Atticus had flawlessly beaten the living daylights out of them as though it were nothing. Each of the second and third years present all sucked in a cold breath. Didn't that mean that he could easily defeat them too? They all gulped. None among the crowd of students even tried to help the burning figures of the screaming youths on the floor. Apart from the fact that it was obvious who the cause of everything was, a first-year Ravenstein who was able to easily defeat the geniuses of the third year. No one was stupid enough to get on the bad side of that monster. As soon as Atticus left the scene, many of the students started leaving the building silently, the hall becoming very scanty after a few seconds. The crowd of students leaving the hall revealed the figure of two individuals who had been standing at the back lines of the crowd. Both of these individuals had bright orange hair and were impeccably dressed, wearing attire that only Tier 1 should be able to easily afford. The youth on the left-hand side, who stood at 6 feet tall, currently had an icy look on his face as he gazed at the figures of the burning youths rolling on the ground. If any one of the students in the first-year leadership class saw the icy look on this youth's face, they would all be shocked beyond words. And their reactions would be completely understandable. This was because the youth currently showing an icy expression was none other than Seraphin Stellaris. But unlike his usual playful and bubbly self, Seraphin's current demeanor could only be described in one word: cold. His current demeanor was such a stark contrast to his usual self that one wouldn't even know who the real Seraphin Stellaris was. Many would even think this current youth was his evil twin. But each of them would be completely wrong. This was definitely Seraphin. Seeing the cold look on his face, it was plenty obvious that he was angry at something. He's quite strong, little bro. Far too strong for him to be just an advanced plus rank, the second orange youth standing next to him suddenly spoke up. The youth stood at a height of 6 feet 4 feet, and upon hearing him, many people knowledgeable about the Stellaris family gene would go through another shock. The youth's voice sounded normal. His chin was already showing signs of orange strands of hair jutting out of it. Given his features and the fact that he was a student in the academy, the youth couldn't be over 17 years of age. And yet, the intensity of his voice had been low. Given his heritage and the blood currently running through his veins, it was baffling. Only the true geniuses of the Stellaris family could achieve such control. This youth was Gerald Stellaris, the elder brother of Seraphin and currently one of the geniuses of the third year. Seraphin didn't utter any response. He just kept staring coldly at the youth screaming on the ground. Gerald sighed deeply. What exactly did he even do to you for you to do all of this? He turned towards Seraphin with a gaze filled with confusion. This little brother of his had suddenly approached him and asked him for a favor. He had no idea why he wanted to do it, but since he couldn't refuse his little brother, he had reluctantly complied. After a few seconds, Seraphin suddenly turned his gaze away from the screaming youths and started walking outside the building, leaving his words sounding in his wake. Don't worry, big bro Gerald. I'll handle him, Seraphin, his voice sounding in a normal tone declared as he walked out of the building. Gerald kept gazing at where Seraphin had just left, his thoughts racing as he pondered what he had just witnessed. He had seen the fight between Atticus and Cale, and without a doubt, he also accepted that they were both monsters. They were just in their first years and already had the battle strength of many of the third years. But despite all this, the strength both of them had displayed had fallen short of the strength of the true geniuses of the third years. What was even more baffling was that the strength Atticus had just used to easily defeat the assailants was even more than what he had displayed during the test. Aren't you poking something you can't chew, little bro? Gerald thought. He knew his brother well. Despite the boy's lively and bubbly personality, he knew this was all simply what he showed to the public. He knew how crazy Seraphin could get, and he really couldn't help but wonder what Atticus had done to earn his ire. Gerald shook his head slightly, completely ignoring the burning figure of the youth on the floor. He also started heading out of the building. After Gerald left the building, after a few hellish seconds that felt like decades for the burning youths, a golden glow suddenly enveloped each one of them, and their forms abruptly disappeared from the scene. Atticus got to the top floor of the building after a few seconds and started walking through the hall. Could it be him? Atticus pondered. Atticus couldn't say he had earned the ire of any third-year students. There was only one person who came to his mind, Zezizius Enigmum. He was the only third-year Atticus had an altercation with. Is it really him? Atticus had doubts. The Enigmum family was supposed to be filled with intelligent individuals, and from what he had seen that day, Zezizius had proven that to be true. He really doubted that he would do something so stupid as sending a group of boys to beat him up. Atticus decided to stop thinking about the matter for now. There wasn't really anything he could do except waiting for the fool to come out himself. And when that happens, a cold aura seeped out of Atticus's form as he muttered under his breath, "I'll make them regret it." Atticus finally got to the door of the teleportation room, and upon entering, he got teleported back to his division. As Atticus opened his eyes, he was met with the sights of the familiar campgrounds. He had spent quite a lot of time at the Academy's main campus, so most of his division members had already returned to camp. The area was bustling with different youths all strolling about. Atticus turned, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he saw that he couldn't find Aurora standing in the area at all. Hama, is she not back yet? Atticus was a little surprised to see that Aurora wasn't in her usual spot, anticipating his arrival. Many might find this thought to be very narcissistic, but Atticus, who knew Aurora very well, didn't think it was. The girl might act like she didn't care, but Atticus knew just how soft-hearted she was. That's right, her mood was odd. Atticus suddenly remembered his last interaction with her. She had been abnormally moody. Shit, I almost forgot. Atticus berated himself for forgetting. Before he left the academy, he had resolved to find out the cause of Aurora's actions. She should be in her room. Atticus swiftly started walking through the camp towards the barracks. The other division members who saw Atticus as he moved all gave their usual characteristic bow as a show of respect, and after a few seconds, he finally reached the barracks. Damn, I don't know where her room is. Since he had bought this building, Atticus hadn't even bothered to visit the rooms of the others. They had always been the ones visiting him. Atticus clicked on his artifact and swiftly consulted the oracle, and after a few seconds, he was standing at the front of her door. Atticus clicked on the doorbell in the terminal beside the wall, and he immediately got scanned. But despite waiting for a few seconds, there was no response. Just when Atticus was about to push it once more, a face suddenly materialized on top of the terminal on the side of the door. What do you want? Aurora's voice sounded. Although her words had sounded dismissive, her tone was soft. What the hell is wrong with you? Atticus asked with a slight chuckle. He just couldn't understand why Aurora was acting this way. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Aurora said dismissively. But Atticus simply gave her a deep, long stare, one that she was able to recognize even though they were speaking through a terminal. He wasn't going to let this matter go. Aurora's display on the terminal suddenly sighed softly. She then mumbled incoherent words under her breath that even Atticus, with his incredible senses, wasn't able to catch. What the hell did you say? Atticus inquired. I said it's a ladies' thing. Aurora suddenly screamed in response, her face immediately flushing red in embarrassment. Ladies' stuff. Atticus still wasn't quite understanding what she was talking about. You clueless fool. Aurora screamed, then she lowered her voice and stammered. Menstrua. Aurora didn't seem able to complete that word. Her face turned beet red, and it seemed as though white fumes were streaming out of her ears. But Aurora didn't even need to complete her words. Just the mention of the first part was enough to make Atticus finally figure out what was happening. Atticus's mouth opened wide, mouthing an, oh. It truly was a lady's thing. Damn, even I know how stupid this sounds, but I never would have expected women in Eldoralf also menstruate like those back on Earth. Atticus was slightly shocked. He had never noticed this particular kind of thing before. They had mana and their bodies healed passively, so should they even be feeling pain? Atticus couldn't help but wonder. He sure as hell knew Anastasia would be able to hide it from him, but why was he just noticing Aurora's? Atticus shook his head, thinking of too much trivial stuff. Are you okay? Atticus inquired with a hint of concern. They call the pain cramps, right? Atticus remembered the name females back on Earth used to refer to the pain menstruation brings. I'll be fine. I just need a little rest, Aurora softly responded. Atticus was a little relieved that the matter wasn't as serious as he had expected. After speaking with Aurora for a few minutes, Atticus quickly made a journey to the mess hall and got a tray of food. Then he brought it back and handed it to Aurora. And then, after telling Aurora to get enough food and sleep, Atticus left the room and immediately started heading towards the caves to train. He had learned an important skill today and he wanted to test and see every possible option that he could utilize it for. But he didn't forget to unleash his usual massacre on the beasts in the forest, earning him another truckload of points. After a few moments, Atticus got to the caves and immediately started his training. And during the training, Atticus found out a few things about his newfound power. Focusing his will outside of his body, Atticus could control the surrounding mana and shape and manipulate it however he wanted. How powerful and sturdy his creations were depended on how high his will was. Utilizing aerokinesis, Atticus could not only empower himself by enveloping himself in the mixture of wills and mana, he could also form anything with the mana in the air. Jared had only created mana barriers during their spar, but Atticus discovered that he could make even more than that. He could mold the mana into anything he wanted and attack with said thing. The possibilities were numerous. Attempting to battle the Shadow Seraphim without utilizing his elements and life weapons art, Atticus used only aerokinesis and his passive bodily strength. Atticus discovered that he was only a bit slower and weaker than the beast, and this was crazy given the fact that Atticus was still at the expert rank. The power-up was staggering. Immediately Atticus used the katana art and aerokinesis together. It was as if the world around him changed as his form felt remarkably surreal. The boost was staggering. During the long and intense training time in the caves, Atticus discovered numerous uses of aerokinesis he hadn't even thought to use during his spar with Jared. He really didn't get the chance to explore its uses during the spar. Jared had kept him completely on his toes. Atticus kept on trying every one of the newly figured moves on the Shadow Seraphim. The cavern trembled as both of them battled. At this point, one could say that the beast had truly gone through a lot. During the past week, it had been constantly getting brutally beaten up times without number. It was so much that one would start feeling sorry for the monster. But this whole situation wasn't a complete loss for the beast. During each fight where Atticus had always beaten it up, Atticus wasn't the only one improving. After all that time and constant healing, the beast's current regeneration capabilities had truly gone off the charts. What used to take it more than a day to heal a severe injury now took it way less time than that. Not only that, the beast also got faster and stronger during each spar. It was evolving, but no matter how much it evolved, it was never enough to handle Atticus, much to its frustration. Therefore, despite its growth, it still ended up in the same sorry state. Apart from the aerokinesis, Atticus also made sure to keep spamming the teleportation runes, gradually increasing his exposure numbers. After a few intense hours, Atticus ended the training with the beast, leaving the brutalized form of the Shadow Seraphim behind in the expansive cavern as he left. Atticus once again picked a random direction and killed numerous beasts as he made his way to camp, gathering a significant number of points. Upon reaching the campgrounds, Atticus kept to his regular routine and collected the recordings of the blacksmithing and alchemy classes. Atticus started heading to his room after that. The camp still had a few youths moving around, chatting about their lectures for the day and mundane stuff. Atticus's tall and imposing form stuck out like a sore thumb, even though it was already late at night. The youths walking around either completely avoided him or bowed as he passed by. As Atticus moved towards the barracks, his steps couldn't help but pause as he suddenly heard something very disturbing coming from a distance away. This was something Atticus would have completely ignored normally, but because he recognized the muffled sounds of the individuals' voices, Atticus was inclined to check it out despite how much he truly didn't want to. The camp currently had only a few buildings, and Atticus hadn't been bothered to add extra buildings. He still hadn't chosen the building the Academy awarded them with for winning their first division battle. He was currently saving up their division points so he would eventually be able to purchase the advanced training facility. Its price had been staggering after all. Atticus's steps led him to the training grounds. There weren't many hiding spots in the camp due to the sparse buildings, but because of the large array of equipment in the training grounds, there were many places that youths could hide in. Ethereal cloak, Atticus muttered under his breath as he walked into the training grounds. And instantly, his form disappeared. After walking forward for a few moments, the muffled sounds Atticus heard earlier started getting louder. Undeterred, Atticus kept on moving, and after a few seconds, just behind a large piece of equipment, Atticus saw a scene that weirded the living daylights out of him. A scene he definitely wouldn't be forgetting anytime soon. Two youths were currently engaged in a hot, steamy kiss with each other. The camp was filled with 15-year-olds, and while this might not have been the ideal age to be engaged in things like this, Atticus knew well enough that a bunch of horny teenagers wouldn't care about that fact. So then why was Atticus shocked? It was quite simple. Because the two youths currently locking lips both had snow-white hair, and although visibility wasn't that clear because of the darkness, due to Atticus's incredibly acute senses, he was able to make out exactly who these two individuals were. Eric and Arya. Atticus's invisible form winced, and immediately, he turned back and quickly ran away from the scene. It was like he had just been traumatized. Atticus swiftly tried to clear his racing mind, trying his very best to not think about what he had just seen. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Atticus repeated those words over and over again like a mantra as he made his way to his room, his steps hurried. Atticus never ever wanted to remember that he ever saw something this night at all. I collected the recordings and heading straight to my room, Atticus repeated those words continuously until he too believed them. After a few seconds, Atticus finally got to his room and immediately entered the bathroom to take a long, fulfilling shower. He really needed to cool his head down after what he had just witnessed. After a few long minutes, Atticus stepped out of the bathroom and put on comfortable clothing and immediately hit the bed. Atticus kept muttering his usual mantra, trying to forget everything he saw tonight. And after some time, Atticus finally entered dreamland. The next day, Atticus followed his usual routine, waking up early in the morning and then heading to the caves to train. And after a few intense hours, Atticus came back to camp. He first headed to his room to freshen up and then immediately went to the mess hall right after. Getting 2 trays of food, Atticus left the mess hall and headed back to the barracks to a particular red-eyed girl's room. Aurora had been completely baffled and shocked to see him bringing her food. It was early in the morning nonetheless. Was this really Atticus? Aurora had assumed yesterday was a one-time thing because he felt sorry. This was the first time Atticus was actually taking time out of his schedule to visit her. The boy was always training and training. And if he wasn't, he would either be with Anastasia or hang out with her only because she always checked up on him. HMPH. I guess you're beginning to start being useful, Aurora commented. She suddenly grabbed one of the trays from Atticus's hands and swiftly turned away from Atticus, attempting to hide the warm smile that had appeared on her face. Atticus couldn't help but smile wryly while shaking his head slightly. This girl is a huge Tsunere, Atticus thought with a bit of humor before also smiling warmly. He was glad to see her getting better. They both ate their food while making small talk, and then, after a long while, they both left the room and started moving to the terminal where they would get teleported. This was the moment Atticus had been dreading since the incident last night. They both walked in tandem with each other, their appearance capturing the attention of the already gathered crowd of students. As soon as they got to the front of the Black Spire, with all of the Ravenstein youths already gathered at the front, Atticus's gaze couldn't help but land on Eric and Arya. They were both standing separately from each other as though they were complete strangers. But of course, Atticus knew that was nothing but utter bullshit. Atticus quickly diverted his gaze away from both of them. Just looking at them was making him vividly remember the trauma-inducing scene from last night. Whatever both of them were doing wasn't his business, so he would simply ignore it. The rest of the Ravenstein youths hadn't changed much, but Atticus could see that they were all looking a bit sleep-deprived. The lectures were obviously taking more from them than each of them bargained for. With Lucas looking more like a thin, exhausted panda, and Nate with his usual sad expression simply stood still without saying anything. As soon as the clock struck 11:45, Atticus gave his signature nod at Aurora and the rest of the Ravenstein youth and immediately entered the golden light. Finding himself in the pristine white room, Atticus swiftly approached the door and walked out of the room. But instead of the usual scene Atticus was already getting used to seeing, this time around, there was a particular change Atticus would always be grateful for. Stepping out of the room, he was instantly hit with a flowery scent he was all too familiar with. Atticus swiftly turned his head left slightly, and his piercing blue eyes locked together with Zoe's amethyst eyes as she passed in front of him, her purple hair gracefully flowing behind her. Before Atticus even had the chance to enjoy this moment, Zoe's lips suddenly curled up into a captivating smile that instantly made Atticus's heart flutter. "Hi," Zoe greeted softly while walking past him. It was obvious that it was simply a passing greeting, but despite how brief, Atticus was elated he was able to experience such a captivating scene. What a way to make my day, Atticus thought while staring at the retreating figure of Zoe. "We're going to be late for class," Cale's voice suddenly rang out, immediately bringing Atticus out of his reverie. Atticus turned to see Cale staring at him with his characteristic expressionless face. Ahem, Atticus cleared his throat awkwardly and started walking through the hallway with Cale walking in tandem with him. They both apparently had separate classes for the day, with each class focusing on their respective bloodlines. Consulting their oracles, they both found out that the 5th floor was where the venues for their lectures were, and after a few minutes, they both separated, and Atticus ended up standing in front of a large black door along with someone he hadn't been expecting to be with, Seraphine Stellaris. Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon seeing Seraphine here with him. But after thinking about it for a bit, Atticus thought his presence here made sense. The Stellaris family had bloodlines related to solar energy obtained from the sun. While it couldn't be said to be elemental, it was still something in that line. Seraphine's lips, as usual, were curled up into a huge grin as he suddenly turned to face Atticus. "Hey bro, I'm Seraphine Stellaris. What's up?" Seraphine greeted, his voice booming and resounding across the whole area. Considering how low Seraphine's voice had been when he had spoken to Gerald just yesterday, it was plenty obvious something was definitely wrong somewhere. Immediately, when Atticus saw the boy about to speak, he had acted. Creating a barrier made of air to shield his ears, Atticus avoided getting deafened. Hearing Seraphine's words, Atticus couldn't help but be a little surprised. He really hadn't been expecting an introduction from him when he saw him here. The other Tier 1 students had all been maintaining a certain distance away from each other, not trying to talk or even form a connection. Gazing at the excited look on Seraphine's face, Atticus was inclined to offer a response. "Hi, I'm Atticus Ravenstein. It's nice meeting you." Good. Seraphine suddenly exclaimed, and then suddenly in the next instance, he turned and faced his front, not saying anything else. Atticus sighed. Of course, he's weird. The people Atticus had been constantly meeting these days had all been weird, and if he had to be honest, he was already getting tired of it. There was only so much weirdness he could handle before he too was initiated. They both scanned their artifacts on the door, and with a chime, they both entered the room. They were instantly met with an expansive room, and all across it were multiple large and imposing doors, each of them with different colors. Atticus's eyes immediately landed on the large icons that were on the top of each of these doors. Each of them mirrored the different colors of the doors, and they seemed to depict different elements. Each of the tall and imposing doors mirrored the different colors of the icons, and they all seemed to depict different elements. "I see," Atticus thought as he gazed at all the doors. The door they had entered from had the same shape as all the other doors, only that it was just plain black. The rest of the doors were sprawled across the space on each side, forming a long hallway. And Atticus and Seraphine stood at the entrance of the hall. They both stood together for a few seconds, each of them waiting for instructions on what to do next. But despite standing and waiting for more than a minute, nothing happened. "Are we just supposed to enter one of the rooms?" Atticus wondered. They were both the only ones present in the space. Atticus turned to see Seraphine also staring around, confused about what to do next. It should know the answer. Instead of simply standing here wondering what to do next, Atticus decided to ask the oracle. Clicking on his artifact, Atticus navigated to the oracle section. "What are we supposed to do in this situation?" he inquired. "You're currently in the space designated for LEMT-01 class," the oracle responded. LEMT-01 is an independent training period where each student is allotted a maximum of 5 hours to utilize any of the facilities available within this space. "What are the facilities behind each door?" Atticus pressed for more information. Although he already had an idea of what was there, he thought it best to confirm from the oracle. The facilities present in this space are known as elemental rooms. Each of the icons on the room represents different elements, and all of these rooms have the perfect conditions and elements in abundance to train each element you want effectively. Hearing the oracle's answer, Atticus nodded, his lips curling up into a grin. He was glad he wouldn't have to use another 5 hours of his time sitting down and listening to lectures. And what was best was the fact that he would get to train his elements. Hearing the sound of footsteps by his side, Atticus turned to see Seraphine walking through the hallway without saying a word to him. I didn't hear him speaking, so he must have just decided to check the rooms out. Atticus watched as Seraphine walked while looking at the icons on each wall. After a few seconds, he finally stopped and approached a bright orange-colored door, which immediately creaked open as he got closer. Seraphine suddenly turned and locked eyes with Atticus. His lip, which had been curled up into a grin before, was now normal. His once bubbly face now expressionless as he stared at Atticus intensively. Atticus's eyebrow shifted upwards. Although the boy was currently at a significant distance away from him, Atticus was still able to see him clearly. The change in demeanor was glaring. Before Atticus could wonder what was happening, Seraphine suddenly turned his gaze forward and walked through the door. What a weird boy. Atticus shook his head and decided to focus on his next move. He gazed at the doors, wondering which one to enter first. He currently had a lot of elements in his repertoire that needed intensive training. After briefly thinking about it, Atticus's gaze landed on the first door to his right. It had a red fiery icon on top of it, and the door was red just like the icon. Fire element first, Atticus thought as he approached the large imposing door. As he got closer, it was as though it could sense his presence. The door shook a bit and creaked before suddenly opening. As soon as the door opened, Atticus experienced a wave of searing heat hit his form like a relentless storm. Damn, Atticus couldn't help but mutter. The heat wave that hit him just now was hot, incredibly hot. It was so scorching that it would most definitely immediately turn a normal human on Earth to cinders. If Atticus didn't know any better, he would have thought this heat wave was a test to see if a student entering could handle the temperature. Atticus gazed through the door, but all he could see was pitch black darkness. Stealing his mind, Atticus took a step and walked through the darkness, the door creaking to a close behind him. Unlike what Atticus was expecting, there was no surreal feeling. He hadn't been teleported anywhere. But as soon as he walked through the darkness, Atticus experienced the temperature around him suddenly increase by at least 400 degrees, as it became scorching hot. And then, the darkness suddenly receded, and Atticus's gaze landed on the true nature of the fire elemental room. It was hell. Apart from the entrance floor being made of metal, every single part of the room was filled with scorching fire. That was all Atticus could see. There was a single pathway made of a hard surface that cut through the fire and led deeper into the room, and on both sides of this path was a huge wall of fire. Atticus wasted no time. He stepped onto the pathway and started moving deeper into the room. Unlike the rest of the space being filled with fire, the pathway was made with something students could walk on. The pathway radiated an intense orange glow and a crazy amount of heat on its own. It was simply a straight path cutting through the room. Atticus kept walking deeper into the room with a huge grin. Why was Atticus smiling? It was because he had just discovered something amazing. The deeper he went into the room, the more the temperature seemed to be increasing with intensity. After a few seconds, Atticus's rapid steps slowed down a bit. At the current distance Atticus had gone, the temperature was off the charts. It had already passed a staggering 1500 degrees. Without even needing to do anything, Atticus could subtly feel his fire element thriving a great deal. It was a stark contrast to the advanced training facilities he had grown accustomed to. Atticus hadn't had the privilege to utilize the training facilities of Avalon or Anastasia, but the simulation he typically used for his elemental training paled in comparison to what lay before him. The features of the advanced training room were straightforward. It could simulate a specific environment with reasonable accuracy based on user input. However, while Atticus could adjust factors like temperature to a certain extent, the level of detail and control paled in comparison to what he now beheld. Even if Atticus attempted to push its limits, it couldn't replicate conditions beyond a certain point without resorting to extreme measures, such as submerging him in a pit of lava. Before even getting to this level, Atticus had to utilize his fire element to mitigate the heat. I can still go in further, Atticus thought to himself. While his steps slowed down a little bit, Atticus never once stopped. He kept moving deeper and deeper into the room. After a minute, the determined gait of Atticus came to an abrupt stop. The current temperature was bordering on 3000 degrees, and although Atticus had been using his fire element to mitigate the heat, there was only so much it could do. Atticus, the one who hardly ever sweated even after a personal intensive training session, the same one who didn't even break a sweat after enacting a massacre, was currently sweating buckets. One could only imagine how hot the current temperature was. And turning his gaze forward, Atticus could see the path still going deeper into the room. He couldn't even begin to imagine how hot the temperature there was. This is as far as I can go, Atticus thought to himself. He was currently straining himself in order to mitigate the heat. Seeing that he couldn't go in further, Atticus chose this as an ideal spot to train. Should I just sit on the floor? Atticus wondered. He picked one side and sat down cross-legged on the floor. Atticus immediately entered a deep state of meditation as he attempted to completely immerse himself in the environment. He forgot air, forgot water, forgot earth, forgot all of his other elements, and completely focused on one thing: fire. Become the fire. Atticus repeated these words in his head constantly like a mantra while meditating. With each passing moment, Atticus could feel his fire element progressing incredibly well. Although he hadn't checked the numbers, he knew for sure it would be incomparable to when he trained in the advanced training room. After one long hour of meditating, Atticus eventually stopped. He stood up and immediately left the space. This lecture, just like others, only had 5 hours of lecture time. Atticus didn't want to experience what would happen after that 5 hours elapsed. He knew for sure that the academy wouldn't give them free things, even if it was for their benefits. I would most likely get thrown out somehow, Atticus thought to himself. Atticus had a lot of elements he needed to train, a whole lot. 5 hours was obviously not enough for the whole thing. The way back wasn't as intense as the way inside. The temperature kept steadily decreasing, much to his satisfaction. Atticus got to the exit of the room and stepped out of the open door. As soon as he got out, he wasted no time and approached the next door to the right. It was gray in color, and gazing at the icon above, it was easy to surmise that it was the air elemental room. The door creaked open as Atticus approached, an intense wave of air immediately hitting his form, making his trench coat flutter widely. Atticus stepped into the pitch-black room, and as soon as the darkness receded, his gaze landed on a beautiful scenery. It was like a large floating island made of high-pressure air. Intense air whipped around the space, painting a vivid image in his head. Unlike the earlier room, there was no single pathway for people to walk through. It was simply an open space. Stepping on the surface, Atticus could see that although the ground was made with air, it was compressed so tightly together that it felt like a normal hard surface. Atticus wasted no time and started walking forward, moving deeper into the space. He immediately noticed the striking similarities between this room and the fire elemental room. The air pressure seemed to be increasing in intensity as he kept on walking further. Atticus could feel a slight increase in resistance with each step, as if pushing against an invisible force. With each step forward, the pressure surrounding him steadily intensified, making it harder to move and breathe comfortably. As the air pressure became more intense, Atticus started to feel a sense of heaviness pressing down on his chest, making it increasingly difficult to draw in each breath. His ears began to pop and ache from the rapid changes in pressure, and he could feel a pounding sensation in his head as his body struggled to adjust. Atticus had long since deployed his air element in order to mitigate the effects of the intense amount of pressure. But even he knew that he couldn't keep doing this for too long. Just like in the fire elemental room, after walking deeper for a while, Atticus eventually got to a place where he had to stop. The air pressure was currently so intense that Atticus was having difficulty moving a finger. His muscles strained against the invisible weight that bore down on him. His breathing became labored, and he felt lightheaded and disoriented as his body struggled to cope with the extreme conditions. This spot, Atticus thought, well aware that he couldn't proceed further unless he wanted his form to be completely crushed. Sitting down cross-legged on the floor, Atticus immediately entered a meditative state, forgetting all his elements and focusing on only one: air. After meditating for an hour, Atticus stood up and left the room. He approached the water door next. Just as the door creaked open, a jet of water shot from the room with great force. Atticus, as swift as lightning, immediately took control of the approaching water, its form coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. The water had been shot normally, not being controlled by anyone, so Atticus was able to easily take control of it. Seeing as there were no more surprises, Atticus released his hold over the water and stepped into the pitch-black room. As soon as the darkness receded, Atticus found himself inside facing a large, humongous body of water. The entirety of the room was submerged in water, stretching endlessly in every direction. It wasn't just the floor or walls, the water filled every inch of space, suspended as if by an unseen force. Above him, below him, and all around him, the water shimmered with a translucent glow, casting ethereal reflections that danced across the cavernous expanse. Atticus stood on a small platform, the only dry spot in the entire chamber, surrounded by the vast, undulating sea that stretched out in all directions. Atticus took a step forward, his hand stretching out to touch the suspended water. He expected there to be some kind of force that would stop his hand, but he was a little shocked to see his hand simply phase through, entering the body of water. Atticus moved his hands upwards and downwards, getting a feel for it. After confirming that it really was water, he wrapped himself in a bubble of water to ensure his body didn't get wet. Then, he made sure he had enough air inside the bubble, and with another step forward, he entered the body of water. As soon as Atticus entered, he took control over the surrounding water and immediately started swimming deeper into the water. Seeing as how the other two elemental rooms had been, Atticus had immediately surmised that he had to go deeper to experience the full benefits of training in the elemental rooms. It was only by doing so that it became challenging for him. And he had been right on the mark. With each passing moment and the deeper he went, Atticus could feel the water pressure intensifying manifold. He knew the inevitable would soon happen, and it didn't take long for it to happen, as Atticus's form came to an abrupt stop. The current pressure was too intense. Just like in the air elemental room, Atticus found it profoundly hard to control the water around him. And this was the same for his movements, they were completely restricted. He found it hard to move even a single finger. I'll use this spot. Atticus decided to utilize this spot for his training. Closing his eyes, he entered a deep state of meditation, forgetting all his elements except water. With each passing moment, he could feel his proficiency with the water element increasing. After one externally quiet hour, Atticus stopped his training and started making his way outside the room. Atticus stepped out after a few minutes, the door closing behind him. Just as he was about to move to the next element to train, he stopped. I should stop wasting time and check it now. Atticus instinctively put off checking for a particular elemental room. If he had to be truthful, he currently needed this room more than the others. If he could find this room, it would save him a great deal of time and effort. What room was this? It was obvious. The space elemental room. There were no known tiered families with the special element, and even the Ravenstein family, known as the elementalists of the human domain, had never given birth to an individual who could control spatial elements. And this was currently the first-year leaders' building, where all the students present were all tiered. With all of this, it begged the question, why would the academy have a space elemental room then? Atticus had come to this conclusion in under a second of finding out what the rooms were and their purpose. But instead of putting it off, Atticus decided to check and see if he would see. Who knows, I might be lucky, Atticus thought as he started walking down the hallway. The number of elemental rooms didn't seem that much now that Atticus was having a better look at the hallway. The only thing that made the hallway long was the large distance between each room. They were about 60 feet apart from each other. Atticus's steps led him through the hallway where he encountered more elemental rooms. But despite searching for a while, Atticus didn't spot any logo or color looking like the space element. Not that it had a distinct color in the first place. Sigh, I knew it. Just when Atticus was about to give up, at the end of the hall, just to the right, Atticus saw it. It was a deep indigo-colored door which seemed to embody the vastness and mystery of space. Atticus's gaze moved to the icon on the door. It was a stylized representation of a swirling galaxy. Jackpot! Atticus couldn't hold back his excitement, his lips curling up into a huge, intense grin. He finally found it. Atticus couldn't even begin to explain just how happy he was at this find. This would change a lot of things for him. He wouldn't have to waste his academy points, he wouldn't have to go on a killing spree in the forest every time, he wouldn't have to keep spamming teleportation runes. He was elated. Atticus calmed his beating heart and immediately started approaching the imposing indigo-colored door. But before he got closer, his steps abruptly came to a halt. Won't I get tested? Atticus's thoughts raced. In each of the rooms he had entered so far, before he had been able to enter, he had been subtly tested. The intense hot heat wave, the crazy air pressure, and the jet of water were all to test his ability to control the respective elements. But what about space? Atticus, of course, had an affinity for space, but what he was currently trying to do was unlock the element. That simply meant that he currently had absolutely no control over the space element. What will happen if I'm attacked with the space element? Atticus couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He still vividly remembered his fight against Astrian back at the Raven camp. At the very least, I won't die, Atticus tried to reassure himself. Even if the attacks were lethal, he still had the artifact to protect his life. Taking deep breaths, Atticus steadied his breathing, and then he started approaching the door. As Atticus approached, its imposing form started slowly creaking open. Atticus readied himself for any potential attack that would come his way. He stimulated his fire bloodline, attempting to give himself an unpredictable edge, and he maximized his perception so he would be able to react to anything that came his way. As soon as the door creaked open, the world seemed to slow as Atticus gazed intensely into the pitch-black room, anticipating any attacks. But despite waiting for a few moments, Atticus saw nothing. I guess I was too paranoid. Just as Atticus was about to lower his guard and turn his perception back to normal, he suddenly paused. He instantly released a mana pulse from his mana core, and then his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as he saw the multitude of colorless bursts of distorted space hurtling towards him from every conceivable angle. Atticus's reaction was instantaneous. With his fire element stimulated by his mana, his form flickered rapidly in different directions, deftly evading each of the deadly bursts. Atticus had no intention of finding out what would happen if any of those attacks hit him. It was plenty obvious he would end up with a spherical hole in his body. After rapidly dodging for a few seconds, the attacks finally stopped. Atticus slumped and released a deep breath of relief. That was close, he thought with a deep exhale. After calming down a bit, Atticus turned his gaze towards the pitch-black room. He still decided to be careful, just in case of anything. He controlled the air to surround his form, forming an air barrier around him. Then, seeing as he was ready, Atticus walked into the pitch-black room, the imposing door closing with a loud bang behind him. The darkness receded, and Atticus's gaze instantly landed on the nature of the space elemental room. It was a space. He found himself standing in the midst of space itself. The room was enveloped in an infinite expanse of darkness, punctuated by the soft glow of distant stars and galaxies. Bright dots of light littered the space, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas. It was as though he had stepped out of the confines of the earth and into the vast, boundless expanse of the cosmos. As Atticus took a step forward, he immediately felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Unlike tangible elements like fire or water, space itself seemed to have a weight, a presence that enveloped him. Atticus moved his hands around him, trying to get used to the incredible feeling. The air felt dense, almost palpable, as if he was wading through an invisible sea of energy. With each breath he took, Atticus could sense the vastness of the cosmos pressing against him, the infinite expanse of space seeming to swirl and dance around him. It was disorienting yet exhilarating, like being caught in the midst of a cosmic whirlwind. This is perfect, Atticus thought to himself. Atticus didn't even have to move deeper into the room to know that this room was the perfect place to train his space element. The room contained an abundance of cosmic energy and void-like conditions, perfect for honing skills related to manipulation of space, gravity, and dimensional awareness. Atticus released a deep exhale, trying to get a feel for his current environment. Although Atticus couldn't actively control or even feel the space element, he was constantly feeling the surreal feeling he usually felt anytime he got transported. It felt great. Then, after taking a few more deep breaths, Atticus jumped. He allowed the cosmic energy and palpable air to lift him upwards, allowing his form to float and move through space unhindered. It appeared as though his form was actually gliding through outer space. Atticus released another deep exhale, allowing his entire being to submerge into the environment. Since his control over the space element was non-existent, Atticus had long since decided to not even bother trying to go too deep. He would allow himself to float, but as soon as he felt any discomfort, he would stop immediately. Atticus's form glided through the quiet space, his eyes closed as he deeply meditated. He was trying to get a feel for the space element and see if he could control it, but to no avail. He couldn't control nor feel anything. After one peaceful hour later, Atticus reluctantly stopped his training. His form glided back towards the entrance as he made his way out. Watching the indigo-colored door close behind him, Atticus released a deep sigh. He really didn't want to leave. He just found the perfect place to awaken his space element. Just 1 hour left. But despite how much he wanted to keep training, Atticus thought it best to check out the other elemental rooms where he would train his other elements before time ran out. Atticus made his way back and searched for the earth elemental room. The door creaked open as he approached, and as soon as the door opened, a large gigantic boulder was shot towards Atticus's form with great force through the open door. Atticus's gaze didn't even flicker. This was Earth, not space. With a thought, the massive boulder, moving at a fast speed threatening to crush his form, came to an abrupt halt, its massive figure placed gently by the side. Atticus gazed at the pitch-black room, and without hesitation, he entered. As the darkness receded, Atticus found the entire room was enveloped in earth. From floor to ceiling, wall to wall, the room was a symphony of soil and rock. Only a small space at the entrance was spared, the rest of the room was filled with earth. Atticus walked forward and touched the earth towering over him. Not rock hard, but still hard. It couldn't be said to be rock hard, but it was still harder than normal soil. Looks like without the earth element, no one is training here, Atticus observed. Unlike the space and other elemental rooms he had been in, this earth room required one to have control over the earth to be able to proceed a little. With his hand touching the earth, Atticus controlled it and allowed his form to simply phase through. As Atticus phased through and entered the earth, he immediately started controlling the earth around him, pushing himself deeper and deeper into the room. He had already come to understand that all the elemental rooms featured the same workings. The deeper he went, the more intense the element became. Atticus kept controlling the earth, going deeper and deeper into the space. With each passing moment, he could feel a certain type of heaviness enveloping his form. It was hard to explain, as though gravity intensified many folds on just his figure. Every movement required deliberate effort to execute, and even the earth he took control over became harder and harder to manipulate. Atticus could sense an intense abundance of the earth element coming from every direction. Just by being here and without even meditating, he could subtly feel his proficiency with the earth element increasing. Just like all the other times, Atticus eventually reached a point where he could not proceed any further. His form and the earth enveloping him felt so heavy that there was only a slight nudge needed to have his form crushed into mush. I'll stop here, Atticus decided. Swiftly choosing this spot to train, Atticus closed his eyes and entered a deep state of meditation, forgetting all his elements except earth. Atticus remained in this state for about 30 minutes before deciding to stop. He immediately controlled the earth and started heading towards the exit at a fast speed. Atticus reached the exit, and as he stepped out, the door closed with a loud bang. Without wasting time, he immediately turned and started walking towards the next door. Atticus had been in a total of 5 elemental rooms so far. And what was baffling was the fact that he still hadn't exhausted all of his elements yet. This was one of the major issues Atticus had been facing. He had too many powers to train. This was the main reason he hadn't bothered to learn more arts during the 5 years of training with Magnus. He was already struggling with his current powers, why would he burden himself and add even more to that? Only 30 minutes more, he reminded himself. The number of minutes left wasn't nearly enough to have a decent training session for each of the remaining elements, despite their low levels. The remaining elements were all still at level 1, thus being able to advance faster than the elements at level 3. Atticus walked towards the lightning elemental room next, depicted by the vibrant shade of electric blue-colored door and a jagged bolt of lightning as its icon. Atticus entered the room after easily passing the test, and after about 5 minutes, he came out of the room and headed to the next, light. It was depicted by a radiant shade of white-colored door and a shimmering beam of light as its icon. Atticus repeated the same action and spent only 5 minutes inside before coming out. He did the same thing for the ice and darkness elements too, and at the end of the 30 minutes, Atticus was seated cross-legged inside a completely pitch-dark space. The room was completely quiet, so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. At one point in the room, Atticus's expression, although not visible, frowned as his artifact suddenly lit up in a golden glow. But what was supposed to be a bright display was anything but, as the darkness immediately swallowed up the light. Regardless, the AI still delivered its intended message to Atticus. I guess it's time, Atticus sighed deeply. The AI had just informed him that the 5 hours had been exhausted and he had 5 minutes to leave the room before being forcibly teleported. Why do they even do pointless things like this? Atticus found it hard to understand the higher-ups' thought process. Each of these elemental rooms, if Atticus could have full access to them, would help him a great deal in advancing his bloodline. And this was the same for the other students. The rooms were obviously being sustained for 24 hours, and the students weren't paying any fees whatsoever. Even the points they spend were all given by the academy. So then, since regardless of whether students were using them or not, the academy still had to keep running the facilities, why not allow the students to use them unconditionally? They were already running them at a loss. Wouldn't it be a better gain if the students all used them to advance their powers rapidly? Atticus released another sigh. Well, it's partly my fault. 5 hours should be more than enough to train an element significantly in a day, but Atticus had too many elements. Which meant he would have to work twice as hard and for a longer period too. As Atticus stood up straight from the darkness, he immediately started heading towards the exit, his still invisible form reaching the door in a few seconds. Upon stepping out through the door, Atticus finally decided to check and see how much he had progressed. Status, Atticus thought, and a holographic display materialized in front of him. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 15. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: Strength: 251 greater than 252. Agility: 281 greater than 283. Endurance: 292 greater than 294. Vitality: 286 greater than 287. Intelligence: 45. Perception: 36. Charm: 30 greater than 31. Will: 33. Level: Expert. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Leve 3. Fire: 11.1 greater than 12.2%. Air: 11 greater than 12.1%. Water: 10.4 greater than 11.5%. Earth: 10.9 greater than 11.3%. Level 1. Light: 50.1 greater than 50.3%. Darkness: 40.9 greater than 41.4%. Lightning: 15.7 greater than 16%. Ice: 14.0 greater than 14.2%. Locked bloodlines. Space: 17 greater than 20.8%, progress toward unlocking. Abilities: Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced plus. Ethereal clock potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Advanced. Atticus gazed at his stats with a neutral stare as he made his way out of the room. It was always very disheartening to work hard and at the end of the day see minimal progress. Yes, gradual improvement was the path to strength, but Atticus also believed that if one didn't train efficiently and in the right way, they would simply be wasting their time. The level 3 elements that Atticus had been trying so hard to increase had all shown a slight improvement. Atticus hadn't been expecting mind-boggling progress, but if this was the result of just 1 hour of training, no words could describe how happy he felt. The space element, in which Atticus had been struggling to increase his exposure number, had increased significantly in just 1 hour of training. Many might see 1 or 2 points as insignificant, but Atticus, who had been the one doing all the training and suffering, knew how much of a milestone this was. Atticus gazed at the exposure numbers for his space element. He had done a simple calculation when he had first found out that teleportation runes could help increase the numbers. He needed to spam approximately 3,000 runes to unlock the element. Given the number of runes he was getting every day, Atticus surmised that it would have taken him about 170 days to reach that amount. Atticus had only started spamming the runes a few days ago, so at most, his exposure number should have only increased by 1. Which was why looking at the staggering 3-point increase when he had clearly only spent 1 hour outside the room was astonishing. Atticus couldn't even explain how he was feeling. It was as if he should to pack each one of the elemental rooms and take them back to his division. You're all clearly being undervalued here, I'll take care of you. At this point, Atticus was already outside the room, gazing at the door with reluctance. Just as he was about to start walking away, a thought struck him. Atticus might find it hard to comprehend the higher-ups' thought process, but from what he had seen until now, it was easy to surmise that the Academy simply didn't like giving out free stuff. The same should obviously be applicable to this current situation, which meant, I should be able to use points to increase my training time. Atticus tapped on his artifact, navigating to the Oracle section, and swiftly asked if his assumption was correct. The Oracle's response was immediate. Affirmative. Every student is allowed to use points to purchase a longer training period in the elemental rooms, the Oracle responded. How many points would I need to extend the time? Atticus inquired further. Each room costs differently and takes more or less effort to maintain than the others. So far, the Space Elemental Room, due to its rarity, commands the highest cost, standing at about 5,000 points per hour. The other elemental rooms range from 3,000 to 4,000 points, the Oracle clarified. Atticus released a deep sigh of relief. At least the Academy wasn't too heartless. He had completely expected the worst when he heard about how rare the Space Elemental Room was. Are there limits to the number of hours I can purchase? Negative. There aren't any limits, but no student is allowed on the Academy campus after 7 p.m. 2 hours, 5 days a week, Atticus muttered absent-mindedly with a small frown. He had already suspected that there would be something like this. It was just like a curfew. The last thing the Academy would want was the students staying on campus and neglecting their divisions. His head quickly swirled as he calculated how long it would take to unlock his space element. In less than a second, Atticus came to an answer, and his lips couldn't help but curl up into a huge grin. Unlike the previous 170 days he had calculated earlier, going by the notion of 2 points in 1 hour, it would take less than 50 hours to unlock his space element. Which meant that it would take about 5 weeks for him to unlock the space element. Good. Looks like this will be my new training spot, Atticus muttered with a small smile. His smile suddenly intensified as he recalled something, but not now. Atticus suddenly turned his gaze away from the door and started towards the exit. He would have truly loved to keep training until the 2 hours were up, but Atticus had plans today. On his way out, Atticus met Seraphin, who flashed him a huge smile and waved upon seeing him. Regardless of how many times Atticus saw him, there was always one word that came to his head: weirdo. The boy was truly weird. But Atticus had neither the time nor energy to ponder what his deal was. He kept walking, stepping out of the room in a few seconds. Atticus continued toward the end of the hall and entered a men's bathroom. He could see some youths washing their hands at the sink in front of the large wall-mounted mirror. The bathroom looked just like any other, with a couple of sinks in front of a mirror and an array of toilet booths behind. As soon as Atticus's tall, white-haired figure and piercing blue eyes appeared in the mirror, every one of their eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Their forms immediately flinched, and they started washing their hands rapidly, not making a sound. Atticus subtly raised an eyebrow at their reaction. Isn't this a little too much? The youths in the bathroom were of lower tiers, and he knew that each of them wouldn't want to cross a tier 1, but their reactions to his entry had been far too exaggerated. Atticus couldn't help but suspect that something was going on. The students washed their hands quickly and bolted out of the bathroom like lightning. Atticus stared at the door for a few seconds before averting his gaze. He would find out later. Atticus entered one of the booths, which, despite its moderate size, was very spacious. Each booth was accompanied by a fancy toilet in the middle, a large screen TV, and even a couch. There was also a shelf filled with books on the side for readers. Atticus approached the end wall on the right, beside the toilet, where an unassuming door stood. The door parted as he approached, and Atticus's gaze settled on a pristine white, simple portable bathroom. It was only about 7 by 7 feet and had all the things one would expect in a bathroom. Without wasting time, Atticus immediately entered, stripped, and quickly took his bath. He was still completely sweaty from his earlier training, and although he still looked good, to him just looking good wasn't enough. After a few minutes, Atticus stepped out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, leaving his completely toned body on full display. With a thought, Atticus manipulated the fire element, and the water on his form immediately turned to steam, his drenched snow-white hair becoming fluffy and dry. Atticus's figure approached the black leather couch in one corner of the booth. Stretching his hands, he focused on his storage ring, and immediately a long attire covered in white transparent nylon materialized, settling down on the couch. Atticus unwrapped the nylon, revealing the attire fully. It was a sky blue colored trench coat with intricate black designs all over it. There was also a deep blue inner wear inside. He also brought out black shoes and trousers. Atticus swiftly started dressing up, and after a few seconds, he was fully ready. He quickly styled his hair, simply letting it flow backwards. He stepped out of the booth and saw himself in full view. There were simply no words. He was breathtaking. Many would wonder, just why was Atticus going through all this trouble to dress himself up? Their curiosity would be justifiable because Atticus had never once put this much emphasis on his looks before. If only Anastasia could see him now, she would truly wonder, was this truly Atticus? The answer to that first question would have to do with the question he had asked a certain purple-haired girl the previous day. And it was exactly because of her response that Atticus was currently preparing and dressing up. Seeing that he was looking dashing enough, Atticus took his gaze away from the large mirror and started heading out. He had a date to get to. An enchanting purple-haired young girl stood in a secluded area completely devoid of other people. This spot was a spot where one of the many buildings conjoined, and it was made in such a way that there was only one entrance to the small space. The grand silhouette of one of the neighboring structures intercepted the path of the golden sunrays, creating a striking division across the space. Half of the area bathed in the gentle warmth of sunlight while the other half lay veiled in the cool embrace of shadow. Zoe gazed at the entrance to the space and sighed softly. Lumi, what am I doing here? Lumindra raised a non-existent eyebrow, responding to Zoe in a puzzled tone. Huh, did you hit your head or something? You're here for a date, remember? Zoe nodded, her expression troubled. I know, but I meant, why did you know? Accept his offer. Lumindra finished her sentence before Zoe could continue her ramblings. A cute sigh sounded in Zoe's head, and then Zoe's form suddenly radiated an intense purple glow, the glow coalescing in the middle of her chest to form a bright purple orb of light. The orb floated slowly away from Zoe's form and then suddenly morphed, transforming into the figure of an extremely petite young girl. She stood at a delicate height of just above 2 inches, her petite frame resembling that of a fairy. Her skin, porcelain pale, glowed softly under the shimmering aura of mana that enveloped her. Her sparkling amethyst eyes radiated wisdom and mischief in equal measure. Despite her diminutive size, there was an undeniable aura of power and confidence that surrounded her. Her hair was styled in loose curls, with strands of amethyst woven throughout, giving it an otherworldly luminescence. Tiny braids and twists accentuated her hair, adorned with miniature crystal beads and tiny flowers that seemed to bloom in her presence. Despite its length, her hair seemed weightless, floating around her like a halo of shimmering purple light. She wore a flowing gown made from ethereal fabric that seemed to shift and dance with the slightest breeze. On her feet, she wore dainty sandals adorned with tiny gemstones that glittered with each step she took. She was one of the very few Tier 7 spirits in the world, Lumindra, the enchanting drake. With both hands resting on her tiny waist, Lumindra tilted her head upward, a huge smug smile adorning her face. Hovering just above Zoe's form, Lumindra maintained her position as if awaiting some grand revelation. However, the silence that followed stretched on for several seconds, broken only by the subtle sound of their breaths. Subtly opening one eye, Lumindra's gaze met Zoe's deadpan expression. Tisk! Lumindra clicked her tongue, lowering her gaze. You don't even have a strand of respect. Can't you even see you're in the presence of my esteemed self? Her petite voice held a hint of annoyance. Yet, Zoe's expression remained unchanged, her eyes fixed on the cute spirit before her. Once more, Lumindra clicked her tongue, folding her tiny hands across her chest as she pouted, muttering under her breath, disrespectful bitch. I heard that, Zoe retorted, causing Lumindra to release a cute-sounding, HMPH. In response, let's see how you'll get through this date of yours without me, Lumindra added suddenly, her words causing Zoe to flinch involuntarily. She had next to zero experience in dealing with stuff like this. Although Zoe had gone on many meetups with other men, she had never had any issues with them. She had zero interest in them, which made it easier to deal with the whole situation as she didn't care what they thought. But this was different, which was why she had been relying on Lumindra to get through this meeting, and the devil petite spirit knew this fact well. Zoe let out a heavy sigh. Okay, oh mighty enchanting Drake, your presence alone fills the air with such warmth and wonder. Your wisdom surpasses that of ancient sages. Zoe began, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm always in awe of your incredible abilities and your charming personality. You truly make the world a brighter place just by being you. Your ma. Before Zoe could continue, her words were drowned out by the infectious laughter of Lumindra. Ho ho ho, good girl, Lumindra chimed in, barely able to contain her laughter. She covered her mouth with one hand, trying to mask the smug smile and crimson blush spreading across her face. It was obvious that she relished every bit of the exaggerated praise. Waving her hands rapidly, Lumindra attempted to cool herself down. All right, I know I'm great, but you didn't have to take it that far. You're making me embarrassed. Zoe shot Lumindra an intense stare. If anyone could see her now, they would sense the simmering frustration beneath her composed exterior. A slight push was all it would take for her to pounce on the petite figure of the giggling Lumindra before her. Sensing Zoe's demeanor, Lumindra quickly composed herself and cleared her throat. What were you worried about again? She shamelessly inquired. Zoe shook her head. 1,000-year-old my ass, she thought bitterly. You know what I'm talking about, everything. I literally just noticed him a few days ago, and since then we've exchanged how many? 10 words. And yet why the hell am I? Zoe trailed off, frustration clear in her voice. Feeling this way, Lumindra interjected, finishing Zoe's sentence. Zoe nodded, her expression troubled. It's weird, making my heart race just by seeing him and me blushing like a fool just because he held my hand. I don't like it one bit, Zoe admitted with a hint of frustration. Lumindra giggled softly. At least you're true to your feelings. Lumindra had been with Zoe long before the latter even had any idea of her presence. Spirits in Eldoralth chose whoever they would bond with as soon as that person was born. They would follow that individual unnoticed until after they awakened and became able to sense them. This had been the case with Lumindra and Zoe. So it goes without saying that when Lumindra said she knew Zoe, no one should be able to argue otherwise. Zoe was the type of girl who hated not being in control, especially if it was something as important as her feelings. This was how she had always been, and it was exactly why her relationship with her mother, who was trying to make her do something she didn't want to do, was strained. And what made it worse was it was her first time experiencing this roller coaster of emotions. It wasn't a surprise that she was getting overwhelmed. Observing Zoe's current state of confusion, Lumindra smiled warmly. She fluttered towards Zoe's face and gently held her cheeks with her tiny fingers, attempting to squish them together. Listen, Zoe, Lumindra began, her voice soft yet earnest. At this point, the best advice I can give you is to go with the flow. Your head can tell you lies, but your heart will always speak the truth. So ignore the lies and follow the truth instead. Follow the truth, Zoe repeated under her breath, her expression thoughtful. Lumindra nodded fervently. Don't worry, Zoe, I'll be here every step of the way, she assured, a warm smile gracing her face. Thanks, Lumi, Zoe murmured, returning the smile. But before she could react further, Lumindra's form suddenly radiated intense light, her figure transforming back into the orb of light from earlier. In the blink of an eye, the orb swiftly shot into Zoe's chest. Zoe turned her gaze towards the entrance of the space, and her eyes instantly landed on the form of a boy. He was dressed impeccably in a sky blue trench coat coupled with a dark blue inner cloth. His white hair was plentiful and styled to flow backward, and his piercing blue eyes radiated an unmatched intensity that seemed to add to his overall appearance. Atticus's form walked confidently through the entrance, and his gaze instantly landed on the breathtaking form of a purple-haired girl standing in the middle of the space. The radiant sunlight bathed her form, making her flawless porcelain skin glow with an otherworldly radiance, accentuating her delicate features. She had high cheekbones that gave her face a sculpted elegance, while her purple full lips were full and plush, reminiscent of delicate rose petals. Her eyes, the color of amethysts, sparkled with intelligence and fierceness, framed by long, dark lashes that fluttered like butterfly wings. Her nose was petite and perfectly proportioned, adding to the symmetry of her face. Cascading waves of purple hair framed her face, shimmering in the light like strands of spun amethyst. They fell in soft curls, reaching just below her waist. She wore a fitted blouse in a deep shade of violet that hugged her torso, paired with tailored trousers in a complementary hue. Over her blouse, she donned a cropped jacket crafted from supple leather, its rich plum color adorned with intricate stitching and embossed patterns. "Beautiful," Atticus whispered, his voice barely audible above the soft hum of the surrounding space. His blue eyes locked onto Zoe's, and a warm smile graced his lips as he quickened his pace, closing the distance between them. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting for too long," Atticus said, his smile widening as he reached Zoe's side. Zoe shook her head silently, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she extended her right hand towards him. Atticus's heart skipped a beat as he gently clasped her hand, planting a soft kiss on her delicate skin. Zoe withdrew her hand with surprising ease, her expression unreadable as she spoke. "You changed your clothes." Atticus's smile faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly, standing up straight and scratching his head awkwardly. "Yeah, I was a bit sweet. You also had your bath," Zoe interrupted, her voice soft but firm. Atticus's hand instinctively moved to scratch his head again, a nervous gesture betraying his attempt to appear composed. "That's true, haha," he chuckled awkwardly. "I was meeting up with a beautiful girl, I wanted to look my best." Zoe's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she quickly masked it. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson, and she bit her lower lip, desperately trying to quell the rising tide of embarrassment. With a quick movement, she averted her gaze, not wanting Atticus to see her completely crimson cheeks. "Beautiful girl," Zoe muttered softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite Zoe's attempt to quickly compose herself, Atticus's keen perception caught the subtle flush creeping onto her cheeks. His eyebrows lifted in slight surprise. "Is she blushing?" Atticus couldn't help but wonder, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. He had absent-mindedly said the first thing that came to his head because he had been caught off guard by Zoe's question. The last thing he had been expecting was the girl actually being the one to get flustered. Atticus's smile widened. "Maybe I have a chance after all," he thought in excitement. Breaking the momentary silence, Atticus strode to the side, causing Zoe to come out of her thoughts and turn to face him. Raising his right hand, he focused on his space ring. In an instant, a white cloth materialized in the air, unfurling and spreading out onto the soft grass below. The cloth, adorned with simple red and white stripes, covered a 7x7 space of the earth. With another deliberate gesture, an array of items erupted from Atticus's space ring: cups, plates, and an assortment of food. After a few seconds, a setup that had an uncanny resemblance to picnics back on Earth was set up. Turning back to face Zoe, Atticus gestured towards the cloth-laden grass with both hands. "If you'll please have your seat," he invited warmly. As soon as Zoe had accepted his offer to meet up, Atticus had immediately thought of different options he could choose from. Although neither of them would say it, this was clearly a date. The only place they could meet was at the Academy campus, and this region, the first year's area, had zero recreational activities. There was not a single restaurant present. Atticus wanted to do something more than simply walking around the expansive garden, where a bunch of students would most definitely be staring because of their status. Considering Zoe's appearance, Atticus wouldn't be too shocked to see one or two brainless fools who would want to interrupt their time together. Which was why Atticus had decided to pick a quiet place. It was a place he found while roaming together with Ember. As for what he should do, seeing the soft beautiful grass sprawled everywhere, Atticus didn't need to think that much. The word, picnic, instantly came to his head. Lastly, for the cloth, food, and everything else he got, the Academy store's miscellaneous section truly had everything one could need. He had bought everything from the store. It was a good thing he was rich. Despite everything, there was only one problem Atticus thought could arise, and to him, it was also a subtle way for him to test Zoe's character. Would a girl whose beauty could cause wars, a girl who was next in line to become the matriarch of a Tier 1 family, sit on a cloth on the floor? Zoe's gaze swept over the beautifully arranged setup, her lips curving into a serene smile. Without a word, she gracefully made her way towards it, gliding past Atticus with effortless elegance. With a fluid movement, she lowered herself onto one corner of the cloth, her posture exuding poise and grace. Atticus's smile widened, he was glad she hadn't refused to sit. He had subtly been thinking of ways to convince her initially. He might have found the one. Atticus quickly shook his head, clearing his thoughts of such cringe stuff. It was still very early to tell. Atticus turned around and also took his seat on one corner of the cloth. Silence. An awkward silence ensued as both Atticus and Zoe sat without uttering a word. Neither of them knew what to say. Breaking the tension, Atticus cleared his throat, his smile taking on a hint of awkwardness as he addressed Zoe. "I'm sorry, but I'm not really good at this, haha. It's kind of my first time doing something like this," he admitted sheepishly. And Atticus was being completely truthful. Apart from the fact that he hadn't even met any girl who he wasn't related to apart from Zoe and Lila, Atticus hardly had time for mundane things like this. Even back on Earth, many would be shocked, but Atticus had never gone on a date with Kira before. They had both either met in school or Atticus had stupidly escorted her back to her place. So it goes without saying that this was Atticus's first ever time on a date. Zoe's gaze drifted downward, her fingers fidgeting nervously as she softly murmured, "Me too," her voice barely audible. But despite that, Atticus was still able to hear her clearly. Just as Atticus prepared to respond, Zoe suddenly lifted her eyes to meet his gaze, her question catching him off guard and sending a jolt through his core. "Do you really think I'm the most beautiful lady you've ever seen before?" she inquired. Atticus was completely caught off guard, not expecting her words. This was the words he had used in the elevator when he wanted to ask her out. Atticus quickly composed himself, meeting her gaze. Although her current expression was neutral, Atticus could detect a hint of nervousness in her neutral expression. With a charming smile, Atticus replied, "Yes, I do. I've never seen anyone more beautiful before. I was instantly amazed the first time I saw you. You were like a beautiful enchanting fairy. There was only one way to describe your beauty, a beauty that could cause warsa." Atticus's heartfelt words broke through Zoe's neutral facade, eliciting a radiant smile that seemed to illuminate the surroundings. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson hue in response. "Stop, stop, stop. You'd give me diabetes," Zoe interjected abruptly, her embarrassment evident as she turned her gaze downward. "Huh, diabetes?" Atticus questioned, his confusion evident. Still bowing her head in embarrassment, Zoe explained softly, "Your words are too sweet." "Wow," Atticus thought with an open mouth while gazing at her embarrassed figure. Then, with a sudden, pff, he burst into laughter, unable to contain his amusement at the situation. Atticus's laughter echoed through the small space, intensifying the crimson hue on Zoe's cheeks. Turning to face him with a fierce stare, Zoe's expression seemed to convey a silent threat, as though she wanted nothing more than to murder him. Noticing her reaction, Atticus raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll stop, PFFT, he chuckled one last time before wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "Your reactions are just so cute." Zoe responded with a cute, HMPH. Before turning away, her arms crossed defensively across her chest. Observing her adorable display, Atticus shook his head slightly with a smile, his attention shifting to the array of food before them. "Aren't you going to eat?" he inquired, nudging one of the containers closer to her. "I'm not hungry," Zoe replied curtly, still avoiding his gaze as she stubbornly maintained her brooding posture. Despite her words, it was obvious from her subtle glances that she wasn't truly angry with him. Chuckling softly, Atticus was about to speak when suddenly, the flask beside Zoe tilted to the side precariously. Reacting instinctively, both Atticus and Zoe reached out simultaneously to prevent it from falling. But in the process, their hands met. Zoe withdrew her hand quickly, her face flushing crimson once more as she glanced away, caught off guard by the unexpected contact. Atticus also stared at the spot where their hands had touched, momentarily surprised by the brief contact. He had always had to brace himself anytime he wanted to either hear her speak or make any sort of contact with her, but he had obviously been caught off guard. An awkward silence enveloped the space once more, broken only by the incessant petite noise reverberating in Zoe's mind. "Kiss, kiss, kiss, kiss." Lumindra's relentless chanting echoed in Zoe's head, intensifying her embarrassment. Lumi, shut up. Zoe screamed inwardly, but her protests only seemed to encourage Lumindra further. Kiss, 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 kiss. Seeing Zoe's completely crimson face, Atticus smiled, completely amused by her reaction. I should break the silence, Atticus pondered, realizing they had been quiet for quite some time. He wanted to start some kind of conversation. Buddha. What the hell do I say? Atticus lamented inwardly, struggling to conjure even a single coherent thought. High intelligence my ass, he grumbled inwardly, feeling completely stumped. Atticus pondered for a moment, then with a deep, quiet sigh, he decided to ask the first question that popped into his mind, a decision he immediately regretted. So, how are you liking the academy so far? Shit, Atticus cursed inwardly, wishing he could turn back time and stop himself from uttering such a cliché copyright question. But to his surprise, Zoe snapped out of her thoughts, turning to face him with a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks as she responded. It's fine, but I just wish we could finish it sooner, she admitted, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Atticus noticed the shift in tone and decided treaded carefully. This was their first time talking together, and although Zoe's cute reactions to him so far had all been positive things, Atticus still thought it best to tread carefully. If I'm not prying too much, could I ask why? Zoe hesitated briefly, as if considering whether to respond or not. You don't have Toa, Atticus began, but she interrupted him with a small smile. It's fine. The reason is simple actually. I want to join the war. Although Zoe spoke with a smile, Atticus could sense the determination underlying her words. Noticing Atticus's silent scrutiny, Zoe continued, You're wondering why I want to join the war? Atticus nodded. Honestly, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not for some noble reason. Thousands of people are dying, many children are becoming orphans every day, and between you and me, while it's all incredibly sad, I don't care about all of that. Zoe paused for a moment before adding, While all these things are tragic, I just can't seem to muster enough empathy to go out of my way to help them. I guess you could call me apathetic, she concluded with a slight chuckle. The reason is simple. Eldoralth is my home, and a bunch of blue-skinned bastards suddenly appeared one day intending to take my home from me. Zoe's tone turned resolute as she emphasized her point. Zoe's intense gaze shifted to find Atticus silently regarding her, his expression unreadable. Ha, I was speaking too much, right? Zoe chuckled awkwardly, her eyes fixed on Atticus's quiet form. Did I overshare? She worriedly pondered. No, it's good you said it now. The earlier, the better, Zoe. Let's just wait and see how he would react, Lumindra reassured her. If Atticus had to be honest, he hadn't been expecting things to get so serious. It was as though the cute romantic atmosphere suddenly transformed, becoming serious in an instant. Despite his intelligence failing him when he wanted to talk to Zoe, Atticus was truly smart. Zoe didn't even need to say it directly, he could already take the hint. The question he had asked was, why? Zoe didn't need to add all these extra details. She could have just said she wanted to protect her home, but instead, she had shared those details with him. It was obvious, she was subtly trying to let him know from the beginning, this is the real her. Atticus's neutral expression softened into a smile. I see, he nodded. Gazing at Zoe's slightly anxious expression, Atticus decided to offer the best response he could offer in this situation, the truth. He also decided to be real. I'm not disappointed though. It's normal for you to want to get stronger to protect your interests. I'm probably even worse than you in this case, haha, he chuckled. Hearing Atticus' words, Zoe's anxious expression disappeared as she smiled. It was obvious she was satisfied with his response. With a captivating smile that could melt even the coldest of hearts, Zoe listened to Atticus continue speaking without saying a word. I don't care about people outside my circle, and I really hate it when people Zoe listened quietly with a small smile as Atticus kept on giving insights about his personality. I really hate it when I'm minding my own business, and then some random buffoon just comes and starts something with me. It's really annoying, which is why I always make sure to nip the problem in the bud before any of them could actually pose a problem. I like him, Lumindra's voice suddenly sounded in Zoe's head. Shut up, he's mine, Zoe responded curtly, her expression immediately freezing as she realized what she had just said. Before Zoe even had time to be embarrassed, Lumindra instantly erupted into laughter, her petite voice sounding in Zoe's head. Just as Zoe was about to reprimand Lumindra, she was brought out of her reverie by the sound of Atticus, who had just suddenly finished his speech. So, I guess that's that about me, what do you think? Atticus locked gazes with Zoe and asked. Zoe instantly panicked. Lumi. It's your fault I wasn't focusing. She placed the blame on Lumindra. Zoe had been completely distracted by Lumindra's ramblings in her head that she had missed what Atticus had said. Calm down, hot stuff. I heard him clearly. He sahida. In under a few awkward seconds during which Atticus had been staring at Zoe, Lumindra recounted everything Atticus had said. From his vengeful to his apathetic personality. As soon as Zoe finished hearing the explanation, she instantly responded to Atticus's question. I see, you truly are worse than me, Zoe said with a slight chuckle, making Atticus also chuckle heartily. After a few seconds, Atticus suddenly spoke again. You see, I told you mine's probably worse. You don't have to worry, Zoe, it's alright and normal to be selfish. Atticus reassured with a charming smile, making Zoe's lips curl up into a warm smile in return. Thanks, she muttered softly. Atticus gazed at Zoe's smiling figure for a few seconds without saying anything, his lips also curled up into a warm smile. But he was suddenly brought out of his thoughts by Zoe asking another question. What do you plan on doing after school? Zoe suddenly asked while staring closely at Atticus. Just as Atticus was about to answer, he abruptly paused. What was he doing after school? Atticus hadn't really thought of this particular topic before. Since he had been reincarnated, Atticus's goal had always been revenge. Keep getting stronger and stronger until you can have your revenge. This was his main goal. But being asked by Zoe now, Atticus couldn't help but give it another thought. Wasn't his life sad? He was in a magical world, and he was the young master of one of the biggest families in the human domain. Although an alien race was currently attacking the planet, it still didn't mean that he couldn't enjoy his life. Atticus couldn't help but reflect on how empty his future would be while chasing his revenge. Atticus entered a deep state of contemplation, his eyes becoming unfocused. Zoe immediately noticed how serious the mood got after she asked that question. You don't have to share, it's fine. Just as Zoe was about to speak, Atticus suddenly interrupted, chuckling a bit before he spoke. No, it's fine. It's just after school, I'm not really sure again what my goal is, Atticus explained. Zoe mouthed an, oh, with her mouth, and noticing how a bit down Atticus was, she quickly decided to change the topic. Zoe suddenly stretched her hand and grabbed one of the food containers by the side. So what food did you get? Zoe said with a small smile while trying to open the container. Her words brought Atticus out of his thoughts. I'll think about this later, Atticus decided. Seeing Zoe adorably failing to open one of the containers, Atticus couldn't help but smile warmly at the scene. She was just so cute. Atticus shook his head a little and grabbed the container from her hands, causing her to release a cute pout, muttering under her breath, I almost had it. Of course you do, Atticus chuckled, his voice laden with sarcasm. As soon as he opened the container, an inviting aroma immediately assaulted both their noses as they both turned their gazes towards the food, both of them subtly drooling. Did you make this? Zoe suddenly asked, her gaze fixed on the food. Atticus had initially wanted to answer, but he paused. Women like men who can cook, right? He tried to recall the things he knew women back on Earth liked. Atticus immediately entered a dilemma. He had bought the food from the academy store, but since Atticus knew well that women love men who can cook, he was torn between lying that he made them and actually admitting that he bought them. Sigh, lying is bad on the first date, Atticus eventually decided to go with the truth. I bought them from the academy store, he admitted. Seeing the way Zoe absent-mindedly nodded her head in response, her attention instead fixed on the food, Atticus chuckled once more, are you a foodie? He suddenly asked. His words seemed to snap Zoe out of her trance, and her face immediately flushed a deep shade of red as she screamed in a high-pitched voice, I'm not a foodie. Atticus couldn't hold back and immediately burst into laughter, causing Zoe to release another audible, HMPH. While looking away, brooding. Okay, you're not a foodie, Atticus raised his hands as though admitting defeat. Stop lying, Zoe. You love food. Lumindra's voice suddenly sounded in her head. They were always together, and Lumindra knew exactly how much Zoe loved food. Shut up. He doesn't have to know that, Zoe instantly replied shamelessly, causing Lumindra to shake her non-existent head. After a few seconds, the laughter died out, and Atticus grabbed the plates and started serving the food, much to Zoe's delight. They both started eating while making small talk and exchanging a few laughs. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The day before, Atticus had asked Zoe to spare him just 30 minutes of her time, but despite how strong and perceptive both of them were, neither of them knew when an hour passed. The location they were currently in was still as quiet as ever, and during this 1 hour, no student had come to disturb them, much to Atticus's delight. Only the soft chuckles of a boy and girl kept sounding through the space. The once full containers had long since been emptied, and the beverages drunk. After a few more minutes, they both stood up from their seated position, intending on ending their meeting. The atmosphere became a bit awkward as both Atticus and Zoe had expressions filled with reluctance. It was plenty obvious that neither of them wanted this meeting to end. But they had to get to their divisions. "Would you mind me walking you to your teleportation room?" Atticus offered. Zoe hesitated. Many people might believe that it was just something normal, and a man wanting to escort a lady to her destination was truly a gentlemanly thing to do. But this was if said man and lady were normal people. There was no one in the academy who didn't know who the number one beauty in their generation, Zoe, was. And although recently, Atticus too was well known in the academy. Which begged the question, if this man and lady were Atticus and Zoe, what will happen if they were both seen walking with each other? The answer was very obvious. Just as Zoe was about to politely refuse, Lumindra's voice suddenly sounded in her head once more. "Accept it. Accept it. Huh, why Lumi?" Zoe inquired without any change of expression. But instead of a response, she was met with a firm rebuke. "Just do what I say and stop questioning me, you disrespectful child. I told you, you don't." Zoe sighed softly, immediately tuning out the petite sound of Lumindra who just wouldn't stop blabbering. Turning her gaze back at Atticus, "Okay," she said softly. Atticus smiled. He had of course seen Zoe's reluctance and had already assumed she'd refuse. He was glad to see she didn't. Atticus manipulated the air element intricately, the items on the cloth entering his space storage. He also neatly wrapped the cloth and sent it to his storage. Smooth," Zoe commented while looking at Atticus with a smile, causing the latter to scratch his head softly in embarrassment. And then, with a slight chuckle, they both started making their way out of the space. The area where they had hung out was located at a point where the second and third year buildings conjoined, just behind the buildings. The figures of Atticus and Zoe walked out of the space and reached the expansive garden in a few seconds. It was already past 6 p.m., and while the expansive garden wasn't empty, the students present were very few compared to their massive numbers. The garden was scanty, with only a few groups of students sprawled about. Many of these groups of students were currently engaged in different discussions, the sounds of occasional laughs and mild arguments filling the garden. But just as it seemed like this peaceful atmosphere would remain undisturbed, suddenly. "What the hell?" One random youth among a group of students muttered in slight disbelief, not wanting to believe what his eyes were seeing. The student quickly nudged the youth beside him, gesturing with his chin towards the direction he was looking at. The youth turned and shot an irritated stare at the student, clearly annoyed about being touched. "What?" Just as he was about to berate the student, he saw him gesturing towards a direction, and as soon as his eyes landed on what the youth had been pointing to, he only had one thing to say, "What the hell?" The other students in the group all seemed to notice the two students' shocked looks, and as soon as they turned towards the direction they were facing, every single one of them simultaneously muttered, "What the hell?" The other groups of students in the garden all started noticing the bunch of students staring in one direction. And as soon as they followed their gazes, their mouths all simultaneously opened in shock as they all muttered, "What the hell?" The evening sun shone through the massive buildings, bathing the garden in a golden light that illuminated the cause of the students' shock. Two figures strode side by side, their movements synchronized with effortless precision. Their expressions remained neutral, exuding a calm confidence that radiated from their very beings. With each step forward, Atticus and Zoe exuded an air of cool assurance, their presence commanding attention without effort. Their strides were measured, their posture relaxed yet poised. As each of the students' gazes landed on Atticus and Zoe walking together, although all of them were completely baffled at the scene, even they had to admit that they both looked breathtaking. Atticus maintained his neutral gaze forward, completely ignoring the murmurs of the students as he and Zoe walked through the garden. He had already anticipated the fact that he and Zoe walking together would cause a lot of commotion among the other students. Both of them were like first-year superstars in the academy. This level of attention was very normal. Atticus could hear every single one of the students' comments. Why are they walking together? Are they together? One male student asked. Oh my gosh, they look so good together. One blonde-haired female student whispered to her friend beside her, who kept shaking her head in annoyance. Hey, isn't he the one from the videos? Those last words made Atticus's gaze narrow slightly. Video, he wondered. But despite his slight shock, Atticus's expression didn't once change, his advancing gait unchanged. With a slight movement of his eyes, Atticus's gaze instantly landed on the youth who had spoken. The youth held his hand up while showing the students beside him a holographic interface from his artifact. With Atticus's keen senses, he only needed a second to see what the youth was showing the others, the video of him brutally burning the forms of the higher years who had attacked him the day before. Atticus's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the video in front of the youths, clearly showing him brutally burning the figures of the third years, his thoughts swirling. It was very obvious that someone had taken a video of the scene during the incident, and Atticus didn't even bother to wonder who had done that. There were quite a few people watching the scene unfold on that day, and knowing well that the artifact's seamless features allowed the students to take videos of anything they wanted with next to no visual cues. This had been exactly why Zara had been able to make a deal with Atticus and take videos of the blacksmithing classes. There were only two things on Atticus's mind: the implications the video would have on him if the whole academy were to see it, and the identity of the mastermind behind the assailants who had attacked him. Is it the one who sent them that did this? Atticus's thoughts raced as he tried to get a clear picture of what was going on. The assailants had all obviously entered an academy contract with someone, and although he greatly doubted it, Atticus couldn't help but believe that this current situation had been the mastermind's plan from the outset. The only thing wouldn't that mean the mastermind knew from the beginning that I would be able to easily take care of multiple geniuses of the third year? That notion sounded so absurd, even to him. Even though Atticus appeared to be in the advanced plus rank, there were about 4 advanced plus rank third years among the assailants. Individuals who should have more experience than any first year, even if they were in the same rank. Who in their right mind would expect Atticus to win with that kind of lineup? Atticus suddenly had a realization, or the mastermind had been close by, watching from the beginning, and seeing as I easily took care of the students, he decided to change his tactics and tarnish my reputation. Atticus pondered. He believed this second assumption was the right one. And coming to this conclusion, Atticus couldn't help but berate himself. I made a mistake. Atticus had been completely focused on torturing and extracting information from the assailants that he hadn't even thought about scrutinizing the crowd of students that had gathered in the building to watch him. Even worse, he didn't even look at them. If someone had sent the students to him, it was only natural that said person would want to be close by to watch the scene unfold. If only he had scrutinized the crowd of students, Atticus was sure he would have at the very least found a clue. Atticus slightly shook his head, clearing his mind of all unnecessary thoughts. It doesn't matter. Atticus had never been one to care about how good or bad his reputation was in the first place. In fact, Atticus didn't even believe that this would tarnish his reputation. This was Eldoralf, not Earth. This level of brutality was a normal occurrence here. If anything, it did well to solidify exactly the kind of person he was. It would very greatly help him deter any fool who might start something. Plus, in the grand scheme of things, his reputation didn't matter. It wasn't like he was trying to become a president or something. What mattered was if Atticus were to go full power, would the entirety of the geniuses and even the true geniuses of the third year be able to last more than a second against him? This is getting annoying. All I have to do is find that fool. I'll make him regret this, Atticus thought with a cold glint in his eyes, the air around him becoming colder. Despite all the commotion around them, Zoe was still very perceptive of her environment. She immediately noticed the subtle shift in Atticus's demeanor, as though the air around him suddenly changed and became colder. What's wrong with him? Zoe thought worriedly. It had all been going well so far, she couldn't help but wonder what suddenly changed. Listen to what the students are saying. Zoe followed Lumindra's instructions and focused her senses. She was immediately able to hear what the students were talking about. Hey, It's really him in the video, one youth said while looking at the display in front of him. Yeah, I know he's a tier 1 and all, but wasn't this far too brutal? Another random youth commented. The Ravensteins truly are the madmen of the human domain. Remind me always to stay away from them, another student added. In just under a few seconds, Zoe was able to hear everything the students were talking about. And although her eyes weren't nearly as sharp as Atticus's, with a slight focus, she was able to clearly see the video of Atticus brutally, coldly burning a bunch of students. Zoe instantly raised an eyebrow. I guess he really wasn't joking about his personality, she thought with a slight subtle chuckle. Yeah, he wasn't, Lumindra added. How do you feel about this? She asked. Huh, what do you mean? Zoe asked, confused. I mean he literally burnt those youths alive. Even though they were at fault, don't you think what he did was too much? Zoe was so shocked that her neutral expression almost faltered. Was this really her tier 7 spirit, Lumindra? The Lumindra she knew, despite her petite form and bubbly personality, was completely ruthless. In fact, part of her cold, ruthless side came from her. Zoe inwardly chuckled. I literally cut off the dick of a guard before I came to the academy. Do you really think that I would care that a boy I like was burning some students who were clearly the ones that came to look for trouble? If anything, this clearly shows how much our personalities match, and that to me is a good thing. There was a slight silence for a few seconds as soon as Zoe finished her speech, and then in the next instant, the sounds of cute sniffing sounded as though someone was crying. Zoe was completely baffled. Lumindra was crying. This 1,000-year-old oldie. Lumi, are you okay? Zoe's voice rang out amidst the sniffles. It's just sob, I'm so proud of my little girl. Lumindra sobbed even louder as she said this, her sobs resounding in Zoe's head. Zoe couldn't help but roll her eyes with a small sigh. This spirit of hers was just so dramatic. She tuned out the sounds of Lumindra's sobbing and focused on walking through the garden. And as soon as she did, she noticed that the cold aura surrounding Atticus had already disappeared. Zoe didn't comment on anything, and despite the mutters and stares of the students, Atticus and Zoe made their way through the garden to the first-year leader's building. They both entered the elevator and made their way to the top floor, getting to the front of Zoe's teleportation room in just under a minute. Atticus and Zoe stood facing each other in front of her teleportation room. The rooms were arranged in the order of the student's rank, which was why Zoe's room was the first room while Atticus's was just next to hers. There was a huge amount of tension in the air, which was incredibly weird because it looked as though both of them were simply looking at each other neutrally. But in both of their thoughts, it was anything but neutral. Atticus's mind was currently working on overload, trying to think of his next course of action. Should I kiss her? Is it not too soon? What if she refuses? These exact same questions kept ringing in his head. Atticus was utterly lost on what he should do. In every romance movie he had watched back on Earth, on every first date after escorting the lady back to her front door, the man was supposed to make a move. Buddha. This isn't Earth, and she's not a normal lady. Atticus didn't want to stupidly ruin what he would like to believe was going incredibly well by doing something that could wait too early. But as his gaze locked onto Zoe's juicy, plump lips, Atticus couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He really wanted to kiss those lips. Meanwhile, Zoe too was going through her own dilemma as her petite spirit just wouldn't shut up. Kiss, 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 kiss. It's the perfect place and time, you have to do it here. Lumindra kept on repeating the same words over and over again in Zoe's head, each time making the poor girl turn more and more crimson in embarrassment. Lumi, kiss. Zoe stammered. Yes, you know, two lips coming together and then lots offa. Zoe instantly tuned out Lumindra before she could destroy her innocence. Would he even want to kiss me? Isn't it too early for that? Zoe asked skeptically. Lumindra's voice sounded once again as she loudly declared, if he doesn't do it now, then he's the biggest fool that I'd ever met. And I've met lots of idiots. Just as Zoe was about to offer a response, she suddenly saw Atticus taking a step towards her. Zoe froze. Fuck it, I'm going for it. The worst that could happen is that I get rejected, Atticus reassured himself and took a step towards her while flashing his most charming smile. Just as he raised his hand intending to hold her chin, Zoe's frozen form suddenly moved as she grabbed the outstretched hand as though in a handshake, breaking Atticus's flow. Thank you. I had a great time today. Zoe screamed in a high-pitched voice, And before Atticus could even formulate any response, Zoe quickly let go of his hand and abruptly approached and entered her teleportation room, the door closing silently behind her. The hallway immediately descended into a palpable silence as the door closed. Atticus stood there, his hand still stretched out from the handshake, completely baffled about what had just occurred. Shit, shit, shit. He frantically thought, raising his hands to touch his forehead. Atticus closed his eyes as he deeply pondered. Did I just ruin everything? Just as he was about to start panicking, Atticus replayed their entire date in his head, and each time he saw the crimson color on Zoe's face, it seemed to calm him down. A voice of reason came through. No, the signs were there, she's clearly into me, so why? Atticus couldn't help but wonder. But then in the next instance, it hit him. Atticus might currently look 15, but mentally, he wasn't even close. On the other hand, Zoe was a 15-year-old teen who, judging by how easily flustered she gets, hadn't experienced something like this before. She was basically a teen who was just figuring out many things. What might seem like a normal gesture to him was probably a very big step for her. I hope she'd still be able to talk to me after this, he thought as he turned and started walking to his teleportation room. Atticus sighed. Why the hell did today have to be a Friday? According to his schedule, Atticus had no lectures on weekends, and he was pretty sure it was the same for her. 2 days, 48 hours, 2,880 minutes, 172,800 seconds. Atticus released another deep sigh as he reached the door to his teleportation room, the door parting open silently. That's fucking long. Atticus's routine remained unchanged. As soon as he got to the camp, after a brief check on Aurora, he went to train at the caves. The next day, after his morning training, Atticus also found out about some of his division members who had classes on weekends. He had tried to enter the Golden Glow, hoping he would get teleported to the academy campus and use the elemental rooms, but it was to no avail. Asking the Oracle, he was able to find out that only students who had lectures would be teleported. Atticus reluctantly let it go and continued his routine like a robot. And just like that, the 2 days passed, and Atticus stood in front of the large terminal, eagerly waiting to get transported to the academy campus. As soon as the clock hit 10:30 a.m., as per its usual occurrence, the terminal suddenly lit up in a golden glow. Atticus wasted no time. As soon as the floor lit up, he gave Aurora and the other Ravenstein youths a quick nod and then dashed into the golden light, his form immediately disappearing. Aurora, Lucas, and even the usually somber Nate all stared at each other, each of them wondering what was going on with Atticus. Maybe he really likes school. Nate jokingly commented. Atticus's eyes snapped open, his gaze landing on the familiar pristine white teleportation room. He didn't waste any time and started walking towards the exit. As soon as the door slid open, Atticus's gaze instantly landed upon Zoe's sideways form. Unlike the last time they met, she was wearing a purple flowing gown that reached her legs, which perfectly complemented her purple hair and amethyst eyes. Atticus didn't even know when his lips curled up into a warm smile. Just as Atticus was about to offer his greetings, he didn't get a chance to, as Zoe rapidly walked past his door as though trying to avoid something. Atticus was speechless. He released a huge sigh. This is what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Atticus instinctively knew that there was a huge possibility that Zoe would start avoiding him after that incident. How should I handle this? Before Atticus could continue this line of thought, a voice suddenly called his attention. Hey. Atticus turned to see Kale looking at him with his characteristic expressionless face. We're going to be late for class, Kale added after a second of silence. Atticus released another deep sigh and shook his head. He would deal with it later. Atticus nodded with a smile at Kale, and they both started making their way to class. Because of the slight delay, the rest of the students had already gone further ahead, leaving only the duo left in the hallway. They both walked, maintaining their usual silence until it was eventually broken by Kale, who suddenly spoke. How was the date? Atticus had met Kale on Friday just after he had worn his clothes and was headed to the location he set for the date. He had eventually decided to tell the boy how he asked Zoe out on a date and she agreed. It was. Atticus seemed to think for a bit before he shook his head slightly. It had been going really well, but something happened at the end, and now she's avoiding me. Atticus had no idea what telling Kale all of this would do, but he just felt like sharing it with someone. And it just so happened that it was only Kale who knew his current situation. Kale went silent for a bit with his gaze still pointed forward, and then he suddenly turned his gaze towards Atticus and spoke. You have to be more assertive, a little more forceful. But not too much, Kale advised. Atticus expected Kale to continue speaking, but the boy simply turned his gaze back forward and kept walking, not uttering any other words. But regardless, Atticus still felt like it was great advice. He couldn't help but wonder how this boy knew so much about things like this. You've been in a relationship before? Atticus asked. No time. Training, Kale immediately responded as though expecting the question. Feeling Atticus's inquisitive gaze on him, I saw her waiting in front of your door for you to come out but immediately left as soon as your door opened, Kale added. Atticus had a look of realization. Kale's advice made much sense now. Be more assertive, huh? A warm smile formed on Atticus's face. At least he knew the girl still cared. A thought suddenly popped up in Atticus's head, and he instantly decided to act on it. Why are you helping me so much? Atticus asked. Kale had been nothing short of helpful to him since he had met the boy. He just couldn't help but wonder why he was doing all this. Does he really just want to be friends? Unlike what Atticus was expecting, Kale's response was immediate. I like truly strong people, he replied with a small smile that shocked Atticus as he saw it. This boy must really love fighting. This same thing happened when I finished sparring with the instructor. Kale suddenly turned his gaze towards Atticus and continued, his smile widening, and I also want to fight you. Atticus's face could only express one thing at Kale's words, confusion. Kale continued, although our fight had ended abruptly, I felt it. You're currently stronger than me. So, 1 year. Before Atticus could wonder what was going on, Kale suddenly abruptly stopped walking, causing Atticus to also stop. Simultaneously, a palpable intense red berserk aura slowly seeped out of Kale's form, wrapping around him as he fixed his now crimson gaze at Atticus, his voice sounding bestial, let's fight in 1 year. We'll go full power without holding anything back, Kale looked at Atticus straight in the eyes and declared. Atticus was completely baffled about the whole thing that he didn't even know when he absent-mindedly nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Kale retracted his aura, his gaze turning back to normal. We're going to be late for class, Kale said and continued walking through the hall. Atticus stood staring at Kale's back for a good second before he suddenly chuckled and started following behind him. They both didn't say anything after that and got to class in a few minutes. As soon as they both entered the class, Atticus could feel the stares of all the students trying to bore into him. This was unlike before where every one of them had mixed feelings. Amongst all the students, the prevailing feeling they were all using to look at Atticus was fear. They were all wary. So they also watched the video. Atticus was able to easily tell just why they were all looking at him this way. None of them even dared to do much as whisper or make any derisive comments about this white-haired monster. It was still very fresh in their memories, the figure of Atticus easily defeating geniuses of the third years and then going ahead to brutally torture them by burning them alive. If he could easily do that to third years, if any one of them were stupid enough to offend him, wouldn't they be completely screwed up? This wasn't even about the fact that he was a tier 1 again, none of them even dared to cross him personally. This was what the lower-tiered students were feeling. For the tier 1s, their feelings were different. They all had their pride ingrained into their very being from their childhood. Nothing was set in stone. Just because he had defeated third years didn't mean that he could easily defeat them. Each of them was seated on their seats, all acting as though they didn't care about his entry. But despite their nonchalant demeanor, only each of them knew exactly how they were feeling inwardly. Atticus felt an intense stare as he walked, and turning his gaze towards the direction, he was met with a certain red-haired girl who suddenly turned her head away from him the instant their gazes met. Apart from Lila, none of the Tier 1 students had been staring, and after a few seconds, Atticus and Kale sat down in their seats. Atticus turned to see Zoe completely ignoring him and simply facing her front. Hey, Atticus suddenly called out, making Zoe's form flinch. Atticus' voice had been loud, enabling some of the other students to hear. Many of them, especially the Tier 1 youths, all perked their ears, curious about what he was about to say to her. Zoe really didn't want to respond, but the consistent chanting in her head convinced her otherwise. Zoe reluctantly turned her gaze towards Atticus, and before she could respond, Atticus suddenly spoke up in a forceful tone while looking straight into Zoe's eyes. "I want to see you after classes." Zoe was completely caught off guard by Atticus' authoritative demeanor that she didn't even know when she started nodding her head in agreement. Seeing that Zoe had agreed, Atticus didn't say anything else and turned to face his front, while the rest of the students who had been listening in were at a loss for words. Since when did they get close? What was going on? The video of Atticus brutalizing the third years had spread on Friday, enabling each of the first-year youths to also watch the video. But Atticus had walked with Zoe on Friday evening when most had already gone home. Plus, the fact that most of them had no classes on weekends meant this was the first time they were seeing Atticus and Zoe together. Seraphin's gaze narrowed dangerously as he looked at Atticus, his smiling expression nowhere to be found. But he made sure to reel in the massive amount of killing intent he was feeling towards Atticus. His hands were clenched so hard beneath the desk that it had long since drawn blood, the drops dripping from his hands already forming a small pool on the floor. Anyone who currently saw him would absolutely believe that he was about to erupt, but at the next instant, Seraphin took his gaze away from Atticus, his expression becoming neutral. His hands healed within a second, and with a subtle focus, the pool of blood disintegrated. As usual, Isabella arrived on time and immediately commenced the lecture. After 5 hours of learning, she ended the class and immediately left. "Let's go," Atticus turned to Zoe and declared. Zoe absent-mindedly nodded her head, and before any of the students could understand what was going on, they both stood up and left the class. Atticus and Zoe walked side by side through the hall as they made their way to the highest floor. Neither of them said anything to each other, with both of them walking quietly. They got to the highest floor and started making their way to the teleportation room at the end of the hall. As they walked, Atticus kept noticing Zoe stealing quick glances at him without saying anything. Atticus sighed. "Look, I'm Soa." Just as Atticus was about to apologize, Zoe abruptly stopped and turned to him. I'm sorry." She apologized, stuttering. Atticus raised an eyebrow. "For what?" he asked. Zoe sighed softly. It took her a great amount of courage to face Atticus after what had happened yesterday. She mustered up even more courage, and she immediately locked her amethyst eyes with Atticus's. "I'm sorry for ignoring you this morning. I really shouldn't have done that. It's just that I didn't know how to face you after what happened yesterday." Zoe didn't seem to be able to maintain eye contact when she got to the last part. Her face flushed in a shade of crimson as she bowed down her head slightly, muttering softly under her breath, "I'm sorry but I'm not ready to kiss yet." Atticus stared at Zoe's blushing form for a few seconds, and just as the latter was about to raise her head, wondering what was going on, Atticus suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his actions making Zoe baffled. As she was about to ask what was going on, Atticus chuckled a few more times before wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Atticus opened his eyes to see Zoe's amethyst eyes staring at him inquisitively while blinking. "I'm sorry," Atticus chuckled slightly, "your reactions are just so adorable," he explained. Hearing Atticus, Zoe released a cute pout before she started walking away through the hall, leaving an audible, HMPH. In her wake. Atticus smiled as he watched Zoe walk away. With a slight chuckle, he also started walking and caught up with her. After escorting Zoe to her teleportation room, Atticus doubled back and immediately headed towards the elemental rooms. Kale had been right beside him when he asked out Zoe, so he knew Atticus would be indisposed for today. Atticus arrived at the elemental rooms and immediately paid the academy points for as long as he could stay on the campus, which was 2 hours. The remaining elements are already high enough, and I still have more than 2 years left in the academy. I should focus on unlocking and advancing my space element first, Atticus decided. Upon entering, unlike last time, Atticus could see a bunch of students in the room, clearly here to use the facilities. As soon as Atticus entered, the hall went completely quiet upon seeing him. Without uttering a word, Atticus made his way to the space elemental room. It was fortunate that it was the last room and located deeper in the hall. Atticus didn't want the students finding out about his space element. Just to be safe, as soon as he got a certain distance away from them, Atticus utilized his ethereal cloak and disappeared from view. He reached the space elemental room and immediately started his training. After less than 2 hours of practice, Atticus left the elemental room and made his way to his division. A red-haired boy dashed through a foliage of trees at fast speed, enacting what many would view as a massacre. The young boy moved with a cold expression on his face while effortlessly locating different beasts in the forest. And every single time, he wouldn't stop or turn to even acknowledge the presence of the beasts. At every instance, a myriad of thick vines would suddenly shoot out from every direction, brutally piercing the forms of the beasts. Then the boy would simply continue as though nothing had happened. This boy was none other than Del Alvarian. The Alvarian family bloodline was completely plant-based, and it was exactly because of their bloodline that enabled them to be the alchemists of the human domain. While the other tiered families also had their alchemists, none of them could be compared to the true genius alchemists of the Alvarian family. But this didn't mean the battle strength of the family was weak, quite the contrary. For every member of the Alvarian family, given their bloodline, the forest would always be their domain, and the current ongoing situation only goes to show why. Facing an Alvarian in the middle of a forest, especially of the same rank, was simply asking for a brutal death. After a few hours of hunting, Del finally decided to stop. His form, which was initially moving through the air, abruptly stopped on one tree branch. Resting his back on one tree, Del raised up his artifact and with a few clicks, his eyes couldn't help but get intensely colder as he gazed at the figure of the white-haired youth who was brutally burning the figures of some students. She wasn't lying, Del thought. He had constantly been rewatching this same video over and over again throughout the weekend, trying to figure out how he had done it but to no avail. Del gritted his teeth hard. I might not be able to win. A cold flint passed through his eyes as he concluded. If Lila could hear her brother's thoughts now, she would be very shocked. Her usually hot-tempered brother actually admitted that he was weaker than Atticus. Del took in a deep breath. So what do I do now? He wondered. It was obvious that directly going after Atticus would end with his body getting roasted. This had been his original plan. He couldn't even refer to it as a plan. It simply involved him beating up Atticus in front of the students. But that could only work if he were stronger than Atticus, which Del had thoroughly believed before he saw this video. Del had no intention of going through that despite how much hate he had for Atticus. He would simply be taking another huge blow to his reputation should he fail and get beaten up instead. Resting on the tree branch, Del closed his eyes and pondered. How do I deal with this? He's stronger than me and from what I've seen, he's also smart and cool-headed. He should be an advanced plus rank, but looking at the way he defeated those third years, he's obviously stronger. Just to be safe, let's say expert. Del was also an advanced plus individual, and despite probably being stronger than each of the third-year assailants that attacked Atticus, he knew deep down that he couldn't have easily defeated them like that. Which was why he decided to be careful and placed Atticus in the expert rank. Del's thoughts swirled, and after pondering for a bit, he finally came up with his next course of action. Let's see how you deal with this. The days went by fast, and the video of Atticus's brutality spread throughout the whole academy, with practically everyone seeing it. This particular video caused a lot of tension in the academy, especially among the lower and higher years. Everywhere one went, regardless of the place, it was always natural for the seniors to see themselves as superior. Even though there was no seniority in the academy, while it wasn't applicable to every lower year, it was natural for a higher year to be more powerful than a lower year. And it was exactly because of this that there was an unspoken consensus among the lower years to always either completely avoid them or show them the least bit of respect. But now that Atticus, a first year, had effortlessly defeated multiple strong third years and had even gone the extra mile to torture them in front of multiple people, there was no one in the academy who didn't know who the white-haired monster was. At this stage, Atticus was practically infamous. And this infamy only seemed to increase as it became a normal occurrence to see the handsome, imposing figure of Atticus walking through the garden with the breathtaking form of Zoe. Words could not even begin to express how badly this was taken. There was a reason the instant lectures ended Zoe would always immediately head straight towards her teleportation room and back to her division. And this was because of the massive amount of guys who would approach her. Zoe was a tier 1. Regardless of the fact that practically every one of the first-year guys wanted to talk to her, they wouldn't dare carelessly approach her. And this particular reason gave her a brief respite during the first-year classes, but this was different for the higher years. Especially the tier 1s and even the tier 2s who believed that they were stronger than her. The number of higher years carrying those delusions was very staggering. This was exactly why she avoided stepping outside the first-year leaders' building. And this only changed when Atticus came into the picture. It goes without saying that Atticus had become public enemy number one among the higher years. Each of them wanted nothing more than to rip him apart piece by piece. He had beaten up the higher years and also dared to take Zoe. But reality had always been a big bitch, neither one of them dared to approach or start something with Atticus. The scene of what he did to those third years was still fresh in many of their heads. Surprisingly, this same thing had happened to Zoe. She was hated among the girls in the academy. And this was because of the same reason Atticus was hated, she had taken Atticus off the market. Atticus was incredibly handsome, and this was especially glaring when he started putting on trenchcoats. After the video of Atticus spread, he became well known everywhere, especially among the ladies. He was a tier 1, he was handsome, and he had monstrous talent, they all wanted him. These groups of ladies were not in any way happy when they found out about Atticus and Zoe. In simple terms, Atticus and Zoe became the most hated individuals in the academy. But as days passed, while the matter of Atticus and Zoe didn't die down, it somewhat reduced. People started thinking about the bigger picture. Hey, don't you think this year's Leader Summit will be awesome? A green-haired student turned to look at a black-haired youth walking beside him. Huh, what do you mean? The black-haired youth asked. Do you live under a rock? You know, the Leaders Summit, where the top 10 of each year compete against each other. The green-haired youth shot his friend a look that screamed idiot. The black-haired youth frowned deeply. I know that, dumbass. I meant how will it be interesting? The number 1 ranker of the third year always wins every year, and I doubt it'll be different this year. If anything, I think they should scrap it. It's simply a waste of time and a way to glorify those egotistic and self-centered tier 1s. The green-haired youth swiftly turned his gaze back in front, checking to see if anyone was listening to their conversation. He let out a sigh of relief seeing that there was no one there. He turned and shot his friend a stare. If you don't care about your life in the academy, don't drag me into it. What would you have done if a tier 1 had heard that? Seeing the complete nonchalance on the black-haired youth's face, he sighed. Idiot, he muttered under his breath, earning him a deep stare from the black-haired youth. He ignored the stare and decided to respond to what the black-haired youth had said. To answer your question, have you perhaps forgotten about a certain white-haired first year who easily defeated multiple third years? The black-haired youth's expression seemed to change for the first time as his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you trying to say he would be able to contend with the top rankers of the third year? Seeing the green-haired youth nod his head, he seemed to ponder on it for a bit before eventually shaking his head in disagreement. I don't think so. The top rankers of the third year are mostly in the expert rank. While he easily defeated those third years, according to the rumors, he is still in the advanced plus rank. Bridging that gap would be impossible, he concluded. The green-haired youth shook his head with a wry smile. You always love analyzing everything, but isn't it obvious that he was stronger than advanced plus ranks though? He did easily defeat multiple people in the same rank. That's true. The black-haired youth agreed. The both of them went silent for a few seconds until the green-haired youth suddenly spoke. I guess we'll see at the end of the year. Talks like this were ongoing throughout the academy. The Leaders Summit. Many were anticipating how this year's summit would turn out. During the time that had passed, despite the fact that he was basically the most talked about person in the whole academy, Atticus's routine didn't once change. He behaved completely like a robot, as though his schedule was programmed into his very being. Wake up, train in the caves with, go to classes, hang out with either Zoe, Ember, or Kale for a little time, and then head straight to the elemental room to train. Unfortunately, Atticus didn't have the luxury to go on dates or even spend time with her for a prolonged amount of time. While he actually liked the girl and they'd been getting closer every day, Atticus was very determined to quickly awaken his space element within the scheduled 5 weeks, and he had no intention of allowing anything to interrupt this goal. Luckily, Zoe had been very understanding. She welcomed it, even claiming that she had to train as well. But regardless, even if it was just for a few minutes, both of them always made sure to take a walk through the garden of the academy campus while talking, much to the entirety of the academy students' dissatisfaction. This particular routine went on for a long while until Atticus discovered a loophole he could use to earn more training time in the elemental room. It was so simple he almost hit himself for not thinking about it sooner. The academy allowed the youths to purchase extra classes with academy points if they ever wanted, as long as they could afford it. Didn't that mean that if Atticus purchased a class which was scheduled on a weekend, he would be able to go to the academy campus then? Atticus had immediately put this to the test. He paid for 2 classes each on Saturday and Sunday at a staggering price of 20,000 academy points each. He could only choose a leader's course. And when the weekend came, Atticus was elated to find out that it actually worked. He had been transported to the campus. Atticus immediately ditched the class and headed to the elemental room, only to discover a rule that made him almost rampage around the campus. He couldn't use any facilities nor attend any other classes if he had an ongoing scheduled class. Plus, missing any scheduled class attracted a severe penalty that he would rather not take. Atticus was thoroughly pissed, but after a few minutes and having taken a few deep breaths, he calmed down. He reluctantly attended each class on Saturday and Sunday. They were courses about survival and beasts. The first was simply a course on how to survive in the wilderness, while the second was a class about beasts. His presence completely shocked the students and even the instructors taking the course, with all of them wondering why he was there. While both courses might seem necessary, the academy hadn't deemed it so. The purpose of the academy was always to prepare the youths for the military. And in the military, students wouldn't be dealing with beasts nor playing Boy Scout in a forest. They would be fighting a war. After 5 surprisingly educational hours, Atticus immediately left for the elemental rooms. With this new addition to the routine, Atticus was able to cut down the time it took to awaken the space element to less than 4 weeks instead of the initial 5. The time went by peacefully. Atticus was subtly glad no one had started anything and distracted him. He didn't even see the mastermind of that initial attack on him. There were no incidents on the academy campus, no incidents at his division camp, and just like that, the day for the long-awaited division war was imminent. Before this day, the tension in the academy reached an all-time high. No one knew who they would be fighting next. All the friendships that had formed over the past months crumbled, completely replaced by wary looks and enmity. Everyone was trying to find out as much information as they could about the leaders of the opposing divisions. And then finally, the day arrived. Atticus stood confidently, donned in a slick black trench coat which seemed to flutter due to the breeze, and directly behind him was the determined figure of the Ravenstein youths. Their appearances hadn't changed since only a month had passed. But although small, each of them radiated a slightly more powerful aura than before. Aurora stood closest to Atticus while also facing the terminal. During the past month, she had also been training tirelessly and intensely. The sight of Atticus always spending his time training was all the motivation she needed. Nate wore an excited grin as he also stood behind Atticus. His broadsword was already in his hand, resting on his shoulders, his form slightly trembling. After hours upon hours of sitting and listening to what he considered completely boring lectures, it was finally time for his go to battle. He was thoroughly elated. He couldn't even wait. Lucas stood beside Nate with a wearied look. He was already beginning to look like members of the Enigmom family youths, large panda eyes and droopy eyes, plus a look that screamed, "I am tired of living." Lucas didn't show any reaction to the division wars. In fact, it looked as though he didn't want to participate at all in the battle. Just behind Lucas were Eric, Arya, and the other Ravenstein youths. After the incident where he saw the both of them kissing, Atticus had learned to live with it. Although they both still acted like they didn't know each other in public, Atticus simply decided to ignore them both. The rest of the division members were all lined up neatly and orderly behind them in their respective units consisting of the usual dealers and armored, each of them donned in their full equipment, with the group of archers lined up at the back. Every single one of the youths was focused on one thing, the countdown clock. Each of them waiting for the timer to end. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long. The clock struck 0 and this time around, no AI voice sounded. As an instinctual response, each of the youths all closed their eyes and instantaneously, the terminal lit up in a blinding light that shot up to the skies, encompassing the whole camp. And then, the whole camp disappeared. What is the theme of this month's division battle? A tall and bulky man with orange hair turned to face a man with serpentine skin and asked. Slate couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he heard Jared speak. So this bastard could control his voice, but he still decided to torture them with his loud voice the last time they were here. Snake shook his head, getting rid of the murderous thoughts slipping into his head, and decided to respond to the big guy. No one knows the theme until it begins. It was the same last time too. Nothing's changed. Jared raised his hand and scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, okay. I guess we'll see what theme this would be soon. Snake nodded in agreement and turned to face his front. The duo were currently standing inside the first-year control room while overlooking the myriad of screens displayed on the wall. Just like the last time it had taken place, the control room was packed with instructors and operators alike who had come to watch the battles. And like last time, most of them were only here to watch one student, the same infamous white-haired boy that we all know well, Atticus. The video of his brutality had spread to even the instructors themselves. Many of them hadn't even been shocked that Atticus was capable of easily defeating the third years. They had each seen the extent of his power. And despite the fact that the result of the test was plenty obvious, many of them still came to watch, curious about what Atticus would show them. As usual, at the forefront of the instructors stood the father and daughter duo, Harrison and Isabella. Both of their gazes were focused on the screen, anticipating the start of the battles. The room was also packed with different operators, both the ones on duty and the ones off duty. Gone, the instructor who had won the mass betting the last time the operators wanted to see how fast Atticus would defeat the Shadow Seraphim, stood with a huge smile on his face while gazing at his artifact. The point will be mine today too, he thought with giddy anticipation. The room was filled with hushed whispers and chatter of the instructors and operators alike, each of them talking about the upcoming battle, the anticipation in the room palpable. And then, without warning, a loud chime reverberated throughout the control room, and as if flipping a switch, they all quieted down, each of them focusing their gazes on the screens. The division war had begun. After a few long seconds of waiting, Atticus's eyes flickered open. His gaze immediately landed on the familiar imposing terminal of the camp. Atticus swept his gaze around the camp and saw that each of his division members was present. Many of them were still not used to teleportation and were trying to get rid of the disorienting effects that Atticus had tagged as surreal. He was already well used to the process. Atticus immediately manipulated the air element, causing it to wrap around his form. Then, with a surge of power, Atticus launched himself skyward. The air beneath him quivered with the force of his ascent, propelling him upward with breathtaking speed. In less than a heartbeat, Atticus reached a dizzying height, suspended among the clouds like a lone sentinel surveying the world below. Atticus's gaze swept around the area, scrutinizing their current location. The camp was situated on top of rough mountainous terrain. It was on a 500-meter earth that formed at the top edge of the mountain. It was as though it had been formed just because of their camp, as it perfectly fitted the camp to its last inches. The mountain is about 1 kilometer high, and it's filled with dangerous obstacles and even beasts, just as Atticus was about to continue this line of thought. Screech. A loud resounding screech rocked the whole area, making the entire campgrounds tremble with intensity. Atticus and the other division members turned their gazes to see the imposing forms of 3 massive bird-like creatures swooping downwards and approaching the camp at supersonic speeds. They each had 20-inch-long rainbow-colored beaks and furs, a wingspan of about 30 feet, and a torso half as large. Each of them radiated an unmistakable aura of an advanced rank. Every single youth in the area acted immediately as though it were programmed into their very beings. The armored all channeled their mana into their bracelet-like artifacts on their wrists and immediately formed up their large imposing shields, the glows streaking around their armor intensifying. They each simultaneously dropped down their shields with a resounding bam. The dealers also brought out their spears, with the archers equipping their weapons and getting ready to fire at the slightest signal. The Ravenstein youths were already one step ahead of them. Aurora's form shot up through the skies heading towards the approaching beasts, with the other youths having already equipped their weapons and even gone as far as to deploy their elements. After 1 long month, they were all ready to fight. However, just as each of the division members were getting ready to do battle with Aurora's form not even halfway to the beasts yet, suddenly, 3 colorless vertical waves sliced through the air, emanating from Atticus's form. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, each of the beasts suddenly fragmented, their massive bodies cleaved in two by the unseen force. The division members stood in stunned silence as the creatures' forms split apart, revealing the grotesque remains within. A torrent of blood erupted from the gaping wounds, staining the sky with a crimson hue. Before the deluge of blood could engulf the entire camp, Atticus sprang into action. With a gesture, he summoned a powerful gust of wind, sweeping away the shattered remains of the beasts away. The division members didn't even need to turn to see who had done it. They were all too familiar with the white-haired monster. Every single one of them and even the Ravenstein youths had seen the video of Atticus's brutality, and unlike what many would expect, neither one of them had been surprised by the scene. They knew how brutal Atticus could get. The scene of him giving out a warning was still fresh in their heads. Atticus's expression maintained its neutral edge as his gaze once again swept through the area, checking to see if there would be any more attacks. It's different from the last time, Atticus noted. In the last battle they had fought, they didn't spot a single beast throughout the duration of the fight. The academy had even given them a mana dome to protect the whole camp while they learned the rules. But now, they had been immediately attacked as soon as they were transported. And gazing at the terrain and area below, Atticus could see an alarming number of beasts and dangerous paths that would most definitely result in a lot of people dying should an army choose to traverse them. With a thought, Atticus's form descended towards the ground. Aurora had also landed a few seconds ago, and she immediately clicked her tongue as she saw Atticus land. "You couldn't even leave just one for us," she said while continuously shaking her head. The rest of the Ravenstein youths also appeared slightly down as each of them returned their weapons into their space storage. But amongst all of them, no one was as sad as Nate. His gaze was still focused on the point where the beast had been split, his sword resting on the ground as he stared at that point absent-mindedly. There, big guy. You'll get to fight very soon," Lucas reassured him with a few pats on his shoulder, but it did little to snap him out of his reverie. Atticus flashed Aurora and the rest a wry smile. He had been the closest to the beasts, and it was plenty obvious they would have attacked him first. Was he supposed to let them attack him? So what now? After a few seconds, Aurora suddenly asked, and the rest of the Ravenstein youths all turned to face him, waiting for his words. But just as Atticus was about to answer, the terminal suddenly lit up in a low glow, and what happened in the last division battle repeated itself as the glow left the terminal and moved a few meters away from it. Within seconds, a small, normal-looking building was formed. But this time around, there was not a single AI that appeared to give instructions on what they should do next. Then again, neither of them needed to be told what to do next. Atticus turned towards the others, and with a knowing nod, he started moving towards the building. Lucas hit Nate on the back of his head and started dragging him along, and just like that, they all started moving towards the building, entering it in just a few seconds. The other division members were left outside the building, waiting for further instructions. As soon as they entered, Atticus and the others immediately came across the same identical small control-like room they had used the last time, the room being lit up by blue neon lights. Atticus wasted no time and swiftly approached the obsidian table in the middle of the room and tapped on it. The table suddenly lit up, displaying only one thing: rules. The rest of the Ravenstein youths quickly gathered around the table, each of their gazes focused on Atticus as they waited for him to click on it. Seeing that they were all ready, Atticus clicked, and immediately the light of the obsidian table intensified, and then a large holographic display immediately followed, displaying the rules of the battle for all of them to see. Mission format: Attack and Defense. Mission description: Welcome to your 2nd Division battle, students. The format for this battle is Attack and Defense. Both division camps are situated at different points as indicated on the map. The whole area is filled with dangerous beasts and terrain, and your division has been tasked with launching a coordinated assault on the enemy's fortified position. The defenders have entrenched themselves in a strategically advantageous location deep within the forest, surrounded by natural barriers and defensive fortifications. Your division must plan and execute a decisive attack to breach their defenses and capture their territory within the designated timeframe. Rules: Attackers. As the attackers, your division is already at a major disadvantage. Recognizing this, the Academy has decided to allow you to purchase only any attacking artillery from the division store should you so choose. The attackers are allowed to use everything in their repertoire to capture the enemy's camp. Defenders. The defending division is allowed to utilize the already established and newly established defensive fortifications around their camp, but each use comes at a significant cost of division points. The defenders would not be allowed to purchase anything from the store and are allowed to use anything in their repertoire to defend their location. Time limit. The mission must be completed within a time frame of 6 hours. Failure to capture the enemy territory within the allotted time will result in mission failure. Leaders' restrictions. Division leaders are responsible for coordinating the attack, and this must be done from the front lines. Mission objectives. Infiltrate the enemy's defensive perimeter and establish a foothold within their territory. Neutralize enemy defenses, including barricades, watchtowers, and patrols, to create openings for your forces to advance. Secure key strategic points within the enemy territory to establish control and prevent counterattacks. Maintain momentum and press the attack until the enemy's resistance is broken, and their territory is captured. Winning conditions. Successfully capture and hold the enemy territory for the duration of the mission. Eliminate or neutralize the defending forces and secure their surrender. Achieve the mission objectives within the designated timeframe. Note: completing any of these automatically declares you the winner. Reward and punishment. Winner's reward: 250,000 division points and the acquisition of any building in the enemy's camp. Loser's punishment: the loser bears all costs incurred by the winner. If the losing division lacks the required division points, they accrue a debt to be settled at a later date. Gazing at the rules displayed in front of them, for the first time in a while, Atticus's lips curled up into a wide, unsettling grin that sent shivers down the spines of the Ravenstein youths present. "What's got you so happy?" Aurora asked, her face showing confusion as she didn't understand why he was reacting this way. But instead of a response, the hearts of the youths skipped a beat as they suddenly heard Atticus chuckling. It sounded weird, incredibly weird. It was so out of place that the youths couldn't help but give each other a stare, wondering what was going on. Chubby, who was currently blocked by the massive figure of Nate, turned around and triple-checked if his form was completely blocked first before gesturing to Elijah, who also had a slight confused look on his face. He raised his hand to his head while moving it in a circular motion, mouthing the word, "mad," as though indicating that Atticus had gone mad. As soon as Elijah saw this, he swiftly took his gaze away from Chubby, ignoring him as though he wasn't there. Before Chubby could wonder what was going on, he suddenly noticed that the room had gotten quiet. Please no," Chubby pleaded to no one in particular as he reluctantly shifted his gaze to the side where the massive figure of Nate was supposed to be blocking him. Instead, he was met with a piercing blue-eyed gaze that was locked onto his figure. Chubby's form froze. It was as though his brain had short-circuited as he couldn't even move an inch from his position. To Chubby, Atticus was like the boogeyman, and he had just been caught calling him mad. Only one thing came to Chubby's head in that moment. "I'm screwed." The other Ravenstein youths who saw this scene all started subtly chuckling, even Elijah, who he had been talking to, was no exception. Atticus simply stared at Chubby for a few seconds that felt like an eternity for the latter, and unlike what Chubby thought, Atticus simply chuckled and took his gaze away. Before the others could wonder what was going on, Atticus tapped on the obsidian table, and with a few clicks, the map of the whole area was suddenly displayed. With another few rapid clicks, Atticus linked the location to his artifact, and then suddenly turned and started walking outside the small control room. "What's the plan?" It was Lucas who asked this question, his large panda eyes gazing at Atticus in confusion. Aurora and the rest also focused their gazes on him. It was weird that he hadn't even made any plans of action that they were going to take. He didn't even give them any roles. This wasn't the Atticus they knew. The Atticus they knew would make plans upon plans for anything they wanted to do. But now, he was basically saying that they would brute force it. Atticus's steps didn't once pause as he replied, his words making the blood of those who heard them boil with intensity. "The plan is simple, we attack." The others looked at each other first before turning their gazes to Aurora. She was the closest to Atticus, she understood him best. Aurora simply shrugged her shoulders. "You heard the man, we attack," she said as she too started walking out of the control room. After Aurora left, they each turned towards Lucas next, who also, like Aurora, shrugged his shoulders before he started walking out. Just as they were about to do the same for Nate, they each suddenly remembered his personality and paused. Nate's form was currently trembling hard, a wild, intense, and exciting grin on his face. He didn't even care about the rest of the Ravenstein youths and immediately bolted out of the control room, not intending on missing out on anything. Seeing that there was no one else to turn to, with a large sigh, they all started streaming out of the room. Seeing Atticus come out of the control room, the rest of the division members immediately stood at attention, the sounds of their heavy and light armor hitting the ground sounding simultaneously. Aurora, Lucas, and the rest of the Ravenstein youths had already come out of the control room and stood behind Atticus, who was facing the army of students. They all waited for him to speak. And Atticus didn't disappoint. He manipulated the air element to make his voice travel through the ears of everyone present as he spoke. The theme for our second division battle is attack and defense. Our division has been tasked with attacking and capturing the enemy camp, and this is exactly what we are going to be doing, attacking. Atticus spoke succinctly and went straight to the point without adding any unnecessary jargons. Seeing that they were following, Atticus continued. Form up at the south gate. He swiftly pivoted and started moving towards the south gate of the camp. The Ravenstein youths immediately followed behind him. The rest of the division members still didn't understand what was going on, but they each still listened. To them, Atticus's words were law. In just under a minute, they each got to the requested location to meet Atticus and the other white-haired youths already standing in front of the wide-open south gate, seemingly waiting for them. They all silently formed up behind them. Atticus gazed down below, and he was met with a path that many would deem treacherous. The towering mountains around him cast a shadow, their peaks obscured by swirling clouds whipped into a frenzy by the relentless winds. Amidst this tumultuous landscape, an array of imposing creatures roamed, some with wings stretched wide, others prowling the rocky terrain with silent menace. Yet, it was not only the presence of these beasts that made the path perilous. Below, the landscape seemed to conspire against any who dared to tread upon it. In addition to the fierce winds, there were gaping chasms that yawned open like hungry maws, their depths obscured by swirling mists. Molten rivers of lava snaked their way through the rugged terrain, their fiery glow casting an ominous light upon the jagged rocks and craggy cliffs. The air crackled with the heat of these infernal pits, and the acrid scent of sulfur hung heavy upon the wind. Beyond the lava pits, other hazards awaited. Geysers of scalding steam erupted sporadically from the earth, their hissing plumes a warning to any who ventured too close. Crumbling ledges threatened to give way beneath the weight of even the most cautious footfall, while hidden crevasses lay in wait to ensnare the unwary. Many of them couldn't help but gulp as they saw this scene. There was simply no way, if they all intended on marching through that, many would die, even if not to beasts, then to the dangerous terrain. They all couldn't help but wonder what Atticus's plan was. But Atticus remained silent even after a few seconds had passed. And then suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground beneath their feet. The earth quaked with such intensity that it sent shockwaves reverberating through the air, jolting the assembled students from their momentary stillness. Panic flickered in their eyes as they instinctively braced themselves for the worst, their gazes snapping downward to the source of the disturbance. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the very ground they stood upon seemed to come alive, erupting in a violent upheaval. Soil and rock surged upward, coiling and twisting with unearthly fluidity, ensnaring each member of the division in a web of earthen tendrils. The earth wrapped around their forms, encasing them from waist to shoulder in a protective cocoon. As they looked around at their surroundings, a small spherical long handhold materialized beside each of them, offering a sturdy anchor should they need to steady themselves. Neither of them even needed to think who was responsible, there was only one person who could do this. They all shot their gazes towards their front to see the form of a tall white-haired boy who was the only one that wasn't enclosed in earth. Atticus remained a stoic figure, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the unfolding events. There was not a single visual cue indicating that he was the one responsible for the current situation. In fact, if not because they were all aware of his power, neither of them would even believe that he was the one responsible. All of them gazed at him, wondering what he was planning, and then, as casual as ever, Atticus took a step forward. It was as though an ordain was passed from heaven. The earth, 100 meters from Atticus, where each of them were collectively standing, suddenly quaked. Without so much as a warning, it shot upwards, taking everyone along with it. Instantaneously, the earth, ginormous and all-encompassing, erupted from all around the campgrounds they had just left, immediately covering up the entirety of the camp like a protective earth dome. Only the combatants had followed. The non-combatants remained at the camp, sheltered by the presence of the earth dome. Atticus had no intention of losing any one of his points. Intense screams filled the air, each of the division members yelling at the top of their lungs as the massive earth holding them descended from the air at supersonic speed. Even the Ravenstein youths were shaken, gripping the handhold that Atticus had created tightly as they braced for impact. They were about to land on the mountain slope in a few seconds, and the terrain was anything but flat. It was plenty obvious that their landing was going to be brutal. Turning her gaze towards Atticus, Aurora was shocked beyond words to see that he still remained in the same position, not having moved an inch from where he was standing. Atticus! Aurora's feminine yell echoed as the earthen platform approached the ground. Each of them instinctively closed their eyes and tightened their grips, bracing themselves for the inevitable crash. But the seconds went by, and the expected clash didn't occur. One by one, they all reluctantly opened their eyes, and they were each immediately met with another shock. Just above the uneven mountain terrain, the entire 100-meter wide earth that they were all standing on remained suspended in the air. The one who was most shocked out of all of them was Nate. He knew exactly just how incredibly hard it was to continually control and suspend this massive and heavy amount of earth in the air. He couldn't even dream of doing such a thing for a second as he was. Yet, Atticus was doing it without flinching. The division members all let out a sigh of relief as they saw that they didn't crash into the mountain. But this brief respite was very short-lived. Before they could react once again, the massive form of the earthen platform hurtled down the mountain, crushing everything in its path. Massive beasts were obliterated, and uneven terrain was flattened. Every single obstacle that was supposed to pose a challenge to the youths was effortlessly overcome. A cacophony of loud and intense screeches filled the air as an army of massive winged beasts, identical to those that had attacked before, swooped down towards their advancing form, their sharp beaks aimed menacingly at the group. But before the division members could even draw out their weapons, an uncountable number of earthen spikes erupted from the platform, their forms piercing through the air at supersonic speeds. The result was brutal. The earthen spikes impaled each of the massive beasts, turning their bodies into nothing more than pincushions. The sky was immediately painted crimson with the blood of the creatures, but before it could reach the group, an intense gust of wind suddenly appeared, sweeping all the blood away, the advancing form of the earthen platform undisturbed. An eerie silence enveloped the earthen platform as every one of the division members, including the Ravenstein students, fell silent. Their gazes were fixed on Atticus, who still hadn't even moved an inch. Many might be wondering, just why was Atticus brute forcing his way through this battle as though he wanted it to end fast? Well, the answer would be very simple. I'm very close, Atticus thought with giddy anticipation, very close to unlocking the space element. Status, Atticus thought, and immediately a holographic interface materialized in front of his face. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 15. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 252 greater than 255. Agility: 283 greater than 286. Endurance: 294 greater than 299. Vitality: 287 greater than 289. Intelligence: 45 greater than 46. Perception: 36 greater than 37. Charm: 31. Will: 33 greater than 34. Level: expert. Talent: mythical. Bloodline: primordial elemental bloodline. Leve 3. Fire: 12.2 greater than 12.4%. Air: 12.1 greater than 12.3%. Water: 11.5 greater than 11.8%. Earth: 11.3 greater than 11.6%. Level 1. Light: 50.3 greater than 50.7%. Darkness: 41.4 greater than 42.5%. Lightning: 16 greater than 16.3%. Ice: 14.2 greater than 14.3%. Locked bloodlines. Space: 20.8 greater than 98.5%, progress toward unlocking. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Expert. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Advanced plus. Ethereal clock, potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Advanced. An army of youths stood on top of a large and imposing wall situated at the top edge of a mountain. The wall was equipped with a lot of heavy armored artillery, each one already being manned by multiple youths who gazed down below the mountain, completely alert and ready to respond to any threat that might occur. The path to the mountain was filled with dangerous terrain, obstacles, and large beasts, each one more dangerous than the last. The youths were arranged in orderly ranks, spread out horizontally behind the figures of 10 individuals who stood out distinctly from the rest. With ash-colored hair and glowing orange pupils, dressed impeccably, these were members of the Wildborn family, a Tier 2 lineage under the ruling Frostvale family of Sector 8. The 9 youths were also lined up respectively behind the form of a young boy who gazed down the treacherous mountain, his orange eyes letting out an intense glow. As the seconds ticked by, the youth suddenly raised his right arm and instantaneously the form of a large eagle-like beast burst out of the clouds above them, swooping down and landing gently on the youth's hand. The youth's expression didn't change as the beast purred and rubbed its beak on his skin affectionately. After a few seconds, the beast suddenly stood up straight and locked eyes with the youth, its pupil mirroring that of the youth's with an orange glow. The orange glow in both the youth's and the beast's eyes grew in intensity as their gazes locked, forming an intricate connection between them. And in the next instant, a myriad of memories was replayed in the youth's head. The Wildborn family had a bloodline that was related to beasts. But unlike the Frostvale family who could shapeshift, the Wildborn family had the power to bond and control multiple beasts. This, of course, had a lot of restrictions. Also, unlike the primitive lifestyle of the Frostvale family, the Wildborn family all wore the clothes of the current times, each of them dressed impeccably in different colored attire. A few seconds passed, and one of the 9 students standing behind the youth approached with a bow and asked carefully, "Young Master Eus, what are your orders?" The orange glow in Eus's gaze dimmed, and simultaneously the large eagle beast shrunk down until it got to a petite size. As swift as lightning, it shot into the clothes of Eus. Eus sighed slightly, not removing his gaze away from his front. Zadis wasn't able to get far. The student showed a slight shocked expression as he heard this. He knew how strong that beast was. Just how dangerous is the forest. He thought in apprehension, and in the next instance, he couldn't help but be inwardly relieved that they were the defending party, not the attacking who had to cross the forest. The youth turned back to Eus and inquired, "Young master, don't you think we should activate more defensive features just to be safe?" Eus thought about it for a second before eventually shaking his head in disagreement. There's no need. Any army marching through this forest would undoubtedly have their numbers whittled down drastically. Our current artillery should do for now. Eus turned his gaze towards the closest artillery by his right and gazed at its majestic form. There were many defensive options their division were given as soon as they were teleported onto this mountain. Hell, the wall they were currently standing on wasn't built by them. As soon as they entered the control room, they had each found out about all the newly added defensive functions of the camp. Their camp didn't even have the luxury of affording even one of them, let alone the 5 that were currently being manned. The academy had provided them all. But it all came at a huge cost, with each shot fired costing about 3,000 division points each. Considering how much they had, it was a staggering amount. Even activating each artillery cost a significant amount of division points. Eus turned his gaze away from the artillery and faced the army of youths standing orderly behind him. They were all neatly dressed in light armor, and each of them had their weapons sheathed behind them or by their waist side. It had taken a while, but after overcoming a lot of challenges, he had been able to appropriately organize his division. Eus nodded in approval. Even a Tier 1 wouldn't be able to break this defense, he thought with slight confidence. But then his thoughts suddenly shifted as he remembered a particular white-haired boy. Excepta. Eus shook his head vigorously. I can't be that unlucky, right? Just as that thought crossed Eus's mind, his gaze suddenly caught something coming from the forest. What's that? Eus couldn't vividly see what it was because of the massive amount of dust around it, but he knew for a fact that it was large, incredibly large. And it was moving through the forest, parting and uprooting trees as though they were twigs. What the hell? Eus's gaze immediately sharpened as his eyes instantaneously radiated an intense orange glow. The petite form of Zadis immediately shot outside his clothes, its form immediately expanding in size as it shot through the air towards the direction of the incoming threat. The others saw Zadis flying away and wondered what was going on. As they followed Aeus's gaze, they each became alert, grabbing their weapons and wondering what was approaching their camp. It can't be them, right? It's only been 30 minutes since the battle started. How could they possibly get here so fast? Aeus frantically thought as he tried to make sense of the upheaval. The distance between the two camps was something that even he couldn't cover in an hour if he were to run at full speed and if there were no distractions or obstacles in the way. Unlike the last time when Atticus had to travel far, Aeus had maintained the connection between them this time around. He was able to see everything the beast was seeing. After a few seconds, it reached the desired location, and as soon as it gained a clear view of the approaching threat, Aeus's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. With lightning speed, Aeus manipulated every ounce of mana within him, amplifying the intensity of his voice to staggering levels as it thundered through the air. Prepare every defensive option we have. As Aeus's voice echoed across the area, the response was immediate. The other Wildborn youths immediately echoed his orders and started giving simple and fast instructions to the other division members. The youth who had been speaking to Aeus earlier swiftly jumped down the large imposing wall and dashed towards the control room in the middle of the camp. The other division youths all drew out their weapons, with some of them bringing out their shields. After a few seconds, the large black terminal in the middle of the camp suddenly lit up in a blue glow. Multiple orbs of light streamed away from the terminal, with some of them climbing the wall and stopping at different spots on top of the wall, while the others kept on going, their forms stopping at different locations away from the wall. After a few seconds, different massive and imposing forms of artilleries were formed. The army of youths immediately separated as they all moved to man each of the newly formed artillery pieces. But that wasn't all. The terminal's blue glow increased in intensity as it shot upwards to the skies, the beam expanding and encompassing the whole camp as it reached the top. In less than a second, the whole camp was covered in a dome-like mana barrier. Every one of the youths turned to Aeus, each of them wondering why he was going this far. Who had he seen? But they didn't have to wait long for his answer as the earlier youth arrived and approached Aeus with a bow. This is all we can currently afford, young master. Will this be enough? I really hope so, Aeus muttered gravely. He clicked on his artifact and checked his remaining division points. Running some calculations in his head, he was able to come to the conclusion that they could fire all the artillery pieces at most twice. I really hope so, he repeated his words in his head. Atticus wouldn't have known, but while the number of first years had been very small, Aeus had been there. He had seen the coldness in those piercing blue eyes. Aeus shuddered. How did I fucking get so unlucky? He clenched his fist as he closed his eyes and lowered his head. The youth beside him couldn't help but wonder what was making Aeus act like this. Not even a tier 1 should be able to get past this defense. Young master, WH, before the youth could even complete his sentence, Aeus rapidly spoke, answering his question before it was even asked. It's the white-haired devil. Those words were spoken in a low tone. Aeus hadn't even utilized mana when he spoke, yet the gravity of that name made it echo in the ears of everyone of the youth present. It took a second, but immediately it registered in each of their brains. They only had one thing to say: we're fucked. As though those words were the green light, the wall on which they all stood trembled. Each of them turned their gazes to the base of the mountain to see that the approaching threat had stopped. The large form of the figure was completely covered in dust, obscuring the vision of the youth and making them unable to see it clearly. They all focused their gazes, waiting for the dust to clear. And they didn't have to wait long as an intense gust of wind swept through the area, clearing the dust away in an instant. As the student's gaze landed on the boy with white hair and piercing blue eyes standing at the front of the earthen platform, each of them couldn't help but shudder. It truly was him, the infamous first-year white-haired devil who burned the figures of 10 third years as though it was nothing, Atticus Ravenstein. Fire! Aeus's voice boomed as he immediately ordered. His orders weren't immediately followed. Each of the youths was still in a shocked state. Aeus's gaze darkened as he saw that his division members were still out of it. Fire the fucking weapons, you stupid dimwits. His voice boomed once more, snapping them out of their reverie. They each started operating the weapons, rapidly tapping the obsidian surface in front of them. The myriad of heavy artillery all shifted in unison, their massive forms pivoting to point directly towards the towering earthen platform at the base of the mountain. If one were to look closer, they would see that each massive nozzle was pointed directly at Atticus's form. Fire! Aeus's voice thundered, resonating through the air like a war drum. In response, each weapon began to emit a crimson glow, intensifying with each passing moment. With an explosive shockwave, they unleashed a barrage of red beams so powerful that multiple concentric circles formed around their trajectory, painting the sky a fierce crimson hue. It was clear that no normal individual could survive such a massive bombardment, but unfortunately for them, the one they were attacking was the farthest thing from normal. Atticus remained stoic, his hands clasped behind his back as the intense wind whipping about made his hair and clothes flutter. The Ravenstein youths and other division members all stood behind him, each of them undisturbed by the bombardment heading towards them. After everything Atticus had shown them once again, the trust they all had in him was 100%. Atticus muttered under his breath, his voice low but resounding in every single one of their ears. Arcane barrier. Instantaneously, a thick golden translucent barrier formed in front of him, its form expanding until it encompassed the entirety of the earthen platform where they were all gathered. The bombardment hit the barrier, but instead of the intense shockwave they all had been expecting, the beams hit the barrier soundlessly, their forms silently getting absorbed. Aeus didn't even have enough time to comprehend what had just happened before Atticus's form, which hadn't moved an inch all this while, finally stirred. Atticus released his clasped hands from behind his back and slowly raised his right hand. And then, the sky turned crimson. As Atticus deliberately raised his arms, thousands of tiny flaming orbs flickered to life, their diminutive sizes exponentially expanding with each passing millisecond behind the earthen platform. In an instant, they all each reached colossal proportions, each fireball appearing on the brink of bursting with unbridled power, painting the sky in a vivid crimson hue. No way, no one knew who among them had spoken those words, but it didn't seem to matter as it encapsulated what every single one of them was feeling. Clang. The sounds of metal hitting the ground filled the air as many of them dropped their raised weapons, each of them having lost hope. Despite the fact that their whole camp was covered by a mana barrier, they didn't seem to rely on it in the slightest. It was as though they all knew that it was a fool's dream. How the fuck is he still a first year? Aeus thought, his head filled with apprehension as he gazed at the massive figures of the fireballs that were casting eerie spherical shadows on the camp. Each of the division members standing behind Atticus, especially the armored ones, felt their blood boil as they gazed at the spectacular display of power. They each hit their shields on the earth, the collective action sounding with a resounding bam. If it felt good, it felt really good to be on Atticus's side. This was the first time they were experiencing the feeling of invincibility. It was as though no matter the threat, as long as this white-haired devil was with them, they would easily overcome it. This action seemed to make the opposing division lose even more morale as the youths operating the heavy artillery all got down from their positions, each of them gazing at the massive fireballs painting the sky crimson. Each of the ginormous fireballs pulsed with uncontained power, and with a casual flick of his wrist, they descended. Their fiery forms streaked through the air, the sheer magnitude of the onslaught immediately engulfing the vision of the youths who, by now, had dropped their weapons, their expressions resigned to the impending doom. It looked as though the world was coming to an end, and the fireballs were the harbingers of divine retribution, there to burn them for their sins. Aeus gazed at the rapidly approaching form of the fireball, his hands clenched into fists. He had already spent all his points on all the defensive capabilities of the camp, and now he was about to lose even more when he loses this battle. 250,000 division points was a lot. Aeus had immediately tried to surrender as soon as his attacks had been effortlessly blocked, but the AI hadn't accepted it, claiming that he hadn't done everything possible to resist. It's not fair. Aeus's voice thundered, but it was immediately drowned out by the relentless bombardment of fireballs impacting the mana barrier. The ensuing chaos was nothing short of apocalyptic as wave after wave of scorching fireballs crashed against the protective shield surrounding the camp. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling through the mountain, shaking it to its core. During the first impacts, the barrier held, but unfortunately for the opposing division, each attack the barrier blocked deducted a significant amount of division points from them, which simply meant that as long as they had division points, the barrier would hold. But unfortunately, it was simply a fool's dream. Aeus doubted if there was any first year who had enough points to block this crazy bombardment. In the next instant, the second wave of attacks impacted on the shield, but this time around, the barrier was broken through effortlessly, leaving the camp open and without any protection. It was then the true devastation began. Each fireball impacted on the camp, triggering large explosions that reverberated through the earth. The result was an instantaneous implosion of the hundreds of makeshift tents for the division members and other buildings in the camp, reducing them into rubble. The entire camp was instantly covered in searing hot flames that immediately engulfed the opposing division members. The screams that ensued were deafening. The division members who had all been pumped about being on the same side as Atticus couldn't help but shudder. Now it wasn't about being pumped, they were thanking their heavens that they wouldn't have Atticus as an enemy. Damn, that's brutal. But are you planning on having all the fun for yourself? Leave some for us. Aurora suddenly admonished from behind, and as soon as Atticus turned, he was immediately met with a puppy-like expression on Nate and surprisingly the rest of the Ravenstein youth. Atticus couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. All right, he simply said, his word followed by a casual step forward. The earth responded immediately as multiple earthen-like stairs formed from the base of the earthen platform, their forms extending upwards through the mountain, completely disregarding the uneven terrain. In the next instance, they each reached the top of the mountain, just above the camp walls, which were already in ruins with only some parts of it still standing. Attack! Atticus's command rang out, and with a war cry that echoed across the area, each of the youths started ascending at a fast pace towards the burning camp, their collective battle cry deafening. But the one who was thoroughly happy with this command was none other than Nate, who immediately launched himself up, moving at fast speeds and appearing at the top of the mountain in the next instant, his broadsword already in his arms. Another devastation ensued as Aurora and the rest of the Ravenstein youths all got to the burning camp, each of them immediately starting a massacre and dispatching the youths who were still alive with ease. After a while and just as each of them was about to relax, a figure suddenly burst out from underneath the rubble, his intense orange gaze filled with hatred landing on the white-haired Ravenstein youths. Each of the Ravenstein youths in the area turned their gazes to see the figure of Eus looking at all of them with intense hatred. His clothes were completely burnt, his previously neatly styled hair disheveled and scattered with lots of burnt spots on his head. And his previous impeccable attire had been burnt scalding black, leaving only some parts covered. Eus held two war axes tightly in his hands, his black exposed arms bulging due to the flex. His intense gaze locked on the Ravenstein youths, Eus spoke, his words dripping with fury. You just burnt down everything. Everything I've worked hard to build for 2 months. Eus screamed, a palpable orange aura enveloping his form in the next instant. The orange aura intensified, and instantaneously 3 petite figures shot out from the remains of Eus' attire. The first shot up through the air, its petite form gaining mass and height with every passing millisecond. In the next instance, it reached colossal proportions as it swooped down and landed in front of Eus, its orange eyes menacingly fixed on the Ravenstein youths. The other beast had also transformed to colossal proportions, with the second beast reaching 6 meters in height and having a bear-like characteristic with its body covered in blue fur. The third stood at a height of 4 meters, its form on all fours bearing an uncanny resemblance to wolves. Its glowing orange eyes and razor-sharp teeth pointed dangerously at the youths. The 3 beasts emitted an unmistakable aura of an intermediate plus rank. They encircled Eus who stood in the middle of them. They all had the same artifact the students wore on their ankles. Regardless of if it was a beast or human, any living being entering the academy was forced to wear these artifacts. At this point, Eus didn't even give a damn if he was talking to tier 1s, he was just so angry. Even if it's just one of you, I will make sure to take you with me. Just as each of the beasts was about to attack. He's mine, Nate suddenly screamed, his form dashing towards the scene from a distance. The other Ravenstein youths hadn't even been fazed with everything that had been happening. They were a family of warriors, neither one of them would shy away from a fight. But before Nate could even make it halfway to the scene, a figure suddenly blazed across, covering the distance between her and Eus in less than a second. In the next instant, Eus found himself suspended in the air as a scalding uppercut landed just beneath his chin. Before the force of the punch could completely travel through his head, turning it into nothing more than roasted mush, a golden aura enveloped his form, and he instantly got teleported away from the scene. The 3 beasts immediately lunged at Aurora's form, but before they could get close, Aurora slammed her foot on the ground, and a wave of fire immediately spread outwards, engulfing the forms of the beasts and pushing them away. The beasts all tossed and turned while letting out painful screams. They each stood up, attempting to brave through the pain, their intense gaze filled with hatred staring at Aurora who stood unflinching without any change in expression. But their artifacts knew their condition better, a golden aura swiftly surrounded them, and before any of them could react, they were each transported away from the area. No! Nate screamed as he finally reached the area, landing roughly on the earth with a loud thud. Why? Just why couldn't you just leave him for me? Nate asked while looking at Aurora, his eyes becoming watery as though he was about to cry in any second. Aurora gave Nate a wry smile. Sorry big guy, but Atticus wants us to end this battle fast, she said while shrugging her shoulders. Nate appeared about to shout at Aurora, but something kept stopping him. He clenched his fist and faced his gaze downward while muttering meekly, you bully, his gaze tearing up, appearing on the brink of crying. The other Ravenstein youths tried hard to stifle their laughter, hands covering their mouths in futile attempts. Aurora gazed at Nate's teary form with slight shock and pity. She had simply wanted to end the fight quickly, she really didn't expect the dude to actually cry. Just as she was about to console him, Elijah suddenly approached and placed a firm hand on Nate's shoulder. The both of them were bulky, which painted a picturesque scene of two bulky men comforting each other. If you move quickly, you might still see some of them alive, Elijah said, his voice still maintaining its humble tone. His words seemed to snap Nate out of his reverie as he swiped his arms through his eyes, rubbing the tears away. You're right, Nate responded, his voice sounding hoarse and cracking. He lifted up his broadsword and dashed away to look for youths from the opposing division who were still alive, leaving the rest of the Ravenstein youth laughing behind. Aren't you going to join them? Atticus asked Lucas, who silently approached him from behind. Out of everyone in the division, it was only Lucas that remained behind. There's no need for me to. They are more than enough, Lucas replied, his voice mirroring the exhausted look on his face. Atticus didn't say anything after that, the earthen platform descending into momentary silence. But it was broken in the next instant by Lucas. How did you get so powerful? Lucas suddenly asked. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly, he hadn't been expecting that question. Since all the times he had been letting loose and showing his power, this was the first time someone was actually asking him this question directly. He turned to face Lucas and was met with the same wary look he always carried. Why are you asking? Atticus inquired. Lucas chuckled. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you wonder the same thing? PFF'd. Atticus suddenly burst into laughter, causing Lucas to scratch his head awkwardly. Why is he laughing? Lucas wondered. After a few seconds, Atticus finally stopped laughing and decided to respond to his question, I guess you can call it hard work. Yes, hard work. Hard work, please. If it were only that, then we'd all be at least half as strong as you, Atticus smiled as he saw Lucas's deadpan expression. And talent, Atticus added. Lucas turned his gaze downwards while looking at his arms. Talent? I guess you're right, he muttered. He had been busting his ass, engraving runes upon runes, but at the end of the day, he only had a little to show for it. Life sure is unfair. As soon as this thought crossed Lucas's head, the terminal of the opposing camp suddenly lit up in a blinding light that shot upwards to the sky. And then, an AI voice immediately followed. The battle is over. And the winner of this battle Issa. The battle is over. And the winner of this battle Issa. Error. Atticus Ravenstein, you have yet to select a name for your division. It is mandatory for you to do that now, the AI prompted. Atticus's eyes opened in slight shock. You forgot, didn't you? Lucas said with a chuckle. To be honest, yeah, Atticus responded while awkwardly scratching his head. Because of everything that had been happening in his completely busy schedule, he had completely forgotten that he hadn't even chosen a name for their division. I should do that now. But what should I choose? Just as Atticus was about to choose the first thing that came to his Minda Division 10. White Ravens. White Star. Strongest Division. Atticus turned his gaze upwards to see other members of his division shouting out different names at the top of their lungs. Why do all of their names sound better than mine? Do I really have a bad naming sense? Atticus pondered with a wry smile, and he couldn't help but let out a short chuckle as the katana started vibrating intensely as though trying to agree with his thoughts. What do you think I should choose? Atticus turned towards Lucas and asked. But the latter maintained a neutral expression. It was plenty obvious that he didn't really care about what he chose. Seeing Lucas shrug his shoulders, I'll just choose a random one, Atticus inwardly decided. Just as Atticus was once again about to speak, one name amongst the myriad of names the youth were calling suddenly made him pause. Atticus didn't even need to ponder about it, he immediately chose it. White omens, Atticus suddenly declared, his voice traveling through the area, heard by all. Are you sure about the chosen name? Changing the name of your division is impossible once chosen, the AI warned, but Atticus remained unfazed and nodded his head in affirmation. White omens accepted, computing a new message. The battle is over, and the winner of this battle is the White Omens. Wow! The division members immediately burst into celebration as they all screamed, hitting their weapons and shields together. They each started chanting at the top of their lungs in unison while looking at Atticus. Leader Atticus! Leader Atticus! Leader Atticus! The name Atticus reverberated throughout the area. Atticus gazed at the army of youths chanting his name with a neutral gaze, without showing any visible sign of emotion. Won't you at least flash them a smile, Mr. Celebrity? Atticus turned his gaze to the side to see Aurora landing beside him with a smug smile. That would be encouraging them, Atticus responded. You're making it sound like you don't like the attention. She gave him a playful punch on his shoulder as she got to him. Atticus chuckled while meeting her gaze with a small smile. You know I don't. Aurora couldn't help but shake her head. Weird ass. You're the only person I know that's like this. Well, I don't think that matters much. You only know like what, 10 people? Atticus replied with a teasing look on his face. Aurora instantly retorted, her face flushing crimson, I know more people than you. PFTTT, Atticus instantly burst into laughter while responding, I doubt that. Bitch, Aurora mumbled. Lucas simply stood at the side shaking his head while gazing at both of them. He turned to see Nate walking towards them with his head bent downwards while dragging his broadsword on the ground. Lucas couldn't help but let out a short sigh. He's truly a piece of work, he thought. The rest of the Ravenstein youth soon reached the earthen platform they were all on, and after a few minutes of celebrations and laughter, each of the division youths all descended from the mountains and gathered back on the earthen platform. With a single focused thought, the earth wrapped around each one of them, and the earthen platform moved away from the mountain, its massive form heading back to the camp. The first-year control room was once again utterly silent. But unlike the last time where they had all been thoroughly shocked by what they had witnessed, this time around, they had each came prepared and braced themselves for whatever the young monster might show them. Atticus's display of power was once again mind-boggling, no doubt about that. But neither of them said anything, and as soon as the battle ended, they each started leaving the control room silently. Isabella snapped her head to the side, her gaze landing on the figure of Harrison standing beside her. She didn't need to utter a word, her intense gaze seemingly able to speak for itself. But in response, Harrison didn't say anything. He simply kept staring at the screen for a few seconds after which he turned and left the room without warning. Isabella sighed, what a stubborn man, she thought. She turned to face the screen displaying Atticus controlling the large earthen platform, her gaze becoming more serious. I must find a way to tell him no matter what, Isabella silently resolved. He has to be the one to represent us. A battle that was supposed to take at the very least 4 hours to end was completely in less than 35 minutes. And this was only possible because of one boy. Isabella simply refused to allow such talent to rot. That would be the most idiotic thing they could do as the ones training the next generation. After staring at the screen for a few moments, thinking about multiple possibilities she could take, Isabella turned and left the control room. As soon as all the instructors left the control room, leaving only the operators. Yes. The excited scream of an operator immediately engulfed the room, and upon hearing it, each of the operators present couldn't help but click their tongues in dissatisfaction. They each turned their gazes to see the cause of the commotion who was jumping up and celebrating. I fucking told you all I'd win it again. Gon screamed at the top of his lungs while gazing at the staggering amounts of points he had gained. Academy points. Plus 100,000 academy points. It was far too much. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'd be partying tonight. Gon declared. But then, he suddenly noticed how quiet the room was. He removed his gaze away from his artifact and swept his gaze across the room to see each of the operators staring at him intensely as though they wanted to rip him apart. Gon cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly headed out of the control room before they could beat him up and steal his precious points. The remaining operators clicked their tongues in annoyance once more, and they turned and focused their gazes on the other division battles going on. Each of them mostly focused on two screens which had the figures of a certain beautiful purple-haired girl and a brown-haired boy each unleashing a massacre. Atticus got back to the mountain their camp was situated upon after a few minutes, and he immediately got to work and took down the earthen dome covering the whole camp. After which they entered the camp. The same timer that appeared the last time had appeared as soon as they defeated the opposition, marking the time they had left before they were transported back to the expanse. As they got to the camp, Atticus instantly clicked on his artifact intending to check the rewards he had received this time around. Dear Atticus Ravenstein, greetings. The Academy extends its heartfelt commendation for your exemplary leadership and outstanding performance during the recent division war. As the distinguished leader of your division, your accomplishments during the battle have not gone unnoticed. Your notable achievements include quick and decisive thinking. Your ability to think quickly and make decisive decisions helped ensure that your division was well prepared for the challenges they faced. Overwhelming might. Your overwhelming power and execution led to your division's significant advantage and success in battle. Singular heroism. Your remarkable bravery and skill resulted in you defeating an overwhelming majority of the enemy's forces on your own, demonstrating extraordinary heroism. In recognition of your outstanding leadership and battlefield prowess, the Academy is pleased to bestow upon you the following rewards. Academy points. 50,000 points for your invaluable contributions. Reward privilege. You are granted the privilege of selecting any item from our collection, valued at equal to or less than 50,000 Academy points. We celebrate your achievements and eagerly anticipate witnessing your continued excellence in all your future endeavors. Atticus gazed at his individual reward with a neutral stare. Bastards are still being cheap. The rewards were basically the same as the last time, with the only thing that changed was the amount of points he had been given. Sweeping his gaze around the area, Atticus saw the smiling faces of the youths as they gazed at the air in front of them, each of them clearly happy about their rewards. Do I have too high a standard? He couldn't help but wonder. He was very sure that none of their rewards were close to his, and yet he was the one complaining. Atticus shook his head and decided to wait for the countdown timer to end. And he didn't have to wait long, as it ended in a few minutes. They each closed their eyes as the terminal simultaneously let out a blinding light that shot upwards and encompassed the whole camp. And then, the camp disappeared from the edge of the mountain. Atticus opened his eyes after a few seconds and was met with the same scene of the massive terminal and the campgrounds. But before he could even think of doing anything else, Atticus immediately clicked on his artifact and decided to make all the necessary selections and purchases first before anything. He first chose to face 2 of the building vouchers that he had gotten as a reward for winning the 1st and 2nd division battles. He first chose the one where he could select any building worth 30,000 division points or less. Now, what do we need? Atticus pondered while gazing at the list of buildings available in the division store. He was very restricted in what he could choose, only being able to select a building at or below a certain range. Only show me buildings in the 30,000 and below range, Atticus instructed, and the artifact swiftly complied, reshuffling the list. 1. Barracks. Additional housing for division members. Pricing. 15,000 DP. 2. Watchtower. Enhances camp security and serves as an early warning system. Pricing. 25,000 DP. 3. Mess hall. Communal dining area to foster camaraderie among members. Pricing. 10,000 DP. 4. Medical bay. Offers medical facilities for treating injuries and illnesses. Pricing. 20,000 DP. 5. Supply depot. Stores essential resources for the division. Pricing. 30,000 DP. 6. Communication hub. Centralized system for efficient communication across the camp. Pricing. 28,000 DP. 7. Recreation area. Promotes relaxation and recreation to boost morale. Pricing. 30,000 DP. 8. Water purification station. Ensures a clean and steady water supply. Pricing. 10,000 DP. 9. Storage facility. Secure storage for surplus resources and equipment. Pricing. 22,000 DP. 10. Central plaza. Social and meeting space for community gatherings and events. Pricing. 15,000 DP. Atticus gazed at the list while pondering hard about what he should choose. Each of them had its uses. After thinking about it for a bit, Atticus chose the watchtower. Ever since the attack on their first time in the expanse, they had never been attacked again. Atticus would truly be foolish to believe that it would be the only time they would be attacked during the whole year they would be in this expanse. Gazing at the features of the watchtower, Atticus could see that compared to what they were currently referring to as watchtowers, these ones were way more advanced. The watchtower would be completely invaluable in keeping the camp safe from outside forces. Atticus immediately chose it and placed its location at the northern wall. As soon as he chose it, the terminal immediately lit up and a fairly large orb of light separated from the terminal, moving towards the northern wall. After a few seconds, a tall building was formed. Atticus shifted his gaze away from the futuristic-looking building and navigated to his second reward, selecting any building below or equal to 50,000. Guard post. Small outposts placed around the perimeter for increased security and surveillance. Price: 15,000 division points. Laboratory. Facility for scientific research, experimentation, and development of new technologies. Price: 50,000 division points. Observation deck. Elevated platform for scouting and observation of the surrounding area. Price: 30,000 division points. Library, study hall. Quiet space for learning, research, and education to enhance knowledge and skills. Price: 45,000 division points. Recreational facilities. Includes amenities like sports fields, game rooms, or entertainment centers for leisure activities. Price: 35,000 division points. Greenhouse. Enclosed structure for growing plants, herbs, or medicinal crops regardless of weather conditions. Price: 20,000 division points. Chapel, meditation room. Space for spiritual reflection, ceremonies, or quiet meditation for the camp's inhabitants. Price: 10,000 division points. Workout area. Indoor or outdoor space equipped with exercise equipment for physical fitness training. Price: 25,000 division points. Security center. Command center for monitoring security systems, organizing patrols, and responding to threats. Price: 39,000 division points. Recycling center. Facility for sorting, recycling, and repurposing waste materials to promote sustainability. Price: 19,000 division points. Animal pen. Enclosures for raising livestock or animals for food, labor, or companionship. Price: 35,000 division points. Sheltered meeting area. Covered pavilion or gathering space for meetings, assemblies, or events, protected from the elements. Price: 15,000 division points. Gazing at the list of buildings he could choose from, Atticus pondered for a bit. It was just like the last time, with each of them being useful for the development of his division. Atticus was tempted to choose another watchtower for the camp, but he wasn't so fond of losing more than 20,000 academy points. The reward was to choose one building, which meant that he would lose the remaining points should he choose something lower. After pondering about it for a bit and weighing all the benefits, Atticus eventually decided on choosing the library. Atticus instantly moved to the next rewards category, selecting any building from the losing division's camp. As he moved to this, a thought suddenly struck him. He had burnt down every single thing in the opposition camp. Don't tell me. Atticus released a huge sigh of relief upon seeing that destroying the camp didn't affect his rewards. He was still able to select any building from the opposition camp. Atticus only needed one look to see that they didn't really have that many buildings. In fact, the only things they had were a large mansion-like building, a mess hall, and numerous tents. Seeing that there really wasn't anything worthwhile there, Atticus simply chose the large mansion. He hadn't seen any need to use his points to purchase it before because he felt like it was a huge waste of points. But since he wasn't exactly paying anything, he felt it would be nice to not have to walk past a tsunami of youths all bowing down as he passed every time he wanted to enter his room. The display popped up, prompting him to select the location he wanted the building to be in. The barracks and other buildings were at the northern side of the large terminal, and for this one, Atticus chose it to be on the southern side, free on its own without any disturbances. The terminal repeated its earlier action, and after a few moments, an incredibly enormous mansion was formed. After selecting all these buildings, Atticus swiftly navigated through the division store in the buildings category to look for something he had been anticipating for a long time. In no time, Atticus found what he was looking for, his eyes instantly landing on its staggering price. Advanced Training Facility. Space for skill development and combat training. Pricing: 250,000 DP. Atticus smiled widened as he saw it. He immediately checked how many division points he had. Division objectives. Current objectives: None. Completed objectives. Create an organized group and ensure the cohesion and well-being of all division members. Reward. 10,000 division points upon completion. Completed. Current points. AP. *** 2,750,430 PTS. DP. *** 10,000 PTS plus 150,000 PTS plus 10,000 PTS plus 250,000 PTS equals 420,000 division points. As swift as lightning, Atticus clicked on purchase without wasting any time. An option appeared in front of him asking him to choose its location. Atticus could see that it brought in the option to merge the mansion and the training room together, allowing it to be inside the mansion. But Atticus decided otherwise. Although all their wins had basically been because of him, at the end of the day, he had used the division points to purchase the training room. It was for the division, not just him. Seeing as it's just one building, I'll have to set some ground rules, Atticus thought. At the end of the day, he would be the one to use it for the majority of the time. Atticus chose the area just beside the mansion for the building location. Immediately, the terminal lit up, and a light bigger than the lights for the other buildings he had built left the terminal. After a few moments, a large building was formed. Atticus closed his artifact, dropping down his hand, and turned around to see the other division youths looking at the new buildings he had just bought with intrigue. "I'm checking out this one first," Atticus suddenly spoke to Aurora and the Ravenstein youths beside him as he immediately started walking towards the advanced training room beside the large mansion. Aurora and the rest followed behind him, and they reached the front door in a few seconds. The doors slid open as he approached, and as he stepped inside the training room, Atticus couldn't help but draw in a deep breath as he felt the familiar atmosphere of the advanced training room. Finally, Atticus released a deep exhale in the next instance. The advanced training room was just as he remembered, completely pristine white, an inconspicuous platform at the side with its entirety covered in gleaming runes. And lastly, an interface on the wall beside it. Seeing Atticus's excited expression, Aurora couldn't help but shake her head. "Looks like you've found your home," she remarked. Aurora knew how much Atticus loved and used the advanced training room back at the Ravenstein estate. "I guess we know where you'll be spending all your time now," Aurora said with a chuckle. After looking around the room for a while, Atticus reluctantly left the training room to check the other buildings that he had bought. The other buildings were exactly as advertised. The watchtower was a long building with an elevator at the bottom where the entrance was. Upon reaching the top, Atticus couldn't help but marvel at how technologically advanced it looked. It was practically like the small control room their division gets at the start of the division battles. It had a small obsidian table in the middle of the room, lit up by sky blue neon lights. The only difference was that this watchtower had multiple large screens displayed on the wall, showcasing the view of the northern side of the camp. Atticus browsed through the features and saw that he could zoom in and out, record, and do a lot of other things. After looking around for a few moments, they left the watchtower and went over to the library. The library was as expected, filled with books. It couldn't be compared to the expansive library back at the Ravenstein estate, but it was something. Many of the youths in the division came from humble origins. Not all of them had the opportunity to have free access to a library. Although it was pretty useless to him, Atticus thought it would be a good addition to their division. At least it won't be training all the time, they would have something else they could do now. After looking around for a while, they each left and headed to the mansion next. It was very spacious and big. While it was less grand than the one he was used to, it was still a huge luxury. The mansion had many rooms, and without even needing to be told, Aurora had already selected a room on the top floor, her form happily bouncing up and down on the king-size bed. Seeing this as his chance, Atticus immediately excused himself and bolted towards the advanced training room. He immediately locked the door upon entering, making sure no one could watch him train. Then he made his way to the interface just on the wall beside the platform. With a few clicks, Atticus started navigating through its features, and his eyes couldn't help but bulge out of his sockets when he saw that the highest rank robots the training room could create was Advanced Plus. "Shit, how fucking useless," Atticus muttered while clicking his tongue in annoyance. This truly wasn't what he had been expecting. If the instructors and operators could hear his thoughts now, they would all puke blood. For a first-year 15-year-old student, Advanced Plus rank was plenty enough. He was the abnormal one here. But then, Atticus suddenly remembered something. Each of the buildings had an upgrade function. He quickly clicked on his artifact and navigated to the section immediately. His gaze instantly landed on the amount of division points needed for upgrading the advanced training room. 150,000 division points. Atticus's excitement immediately shot through the roof as he saw that he could afford to upgrade the training room. What made him even more excited was that this upgrade would enable the training room to produce Master Plus rank robots. Atticus immediately paid for the upgrade, and the training room instantly let out a bright glow that encompassed the whole room. The runes that covered the control room seemed to flicker to life, their golden glow intensifying every second. Atticus observed with a keen gaze as the runes seemed to adjust and change, their forms shifting until they transformed into another language altogether. Atticus tried hard to understand what the runes meant, but it was a futile effort as they appeared completely like jargon to him. Is it another language? Atticus wondered. After a few minutes, the light dimmed, signifying that the upgrade was finally done. The room didn't change much visually, but Atticus could feel it. Apart from the staggering increase of mana density in the room, the training room felt more powerful. It was hard to explain, as though it would be able to withstand anything he could throw at it. He approached the interface on the wall and clicked on it, looking through the new features. It's too bad the training room can simulate a lot of elemental environments but not space. Atticus couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He had been hoping the Academy's advanced training room would have more options than the one at the Ravenstein estate. I'm so close. I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow, Atticus thought. The division battle had taken place on a Sunday, and the next day, classes would resume. Atticus left the features section and finally decided to give the Academy's training room a run for its money. He navigated to the list of available data. He was very excited about using the Academy's advanced room. The amount of data it would be a lot for sure. Atticus searched around, seeing numerous data of people he hadn't heard of before, but as his gaze landed on one name, he suddenly paused, pondering it for a second. He eventually decided to choose this data. Atticus clicked on it, deciding to tread carefully and see where his limits lay. He first lowered the rank of the robot to master rank. As soon as he picked, the countless runes on the platform flickered to life, emitting an intense golden light, and then, liquid metal gushed out through the cracks of the platform, their form coalescing and molding. After a few moments, the form of a bulky man was formed. Even though it was simply a robot, the air around it was heavy, as though gravity had intensified manifold. Atticus immediately got alert as the robot turned to face him. But seeing it just standing there without doing anything else, he lowered his guard slightly. Taking a closer look at the robot, Atticus could see the striking resemblance between the figure of the robot and a particular hype organ-haired man, Jared Stellaris. Atticus focused his gaze on the bulky form of the robot, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Jared Stellaris. The advanced training room had the capability to create synthetic robots that were essentially carbon copies of the individual. They were created based on the data collected from said individual. But this copy was mainly for abilities and anything related to combat. Things like appearance were kept as vague as possible. Hell, the robot standing in front of him looked like a completely silver humanoid. But because they wanted to imitate the full experience of a battle, they were all given facial features. While its face was still silver with no other color, it were able to show simple facial expressions. Which was why Atticus's face couldn't help but scrunch up as he gazed at the robot. It even has the same creepy smile, he thought. Yes, the data Atticus had chosen was Jared's, and he had chosen it for two reasons: to see how powerful a Tier 1 bloodline at the master rank was and to get a glimpse of how powerful Jared truly was. The both of them had been sparring after the combat training classes, but they had only used aerokinesis during the sparring. Atticus felt like it was a good opportunity to find out about the Stellaris family's strength and more about their bloodline. With a creepy smile on its face, the bulky figure of the robot turned and started walking towards the middle of the training room, reaching it in just a few seconds. Seeing that the robot was ready, Atticus turned back towards the interface on the wall, and after a few thoughts and taps, he changed the landscape of the training room into a flat earthen terrain that stretched predominantly in every direction. When one looked at the pristine white room upon entering the training room, it was about 20 by 20 feet wide. But they were each given the ability to select any size of their choice, and Atticus had chosen to make the room as big as possible. The battle he was about to face was incomparable to the ones he had always fought in the advanced training room. It was better if the space was expansive. Their bloodline is dependent on the energy gotten from the sun, right? Atticus was curious about something, and he immediately put it to the test. He made sure to choose another mode of lighting for the entire space, thereby ensuring the robot didn't have access to the sun. Atticus then walked to the opposite end of the robot and stood facing it. He scrutinized every inch of the robot, who stood unflinching and as intimidating as ever. It's a master rank, it should be about as strong as the Shadow Seraphim, but considering its Tier 1 bloodline, I'm not so sure, Atticus pondered. Let's take it as it comes. I'll use the burst in my bloodline first, Atticus decided. He could battle the Shadow Seraphim, albeit barely, while using his mana and aerokinesis, but should he use mana and burst, Atticus would easily overpower the beast. This was his inaugural encounter with the Stellaris family bloodline, and he couldn't help but be excited to see what it held. Fixing his gaze on the imposing form of the robot, Atticus felt time slow to a crawl as he heightened his perception, honing in on every detail with razor-sharp focus. In an instant, he unleashed a surge of mana from his core, the energy crackling with raw power as it surged through his veins. As Atticus prepared to move, a sudden chill ran down his spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. With lightning reflexes, he sensed the impending danger and instinctively dodged to the side just as two scorching laser beams seared through the air where he had stood moments before. The sheer intensity of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing a deafening explosion that echoed across the battlefield. Atticus's gaze narrowed as he felt the shockwave reach him despite the distance. Damn, he muttered, instantly turning towards the robot, his gaze landing on the eyes of the robot which were glowing an intense orange. Before Atticus could formulate his next move, the gem embedded in the robot's forehead erupted with a blinding golden light, spreading outward in a dazzling display that enveloped its entire form. In an instant, the robot's limbs tensed and expanded, its towering figure growing even larger as its once silver hair transformed into a fiery orange hue, billowing wildly behind it like flames dancing in the wind. With a single step, the transformed robot vanished from sight, leaving Atticus momentarily disoriented. His instincts kicked in just in time as he sensed the incoming danger, his body moving with preternatural speed to evade a lethal blow from the robot's augmented fist, now cloaked in a palpable golden aura. Just as he was about to retaliate, his vision caught sight of the robot's gaze letting out an intense golden light. I can do that too. At level 1, Atticus could only control his bloodline within the confines of his body, and this was only if he was in direct contact. This control was superficial and didn't allow for more intricate control. At level 2, he could project the elements out of his body but couldn't control them once they left his body. Level 2 allowed for better control of the elements, but it still fell short of the next level. At level 3, he became able to manipulate, project, and control the elements in a certain radius. Level 3 was where the real title, Elementalist, would shine. It allowed for more intricate manipulation of the elements, allowing the individual to manifest the elements from any part of the body. Inches away from Atticus's eyes, two surges of fire coalesced, their essence condensing into small orbs pulsating with unrestrained power. Simultaneously, the glow emanating from the robot's eyes intensified, as two pairs of beams, brimming with terrifying heat, surged toward each other. With an unstoppable force, their paths intersected in a cataclysmic collision at the midpoint, unleashing a tempest of energy that sent shockwaves reverberating in every direction. The sheer force of the impact shattered the earthen floor beneath them. Atticus's eyes flashed as he saw that he was losing the battle, the robot's beams were about to overpower his. Without hesitation, his focus shifted to the earth element. With lightning speed, an earthen spike erupted from underneath the robot's form. Reacting with uncanny agility, the robot darted to the side, leaving behind a golden blur in its wake. As its right hand remained poised by its side, a palpable golden aura coalesced and intensified around it, shaping into the form of a long sword. With frightening speed, the sword swung upward toward Atticus, each motion leaving a golden blur trailing in its wake. Atticus swiftly stimulated his fire bloodline, his form flickering backward for several meters. In a swift, fluid motion, he spun clockwise, gathering an intense wave of fire on his left arm. At that distance, Atticus' fist shot forward, an intense wave of scorching fire spreading out from his fist and engulfing the robot's form and the surrounding area. Atticus's gaze remained sharp, his eyes scanning the area. Seeing that his vision was completely obscured, Atticus instantly released a pulse from his mana core. As soon as he got a clear view of the area, Atticus's reaction was swift as he released rapid bursts of fire from each of his limbs, deftly evading the multiple beams that threatened to pierce through his form. With a final burst of fire, Atticus propelled himself backward with a powerful burst from his legs, strategically creating distance between himself and the robot. As soon as the smoke cleared, Atticus's gaze landed on the unharmed figure of the robot. It appeared unharmed, as though the intense flames that had enveloped its form had been nothing. Of course, fire has no effect on it, its bloodline is related to the sun, after all, Atticus pondered. He had wanted to see if their resistance to fire and heat had a limit. And from what he just found out, if it had a limit, it was past something he could currently dish out. Atticus had put his all into that wave of fire. He had also confirmed a few more of his assumptions. The gem embedded in his forehead serves as an alternate source of energy if they don't have access to the sun. They can manipulate the energy gotten from the sun however they like, empowering themselves, shooting condensed beams, or forming weapons, Atticus realized. Atticus could still come up with a number of things they could use the power to do, the possibilities were numerous. Water should be the best option, Atticus thought about the best counter for the Stellaris family bloodline. I wonder how space would fare, he wondered. Atticus's body suddenly tensed, every sense heightened to maximum alertness as he perceived the shift in the air around the room. In the blink of an eye, the glow emanating from the robot intensified exponentially, forcing Atticus to shield his eyes with a protective barrier to shield himself from the blinding light. Slowly, the robot began to ascend, its luminous form rising higher and higher until it resembled a miniature sun, bathing the room in an intense, searing glow. The temperature surged to staggering levels, causing even Atticus, who could withstand extreme heat, to break into a sweat. As the temperature continued to rise, the golden glow surrounding the robot intensified with each passing millisecond. And like a nuclear explosion waiting to detonate, the robot reached its climax and went supernova. In a cataclysmic explosion of scorching energy, a palpable wave of golden light erupted from the robot, spreading outward in every direction with unstoppable force. Shit! Atticus reacted instantly. Channeling his focus on 4 elements, Atticus created a protective cocoon comprised of ice, air, earth, and water, each element molding around him to form a resilient barrier. With total concentration, he poured his energy into maintaining the integrity of the cocoon. As the wave of scorching energy struck with relentless force, Atticus felt the impact reverberate through his makeshift sanctuary, his form thrown back by the sheer power of the attack. Despite his best efforts, the outermost water barrier succumbed first, evaporating into steam as it shielded him from the intense heat. Next, the earth barrier disintegrated effortlessly, followed by the air barrier. With each element collapsing under the attack, Atticus felt the searing heat press against his skin as he strained to maintain the ice barrier, his focus stretched to its limits, making sure it held while also trying to recreate each of the disintegrated elements. The scorching wave lasted for a few tortuous moments, during which Atticus's clothes were completely soaked in sweat. Atticus released the barrier encompassing him, his breath labored as he took in deep breaths. Bloodlines were part of an individual, directly linked to his stamina and endurance. Just that attack was enough to push me to my limits. Atticus's gaze sharpened. The other Tier 1 bloodlines are truly powerful. Atticus was able to match a master rank individual if he used everything in his repertoire, but this was only in passive strength and speed. Compared to actual master rank individuals, Atticus's bloodline still fell short when it came to raw power, and he was just beginning to realize that issue now. Atticus swept his gaze around the area, his eyes widening in shock at the devastating aftermath of the attack. The once pristine landscape, spanning a radius of over 300 meters, lay scorched and desolate. The earth was marred by blackened, charred ground, with tendrils of steamy smoke rising from the smoldering remains. The air was thick with the lingering heat, the temperature still unbearably high, capable of searing even awakened. Atticus focused his gaze on the glowing robot descending slowly from the air, the scene akin to the sun god descending on Earth. But despite the feeling of invincibility, regardless of how subtle the signs were, it couldn't escape Atticus's keen senses. It dimmed, Atticus's gaze focused on the gem embedded on the robot's forehead. After unleashing the massive wave of attack, the gem had dimmed significantly. It was obvious that it couldn't use that attack constantly. At most 3 times. That's their weakness, a limited power source if they don't have access to the sun, Atticus noted. The robot landed gently on the ground, and instantaneously, an intense aura radiated out of its form once more. Atticus focused his gaze on the robot, which was descending gently to the ground, and instantaneously, an intense aura radiated out from its form once more. Looks like it's not joking around anymore, Atticus thought. He couldn't help but notice the major difference between the expert rank and the master rank. When he battled Astrian, Verloc, and Melora back at the Raven camp, while their aura had been intense, it hadn't been this overwhelming. Despite being 300 meters away from the robot, Atticus could still feel an intense intimidation emanating from the robot's aura. Regardless of the fact that he could match master rank individuals with speed and strength, apart from his bloodline, Atticus's aura was still subpar. Atticus continuously circulated his mana throughout his body, trying to free himself from its aura. I better use it, he muttered to himself. Atticus's right hand gravitated towards the katana by his left waist as he started unsheathing it slowly. The katana vibrated with intensity. Atticus was finally going to use it. It didn't even care about the fact that he was unsheathing it first. Since when did Atticus have to unsheath it first to use its arts? It was just glad to finally get used. My bloodline is still subpar compared to it. The katana should solve my attack problem. Plus, I can't use it that much anymore, Atticus realized. He had used his all to defend against that attack. And because of this, he would have to use his element sparingly, lest he wanted to run out of stamina. Atticus held the katana in front of him tightly with his 2 hands, its sharp tip pointed upwards. Atticus's passive speed was still slightly below that of the robot, so he quickly stimulated his air bloodline with mana, and his body instantly became weightless. Both intense gazes locked onto each other, and then, the earth trembled as they each moved. The earth on which the robot stood instantaneously imploded as its form tore through the air, leaving an orange steamy blur in its wake. Each step on the earth seemed to leave deep foot indentations that emitted intense amounts of heat. It closed the distance between it and Atticus in an instant, its palpable golden aura having molded into a massive hammer raised skyward as it instantly unleashed a massive downward swing at Atticus. Atticus's form was the opposite of the robot's. His form was almost weightless and incredibly lightweight, leaving next to no visual cues as he moved. There were no restrictions at all in his path, no wind resistance. It was as though he himself was the wind. Atticus could feel how intense the temperature was close to the robot. It was like being close to a mini-sun. Seeing the massive downward swing, Atticus's eyes flashed as he released a burst of air on his right side, pushing his form away from the trajectory of the swing. Atticus's retaliation was instant. With both hands holding his katana, he took a massive step forward, his hands slightly raised up as he unleashed a devastating thrust directly towards the neck of the robot. Its response was immediate as the golden glow around its neck intensified, molding into a thick barrier that covered every inch of its neck. Just when it seemed like the barrier was about to block the thrust, the tip of the katana gleamed as its form effortlessly pierced the barrier, its tip inches away from the robot's neck. The robot's expression, which had constantly maintained its creepy smile throughout the duration of the fight, finally changed, its eyes widened. Its form instantly radiated an intense amount of golden light, the temperature increasing to staggering levels. Shit. Atticus's eyes widened, and he reacted immediately. Focusing on the earth element, his form sank at fast speed into the ground. He kept manipulating the earth to take him deeper and deeper while simultaneously controlling the elements of ice and water to encompass his form. Then, the robot went supernova. Intense vibrations traveled through the earth, reaching Atticus despite how deep he was underground, followed by an intense wave of heat. Atticus strained himself, trying to maintain the barriers that he erected. Although it was hard, it wasn't as hard as the first time when he was on the surface. After a few intense seconds, Atticus swiftly manipulated the earth, his form shooting upwards and emerging on the surface in under a second. He was instantly met with the aftermath of the wave. The earth was completely charred black once again. Atticus's gaze landed on the figure of the robot, whose golden glow had dimmed significantly compared to the last time. It got dimmer. His gaze landed on the gem embedded in its forehead. Compared to the first time he saw it, It had significantly lost a lot of power, its glow dim. It can only use it once, Atticus deduced. The robot looked at the katana in Atticus's hand warily, its senses alert. The glow coalesced in its arms as it formed two massive hammers made of light. Atticus tightened his grip on his katana, his resolve steeling as he activated his air bloodline, propelling himself forward with incredible speed to close the distance between himself and the robot. Their movements became a blur as they engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, each strike and parry executed with lethal precision. Atticus's attacks were calculated and swift, his strikes aimed at exploiting any weakness in the robot's defenses. In contrast, the robot's attacks were relentless, each blow heavy and scalding hot, threatening to crush Atticus with its sheer force. After exchanging hundreds of blows, the robot's eyes once again widened as it saw the state of its molded weapons. Despite being heavier and bulkier, each time it clashed with the katana, a chunk of its form would get lost. It had been feeding the hammers more energy all this while, but it was already running out of energy as it had already gone supernova for the third time. The hammers were on their last ropes.